Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 326 Cocktail Party. A massive fireball appeared in the sky, and without warning, half the buildings on the ground were destroyed. A group of Valley girls, undergoing nuclear war education, survived by hiding in a nuclear bunker. After the catastrophe, the Valley girls rode motorcycles to Los Angeles with researchers from the base. With few survivors left in the city, they found an amateur radio station and contacted survivors in the vast rural areas of California. Using knowledge learned from television dramas, the Valley girls restored civilization. They began playing old popular music on the radio, letting other survivors know that America still existed and encouraging them to contact their survivor group. After typing the last word of the synopsis, Ronald took the manuscript, made several copies at a copy shop, and sent them to his agent, asking them to contact production companies to see if any producers were interested in further discussions. Then, Ronald took the remaining script synopsis and put it in his pocket. He would tell the story to high school students he met, collecting their reactions. He observed which parts of the plot they were interested in and wanted to learn more about, and those who weren't interested drifted off. However, he didn't have time to tell stories today. Ronald had been invited by Minahan Golan to a party in New York for the film Sahara. Brooke's mother, Terry, also called to specifically invite him. Helen was busy with acting lessons, but Ronald decided to go to the party, hoping to meet some producers in the industry and expand his network. The film was being held at a Holiday Inn in New York. Ronald searched for a long time before finally finding the portly Minahan in a secluded business hall. Aha, Ronald. It's great to see you here. My film is going to be a sensation in America. It's a remake of the film of the same name from 40 years ago, starring Humphrey Bogart. This time, we'll also add a lot of new popular elements. Minahan pulled Ronald in while introducing his ideas. Of course, I believe it will definitely be a masterpiece. Ronald gave a perfunctory reply. Why was the project's party held in a place like this? There probably wasn't much good food. He should have eaten something before coming. Ronald glanced around. All he saw were unfamiliar media reporters and a few suspiciously dressed guests who didn't seem like the kind of people in the acting world who always maintained a glamorous image. He began to regret coming to the party. Ronald looked around but couldn't find Brooke and her daughter. If he'd known it was such a low-class party, he would have stayed home and worked on the script's details. Ronald, come help me. Terry isn't satisfied with the script, and we need a seasoned screenwriter to revise it. Minahan invited Ronald into the back room of the press conference. There was a small lounge with a few sofas, and his cousin Yoram was also there. Closing the door, Minahan invited Ronald to join the Sahara production team. She's unhappy with the script, Ronald asked casually. Terry never usually offered opinions on scripts, did she? Yes, Terry offered a lot of good suggestions. For example, she said the script didn't quite align with the values of mainstream American audiences, and that Brooke's character shouldn't end up with an Arab sheik. Ronald took a sip of champagne. It tasted rather ordinary. Isn't that exactly what I suggested? So what do you think? Ronald asked. I think she has a point, but part of the film's funding came from pre-sales in the Middle Eastern market. Besides, films about the Sahara were made back in the silent era, and Arab sheiks as positive characters were a very popular theme then. Yoram rarely chimed in with his opinion. I'd love to work with you, Minahan, but I have another script in development right now. What kind of script? Is it another teen film? No, I want to try something new. Ronald shook his head in denial. To be honest, Ronald, it would be a mistake for you not to participate in this film. This film is like Lawrence of Arabia combined with a Blue Lagoon. I've secured a large investment, and Brooke Shields is in it. We're going to be a success. When I met you in Montreal, I told you my dream was to win an Oscar. This time, we'll have that chance. You, Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. Me, Oscar for Best Picture. Brooke Shields, Oscar for Best Actress. Ha ha ha. I already have an idea for the script, so I can't participate in this project. Upon hearing Lawrence of Arabia combined with the Blue Lagoon, Ronald immediately distanced himself. What terrible ideas. A desert war epic combined with a Fijian romance, who knows what kind of monstrosity it would produce? Alright, I can't say your idea is wrong, Ronald. We'll definitely have a chance to collaborate in the future. Minahan hugged Ronald and went to chat with the other guests. Ronald looked around again. All that was there were unknown nobodies. He was about to slip away. A young woman approached him and greeted him. Hi, are you Ronald from Fast Pace? I heard from Minahan that you'd be here. Yes, it's me. Ronald turned to the woman, surprised that someone at the party recognized him. Aren't you that? Ronald recognized the woman's slightly elongated face. Wasn't she the lead actress in Apple, the film that got wrecked at the Montreal Film Festival? She had also auditioned for the lead role in Coppola's The Outcast, Catherine Marie Stewart. You can call me Catherine, the woman introduced herself. Hello, I'm just here to see Minahan. What brings you here? I'm here to trick into this boring party by him. Ha ha ha. Ronald was flattered by the woman's words and chatted with her for a bit. Catherine Marie Stewart had recovered from the disastrous box office failure of Minahan's film Apple and was now acting in a television series in New York. So you're acting in TV shows now? I recently acted in a movie based on the murder of Dorothy Stratton, The Death of the Seamstress. Ronald hadn't expected that this Playboy model story would be made into a Hollywood movie so quickly. He gained a deeper understanding of Hollywood's professional ethics. You play Stratton? No, I play her sister. Stratton is played by Jamie Lee Curtis. Catherine Mary Stewart seemed quite talkative. The way she spoke was still that of the slightly naive girl who had left a deep impression on Ronald in the movie Apple. Ronald, Brooke's mother, Terry, appeared and invited Ronald to speak. Nice to meet you, Miss Stewart, Ronald said, taking the opportunity to slip away. Brooke isn't here today. She's been busy preparing for her Princeton entrance interview. I wanted to invite you to be the screenwriter for this film. Ronald already knew that this so-called project launch party was likely an opportunity for Minahan to use Brooke's name to raise more funds. But even if the person in question wasn't present, did Minahan and Yoram have no connection? Anyway, the two fat men were quite eloquent, and he was no longer surprised by the series of messy actions of these two Israeli brothers. I've already turned down Minahan. I've started working on my new script. Oh, Ronald. Can you help Brooke? After listening to you, I also feel that something is off about the plot. You're the best person to revise the script. I'm sorry, Terry. Ronald took out his synopsis from his pocket. I've started writing my new script. I need to concentrate. This is a science fiction film, a new attempt for me, and I must give it my all. Oh, okay. I still want to thank you. I'll have Minahan continue revising the script. Seeing that Ronald was very determined, Terry got up and left helplessly. Brooke Shields still wanted to maintain her on-screen image, so she continued to find new screenwriters to adapt the script until she was satisfied. Would you mind if I took a look? Catherine Mary Stewart approached again, pointing to Ronald's new script synopsis. Of course, Ronald handed her the synopsis. It's just a synopsis. His agent had already registered the synopsis and sent it to several major studios. It would soon be circulating in the industry, and he wasn't worried about piracy. Haha. A very interesting story, Catherine Mary Stewart laughed as she looked at it. The Valley Girl's actions in the post-apocalyptic world were quite amusing. In a surviving department store in Los Angeles, the Valley Girl casually tried on expensive clothes, treating it like a fashion show. Do you find it interesting, Ronald? Seeing that Catherine Mary Stewart wasn't much older than a high school student, asked for her opinion. I think it looks really fun. It would be really interesting to play a role in it. If all goes well, I'll contact your agent and invite you to audition. Ronald found this beautiful woman interesting. She didn't speak as directly as girls from Los Angeles or New York. She seemed interested in finding a role, but her expression wasn't offensive. You're not from New York or Los Angeles, are you? No, I was born in Canada and later went to London to study. That's where I was chosen by Minahan to play Apple. Actually, I went with a friend. Ronald took Catherine Mary Stewart's contact information and left the boring party. At least he had some gains. He found an actress to talk to about her thoughts on the plot of the new script. Back home, Ronald started doing stretching exercises while watching the news on TV. Playing tennis didn't work again. The dream was still so unpredictable. So he kept switching between his sports, hoping to have the dream he liked again. Spielberg denies plagiarism in his E.T. story. stating that he was still in high school when Ray's script circulated in Hollywood. Any similarities can be attributed to coincidence. It seems Spielberg didn't plagiarize. In fact, he didn't need to. These days, if he likes a script in Hollywood, buying the adaptation rights isn't a problem. Perhaps the problem lies with his screenwriter? After stretching, Ronald took a hot shower, jotted down some inspiration for the new script, and went to bed early. Chapter 327: The Necessary Conditions for Dreams. It has been wandering in the depths of the universe since the formation of the solar system. Its elliptical orbit is so long that its last visit to Earth was 65 million years ago, precisely the time of the dinosaurs' extinction. Yet now, in the last 2 decades of the 20th century, it has returned. The vivid dream returned unexpectedly. Ronald saw a hand insert a videotape into a machine and press play. Then, a star flashing red appeared on the television, flying towards the audience, accompanied by this frightening narration. The scene shifted. On the television, a beautiful woman in a movie theater uniform was talking to the owner. Ronald recognized her as Catherine Mary Stewart, whom he had met at the party. Catherine Mary Stewart played Regina, the female lead, a movie theater employee. While she was playing a game, several customers came in to buy tickets. The owner was promoting a comet headdress to them, a small ball with a long tail. Today was the day the comet was visiting Earth, and the audience could go outside to see the comet after watching the movie. Regina was a gaming pro. She broke a high score record. Her boss assigned her to patrol the theater. Many movie theaters in America have audiences with poor manners. They often deliberately litter, and some hyperactive teenagers cause damage. Taking apart a chair is no big deal. This often requires theater staff to patrol with flashlights. However, the flashlight beams disturb the viewers, causing dissatisfaction, and some even throw things at the patrolman. Regina disliked the job. Reluctantly, she took the flashlight and patrolled the theater, then went to the back projection room to complain to her boyfriend, a projectionist. He was making some film prints, throwing the leftover film reels into the trash can. What's going on? Ronald was confused. A projectionist isn't an editor. Why was this projectionist cutting the film reels like an editor? This is from space. How much for a copy? $100? Hey, this is a 3D movie. $100 is an insult. 110? Okay, 110 it is. The boyfriend on TV was negotiating the price of a pirated copy with a bootleg dealer. That bastard, $110 for a bootleg copy, sold to underground dealers. This copy can play in theaters for at least a year. How much money will the studio lose? How much money will we directors lose? Ronald was so angry that he wanted to curse the character in his dream. The videotape continued. Regina was on the phone with her sister Samantha. Their stepmother wanted to go out to see the comet and slap the disobedient Samantha. Samantha retaliated, and the stepmother punched Samantha in the mouth until it bled, and then went out to see the comet herself. That slap looked really realistic. Ronald thought to himself, the actress playing the sister was also a familiar face, Kelly Maroney, who played the cheerleader in fast-paced Richmond High School. She finally got a lead role in this movie? Regina and her boyfriend spent the night in the movie theater, while her younger sister slept and recovered at home. Their stepmother went out to watch the comet with the neighbors. An old man was saying that he had seen Halley's Comet in 1910, and at that time, it was said that anyone who saw a comet would die. Suddenly, the comet arrived, and bursts of lightning illuminated everyone's faces. Then came a very bright red light. And the people watching the comet screamed. Then the television flickered and switched to a pale red sun in the sky. The sky was an eerily red, as if the dust kicked up by the comet hitting the earth had been thrown into the sky. There were a few shoes and clothes on the ground, covered with red dust, and the people had all evaporated. This videotape is wrong. Where is the scene of the comet hitting the earth? It was too violent and was cut out, Ronald thought. Regina's boyfriend opened the door and went out in the morning. Suddenly, a terrifying zombie rushed over and hacked him to death with a wrench. Is this a zombie movie? Or is it sci-fi? Ronald recognized the ashen-faced, low-voiced zombie makeup, the kind of look that sparked the trend 4 years ago with a low-budget exploitation film Dawn of the Dead. A wave of similar exploitation films followed, all depicting humans battling zombies. Regina killed a zombie and rode home on her boyfriend's motorcycle. Everyone in the house except her sister Samantha was reduced to ashes. The sisters heard the radio still playing and went to the station. They found another survivor, Hector. The radio was playing a time tape. Samantha improvised as a DJ, playing pop music for the survivors and inviting them to the station. The sisters randomly changed into pretty clothes in a shopping mall, putting on a self-entertaining fashion show to a catchy song. The song was great, but the lyrics were a bit too provocative. Girls just want to have fun. However, the broadcast didn't attract any survivors, only a group of robbers. Fortunately, the sisters' father was a military officer who had been shooting at a range since childhood. They picked up a short submachine gun and engaged in a gunfight with the robbers, ultimately defeating them. Samantha's broadcast was overheard by government scientists in an underground bunker. They dispatched a helicopter to pick up the sisters and take them to the research center inside the bunker. "Hey, isn't that female scientist Marie Voronov?" Ronald recognized another actress he'd worked with, the one who played the stern headmistress in Rock High. Startled, Ronald woke up. Gulp, gulp. Ronald went to the bathroom, poured himself a glass of water, and gulped it down. This dream was relatively vivid and lasted longer. Ronald sat at the table, pondering why he had dreamt of this movie. This film didn't seem like the big-budget production Ronald had envisioned. There were very few actors, and scenes requiring extras were mostly close-ups and extreme close-ups, saving on hiring extras. However, on the other hand, the film's budget seemed enormous. The red sky, the empty city, if it was a set, it must have cost millions. If it were a live-action film, the application process alone would be costly, and it would require connections with major studios to secure government cooperation. Would there actually be a comet hitting Earth? The movie and his script shared many coincidental scenes, but there were also some differences. Ronald was momentarily unsure. He should think about why he dreamt about the movie. Ronald listed the things he had done on a piece of paper: tennis, meditation, aerobics. The timing of these activities didn't quite match the dream. Was it because he had just written a script related to a comet, with scenes of motorcycles, getting clothes for free at a mall, and radio broadcasts? That didn't quite make sense either. He had been working on this plot outline for several days, so why did he dream about it today? Perhaps it was because he met Catherine Mary Stewart, who played the lead role? Possibly. Recalling the movies he had dreamt about, Rock High, Famous, Richmond High, and The Outcasts, he had either seen scenes from those movies or written scenes from those scenes in his scripts, and then met the actors who played the leads. Perhaps having written a script, and knowing the actors involved, are necessary conditions for dreaming about movies? Maybe it also involves exercising, or sleeping soundly after drinking, leading to more dreams. And perhaps it's a movie he saw in a past life to recall. Looking at these 4 points he'd summarized, Ronald figured that as he met more people in the industry and his status rose, he'd receive more script invitations to direct, meaning he'd dream about even more movies. Ronald felt his future was bright. He immediately turned on his computer and began writing the script for the comet based on his memories. What should he name it? The night the comet came, the comet hit Earth? Ronald hesitated. Keep it simple. Fast-paced Richmond High School was often shortened to fast-paced because it was too long. For word-of-mouth marketing, a short and memorable name was best. Night of the Comet, Ronald typed, then started typing furiously. He'd add a grand scene at the beginning of the comet impact to make the audience happy. In the end, the base was overrun by zombies. The younger sister, corrupted by the zombies, followed them away. The older sister and Hector left together to find other survivors to fight the zombies. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Ronald pressed the save button, saving the completed script to a floppy disk. The floppy disk began to creak. I still need to buy a more advanced computer. The one Hinton used on the Outside the World set is pretty good, Ronald thought. The monitor on this Cornwall computer was a television, and staring at it for long periods was too tiring. With a click, the floppy disk stopped making noise. Ronald knew the save was complete. Then he pressed the print button. The dot matrix printer began to creak, rapidly striking the ribbon line by line, printing out sheets of manuscript paper. Richard, Ronald finished organizing the script and went to a copy shop to make a copy. Then he picked up the phone and called his agent. After finishing the initial draft, he would send a copy to CAA to help circulate it within the studio circle. Although this method of writing scripts and begging studios to read them doesn't actually comply with the Writers Guild's rules, studios don't object to screenwriters with established works. Sometimes, a screenwriter's intuition can be even sharper than the studio's. Ronald, did you know? Richard answered the phone, addressing Ronald. What do I know? My first draft is finished, I'm about to send it to you. So fast? That's good. No, I'm talking about the plagiarism issue with Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial script. Your mentor, Scorsese, publicly supported the Bangladeshi director Ray. Huh? Why would he do that? Is it really plagiarism? Go buy a copy of Star Weekend magazine, it has detailed evidence. Ronald, Steven's in trouble now. Could you try to contact Mr. Scorsese? The other end of the line was Nisida. They were clearly having a meeting, trying to gain some advantage. Chapter 328 Book Publication. Some media outlets have taken my words out of context. I first met Ray at the Cannes Film Festival in the 1970s, and had previously seen his Apu trilogy. Ray was invited by Hollywood in the mid-1960s to film his Alien movie here. At that time, many copies of the script were mimeographed, and 20th Century Fox was very close to collaborating with him. The script was widely circulated in major studios at that time. Scorsese denied supporting the accusations against Ray in a phone call, only expressing his admiration for the Bangladeshi director. This plagiarism issue is widely discussed in the film industry, but Universal seemed to have done some work to suppress domestic media reports on the plagiarism allegations. The American media generally did not report this accusation from an unknown director from a small country as news, thus avoiding any attack on their young Hollywood savior, Spielberg. The ones that truly gave Spielberg's plagiarism suspicions a big fuss were some tabloids and magazines on Fleet Street in London. They seemed to disregard the silence of the American media and wrote numerous reports. This included the entertainment magazine Star Weekend from the Daily Star, which Ronald had bought. Spielberg denied plagiarizing Ray's script, mainly because he was still in high school when Ray's script was greenlit in Hollywood in 1967 and had no opportunity to see it. The Star Weekend article didn't directly compare the similarities between the two scripts. Instead, it seized on Spielberg's rebuttal and began investigating his actual birth date. Mr. Spielberg graduated high school in 1965 and started directing in Hollywood in 1969. The magazine also included his high school graduation photo and report card. It was unclear how much effort these paparazzi had put into digging up this old news. What's the point of listing Spielberg's high school graduation date like this? Ronald, not quite understanding the intricacies of British tabloid reporting, asked Richard for clarification. If this graduation photo is real, then when Jaws was released in 1975, he was already over 30, not the genius touted as making a Hollywood-changing film before the age of 30. There's a rumor in Hollywood that Steven understated his age by 2 years. Richard pointed out the key point. If Spielberg was 31 instead of 29 when he made Jaws, then he wouldn't have the aura of making the highest-grossing film of all time before 30. Ronald found it hard to understand these people's thinking. Spielberg was 2 years older, and making Jaws at 30 was still a rare genius in film history, so what did it matter? Because in that case, British director Alfred Hitchcock could exclusively enjoy the honor of making a blockbuster masterpiece before the age of 30. Hitchcock became famous in Britain at 27 with directing The Lodger, and then came to Hollywood. Ronald finally understood the strange vanity of the British. Bangladesh is also a member of the Commonwealth, and the script for this American genius's most successful film was actually borrowed from a Commonwealth genius. This is really a bit boring. We Americans don't care about these things at all. Ring 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 ring. After hanging up the phone, Ronald's doorbell rang. Two men who looked like workers carried 3 boxes, 2 large and 1 small, into Ronald's house. This is the IBM personal computer, PC, you ordered, Mr. Ronald Lee? Please sign here. One of them produced a receipt for Ronald to sign. After signing, Ronald saw the 2 men open the 2 large boxes, take out 2 white plastic boxes, and place them on his desk. They placed a flat box underneath, and then stacked a monitor on top. After connecting the cables, they did some adjustments and then turned on the monitor. With a buzz, the monitor lit up, and movement appeared on the black screen. Here are 2 floppy drives, you can put floppy disks in them. He took out a bootable floppy disk and inserted it into the A drive on the front of the main unit. Then he turned on the red power switch located on the lower right side of the chassis. After a series of beeps, the system successfully booted up, and the A logo appeared on the monitor. Turn on the monitor first, then the computer. Turn it off in reverse order. Okay. Ronald sat down next to the monitor, typed "dear," and pressed enter. The directory on drive A, the floppy disk, appeared on the screen. After fiddling with it for a few moments, Ronald nodded in satisfaction. This is the PC-DOS version of the word processing software WordStar. Another worker opened the small box, which also contained a floppy disk and an instruction manual. Ronald took it, inserted it into Drive B, and then launched WordStar. After testing it, he signed for it. A brand new personal computer, plus the word processing software, cost Ronald a total of $1,800, $1,600 for the computer and $200 for the software. Very expensive. However, using the high-quality mechanical keyboard and typing away, Ronald felt it was worth it. It was much more convenient than the Conrad keyboard. The two floppy drives also meant Ronald wouldn't have to switch between them when saving. Looking at the sentences he had typed on the monitor, which weren't glaring at all, Ronald felt his eyes wouldn't get dry even after typing for a long time. He thought his purchase was worthwhile. He'd already made quite a bit of money with his personal computer and WordStar, so buying this machine was a reward for himself. A few days later, Ronald was at home with his agent, Eddie, and a female editor from the publishing house, reviewing book proofs, when a news report on television caught their attention. Grace Kelly, Princess of Monaco, suffered a head injury in a car accident yesterday, September 13th, and unfortunately passed away in the hospital today. "Oh my God," Eddie exclaimed. The television screen displayed a photo of Grace Kelly, followed by the numbers 1929 to 1982. Grace Kelly passed away in a way that seemed out of place for her. 52 years old, daughter of a Philadelphia tycoon, Hollywood actress, Oscar winner, Princess of Monaco. More about her life will be brought to you by Rainier. The television showed footage of Grace Kelly announcing her engagement to King Rainier of Monaco, followed by a retrospective of her film career, with clips from films like Rear Window, High Noon, and Country Girl flashing by. Is Hollywood cursed? 2 stars lost in 2 weeks, the editor interjected. Ronald knew she was referring to Ingrid Bergman, who had passed away at the end of last month. 2 of America's most dazzling actresses of the 1940s and 50s had died within 2 weeks of each other. These 2 can be considered 2 of the most beautiful and charismatic actresses of Hollywood's golden age. Who knows what other beautiful actresses will grace Hollywood in the next 2 decades of the 20th century. Mr. Ronald Lee, your manuscript is ready. If you have no objections, we'll prepare for printing next month, and your book will be available in bookstores in October. After spending another hour meticulously reviewing the proofs, the editor finally completed the final proofreading of Ronald's first published book and took her leave. "Thank you, it's all thanks to your patient proofreading," Ronald saw the editor out. "Ronald, I was there when I signed you, but I never imagined you'd write books other than screenplays, let alone publish them." Agent Eddie smiled broadly. Ronald's management outside of film work was handled by him in New York. According to the editor, this published book was the first of its kind on the market and had the potential for excellent sales. "It's all thanks to Miss Hinton. Without her recommendation, the publisher wouldn't have even considered my book," Ronald chuckled, then made a long-distance call to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to thank Ms. Hinton, the author of The Outsiders. "Ms. Hinton? This is Ronald. Hi, Ronnie. Your book is about to be published." "Yes, I called specifically to thank you for your help. Haha, I knew you had a talent for this. Back on the set of The Outsiders in Tulsa, without your help, I couldn't have written the script for The Fighting Fish properly on the computer." Hinton laughed heartily. Seeing Ronald's talent, she helped contact a publisher to publish a book based on what Ronald taught her, to help authors like herself. "Thank you. How is the filming of The Fighting Fish going?" Director Capella is making good progress. "We expect to finish filming early next month, so they're not fighting now, right?" Ronald asked with a smile. "No, unlike The Outcasts with 2 gangs and a dozen or so guys, The Fighting Fish only has 3 male leads, Matt Dillon, Mickey Rourke, and Francis's nephew Nick. They don't need your help. With Diane around, they won't fight." "Ha ha ha," Hinton laughed too. "By the way, I haven't congratulated you on your movie's huge success yet. Is there a chance it will break 40 million? Hinton remembered the huge success of Ronald's film Fast Pace, where the assistant on set had become a blockbuster director. Universal says there are still 4 to 6 weeks left in the run, so whether it will break 40 million is still uncertain, Ronald replied. "Anyway, congratulations." "Ronald, thank you too." Hanging up the phone, Ronald looked at the book proof in his hand. The large format cover read Word Star for Dummies. It was a book for authors using the Word Star software on their computers, explaining how to install and use it to write novels or documents. It also included many explanatory illustrations and a list of keyboard shortcuts, which could be cut out and pasted next to your personal computer. Detailed installation tutorials were included not only for IBM computers, but also for other machines like Cornwall and even the Apple II. Ronald looked at the book and fell into deep thought, recalling his time filming The Mischievous Kids in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and how he came up with the idea to write this book. Chapter 329 The Days of Learning with Coppola. Rewind the clock several months. Ronald, seeking to learn how to train actors, became Coppola's special assistant. Feeling the acting in Fast and Furious lacked realism, he proactively sought out Coppola's The Outer World crew to learn from them. He happened to meet Diane Lane, who was chosen to play the female lead Cherry, and her father, Bert, at the airport. They had all flown from various places to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to film The Outer World. This was the hometown of S.H. Hinton, the author of the original novel, where she attended high school, wrote The Outer World at 15, and after a year of revisions, published it at 16, making it a bestseller. The Grand Hotel Tulsa. Ronald saw the sign and knew it was the hotel booked by the crew. He and several other actors from the same car went to check in. "See you later, Ronald." Bert said goodbye to Ronald and went to find rooms at another hotel. Bert was worried about his daughter and had come to Tulsa specifically to accompany her during filming. However, he wasn't a formal member of the crew and had to find his own hotel. Hinton helped find the hotel for the entire crew. Actually, there was no need to look. This was the only large hotel near the filming location that could accommodate everyone. At the hotel entrance was a large fountain with a cheap replica of an ancient Greek sculpture in the middle, awkwardly standing there. The water in the fountain was relatively clean, a stark contrast to the dust on the sculpture, perhaps a last-minute change in preparation for the arrival of director Coppola. The main hotel building was a 5-story structure. Some of the pre-production technicians had already checked in with their equipment, props, costumes, etc. The actors and crew arriving today all arrived around the same time, making a noisy racket at the front desk checking in. A group of young actors playing the two major teenage gangs in the film were waiting to receive their room keys. The assistant director started calling people around with a room allocation list. Tom Cruise, 104, Patrick Swayze, 105, Emilio Estevez, 110, Matt Dillon, 202, Diane Lane, 305, Michelle Melling, 306, Leif Garrett, 503, Darren Dalton, 504. Everyone has half an hour to rest, then come to room 101 to collect today's allowance. Ronald himself lived on the first floor, in the corner room at the very end. He opened the door, put down his bag, and rested for a while. It's interesting whether Coppola decided on this room arrangement. The actors playing the wealthy playboys lived in suites on the 4th and 5th floors. The actors playing the poor, slick-haired gang lived in lower-class rooms on the 1st floor. Several teenage actresses, including Diane Lane, lived on the middle floors. These were all young actors in their teens. In the film, they played two opposing gangs, and Diane's character, Cherry, who caused the gang war, lived on the middle 3rd floor. "Ronald, come help me with this." The first assistant director saw Ronald get ready to leave and immediately pulled him into work. "This is the script. Could you bind it with metal rings?" Ronald went over to help bind it, checking the page numbers of the photocopied script, adding a plastic cover, punching holes, and securing it with metal rings. He stacked the scripts one by one on the table in his room. "Why are your scripts different?" After finishing his own pile of scripts, Ronald started helping the other assistants with theirs. This pile of scripts used different binding materials. After punching holes, instead of cheap metal rings, they were secured with brass rings, and covered with leather covers. The film title and each actor's name were embossed in gold, making them feel very nice, like an old-fashioned hardcover book. These are for the actors in the Young Masters gang. Even the scripts get different treatment. Ronald was a little surprised. Did director Coppola even consider such details? Why is that? You still have a lot to learn, Ronald. Come here for a moment. Francis Coppola came in to check on things and saw Ronald there. He called him to his room. "Ronald, you know the budget for this film isn't high. We need to be careful with Warner Brothers funds. I can only give you 10% of your salary up front, no problem. I told my agent that even if I have to pay, I'll come to the set to learn from you. If there's anything you need, Please let me know. Ronald, hearing that money was a bit tight, quickly said he didn't mind. Coppola's mirror company was experiencing some financial problems. However, Ronald was there to learn and guide the actors' acting skills, so these were minor issues. I didn't bring you here to do the work, I need your opinions. Ronald, Coppola wasn't actually very satisfied with Ronald's initiative to help with chores. He could have plenty of assistants who did odd jobs. Back when George was on my crew, he'd give me feedback every day, pointing out what was wrong with this and that. If you could give me one useful suggestion every day like he did, I'd be satisfied. Ronald had overheard some gossip. Well, I might not have as many suggestions as Mr. Lucas, but one a day isn't too big of a deal. Good boy. Now go help the camera crew prepare for tomorrow's rehearsal. Coppola patted Ronald on the shoulder. So he was still going to be a handyman, but a handyman who could offer suggestions. Ronald went to find the camera crew's room. As he passed the door, he saw a large group of actors gathered outside the first assistant director's room on the first floor, receiving their daily allowance. Watching from the doorway, Ronald noticed a difference in treatment. The actors from the Young Masters group, all teen idols, had managers and received more allowance. The actors from the Slick Hair group, however, didn't have managers and only received $2 a day, barely enough to buy snacks in this remote and underdeveloped town. Ronald stroked his beard. Coppola was really something. On his first day, he was already coaching the actors? Giving different treatment to actors playing different roles. Was he trying to let them experience the characters' lives? Ronald? It's nice to meet you. The director of photography pulled Ronald over. Rehearsals start tomorrow. Francis wants us all to be filmed. The camera crew hasn't all arrived yet. If we need multi-camera shots, could you help out with one of the cameras? No problem. Ronald tried out the Sony Betacam camera in the room. He was already quite familiar with it from the audition. Having spent a lot of time on film sets, being a part-time cameraman wasn't a problem for him. After leaving the room, Ronald planned to stroll around town. He happened to see Tom Cruise and a very handsome man leaving together. Ronald recognized him as Rob Lowe, who played Soda, the second brother of the main character henchman. Hi, Tom, Rob. Ronald greeted them as they left together. Where are you going, Ronald? We'll go with you. I've never been to Tulsa either, but I know the author of the original novel, Ms. Hinton. She's a local. Have you seen her? You can ask her. The group found the author, Hinton, who was also staying at the hotel. The chubby Hinton warmly hugged the actors and Ronald. Want to go to town? There's a movie theater, restaurants. Oh, and that movie theater is the one I wrote about the henchman leaving after watching the movie at the beginning of the novel. It hasn't changed in decades. Ronald led the group in a collective gasp. It seemed this small town had no entertainment facilities. Hey, you slick guys. Want to go eat with us? The young star, Leif Garrett, who played Bob, the one who was stabbed to death in the Playboy gang, gave the actors a strange laugh. But you don't have enough pocket money, ha ha ha. Oh, shxt. Tom Cruise looked at the $2 in his hand and angrily stuffed the money into his pocket. Rob Lowe rolled his eyes. How are we going to get through these 2 months? No problem, I have money. Ronald pulled out several $20 bills from his pocket. Thanks to his agent Nisset as reminder, Ronald had brought a considerable amount of cash with him to this backward little town of Tulsa. There was little entertainment and nowhere to spend money. The hotel had a small shop where you could buy snacks and Coke, and the town's general store didn't have much to sell. But now, money meant good food. I don't want to eat with those rich kids, I'll just buy some Coke and snacks here. Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe went into the hotel's small shop, picked out some cakes, Coke, and snacks, calculated the cost, and then threw the rest of the snacks back. It's okay, come to Hinton's, I have some good food here. The chubby author Hinton, seeing all this, quickly and warmly invited Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe to come in and eat the delicious food she had prepared. This trick works very well. Ronald couldn't help but admire her. They separated the two groups of actors into different hotel rooms of different classes, used different bound scripts, and gave them different allowances. This way, they would automatically see themselves as different groups. It cost nothing, but the effect was surprisingly good. The two groups of teenage actors were already hostile to each other on the first day. Ronald, you come too. Ronald also went into Hinton's room. She secretly took out a large bag of snacks and opened it for the actors to choose from. Oh, you have this here. Tom and Robert were very happy. Thank you, Mama Hinton, don't worry, if there are any problems, come to Mama Hinton. Ronald found it amusing. Hinton really enjoyed having these actors portray her novels. She was also credited as the scriptwriter for the production and would even play a nurse. Basically, she was there to pamper these pretty young actors. With positive differential treatment and Hinton providing them with some conveniences, the two factions would likely form within the cast very quickly. The old hotel building was wooden, and the carpet in the upstairs corridor was worn and had poor sound insulation. Ronald, who was asleep in his room in the middle of the night, was awakened by a thumping sound. He picked up his watch from beside his bed and saw it was only 2 a.m. Unable to fall back asleep, Ronald got up to investigate. A thin figure, wearing a vest and jeans, was pacing back and forth in the hallway with his arms crossed. "Who is it?" Ronald called out. "It's me, Ralph." Ralph Macchio. It was Ralph Macchio, who played the protagonist's henchman's friend. At 20 years old, he was considered old among the many teenage actors, but he still looked like he hadn't fully grown up, appearing younger than Tom Cruise and others. "Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you walking around here?" Ronald asked, puzzled, watching him pace back and forth. "I don't have a room." Chapter 330 Experiencing Life and Pranks. "Why don't you have a room? Didn't you tell your assistant about this?" Ronald pulled Ralph Macchio into the room, gave him a towel, and told him to wash his face with hot water. It was Coppola's request. The character I play, Johnny, comes from a very poor family, even within the Slickers gang. His parents fight all the time and neglect their child. That's why there's the scene where he stabs Bob from the rich kids gang to death. Ralph was already 20 years old, one of only 2 actors over 20 among all the boys, along with Patrick Swayze. So he wanted me to experience what it feels like to have no home to go back to. I can get $5 a day and then take care of my own food and sleep. I couldn't find a place to stay tonight, so I sneaked in when the receptionist wasn't looking. "You can't just sleep on the streets." Ronald handed him a glass of water. "Why don't you sleep here tonight? I'll talk to Francis tomorrow, and you can sleep here from now on." "It's okay, Ronald. This is for the performance." Ralph Macchio declined Ronald's offer. "I wanted to play Johnny during the audition, so when Coppola asked me to play other roles, I pretended to be dead and acted randomly. I didn't want him to think I could play any other slick gangster." Ronald laughed. Back then, Coppola had mixed up everyone's identities and put them all together for the audition, making everyone very nervous. It was rare that Macchio could think so deeply. "You can sleep here tonight. I think Coppola just wants you to experience what it feels like to be so poor you don't even have a home. Staying in someone else's room will help you fully understand that predicament. Besides, you're always walking around outside, and the old house isn't soundproof. I bet a lot of people will be woken up by you, just like I was." "Okay, but I'll sleep on the floor." Ronald knew Macchio was trying to get into character, so he didn't try to persuade him further. He took out an extra sheet from the closet, threw it on Macchio to spread on the floor, and let him sleep there for the night. "Francis, I don't think this is a good idea. Macchio has nowhere to go, so he's just wandering around outside. If he doesn't find a family to stay with tonight, are we going to make him sleep outdoors with newspapers?" The next day, Ronald went to Coppola to voice his opinion. Letting the actor experience life like this seemed a bit much. And if Macchio catches a cold, wouldn't that further delay the crew's rehearsal schedule? Seeing that Coppola was unmoved, Ronald came up with another reason. Right, we need to find a place for Macchio to sleep. But the production manager doesn't have any extra rooms?" Coppola finally realized. "How about letting him sleep in my room?" "No, let him sleep in my room. I'll sleep at home, and I'll drive over every day from now on." Hinton couldn't stand this. The novels were all about the hardships she experienced as a child, and now Macchio was a somewhat successful actor. There was no reason for him to share a room with his special assistant. Coppola nodded. Seeing that there was no need to find the production manager again, and that paying for an extra room would solve the problem, he didn't care anymore. "You need to offer more artistic opinions in the future, Ronald. I didn't bring you here to be a freelance producer." That day, the crew began formal rehearsals. Ronald carried a Sony Betacam video camera, and he and the director of photography took turns filming the rehearsals. The hotel's conference room was set up as a rehearsal room, with various chairs serving as props. The actors rehearsed scene by scene according to the script. Ronnie, the director of photography, called out to Ronald, giving him a wink. His camera tapes were used up. Ronald carried his own camera and took over. How do I know if this red hair is natural? Is it the same color as your, eyebrows? Matt Dillon sat in his chair, running his hand through Diane's hair, then smelling her neck. Put your feet off my backrest and shut up. Diane Lane flinched, then snapped at him. Cut. Very well. Diane, remember this is teasing, but not the bullying kind. Dillon, keep your attitude. I know, Diane replied, chewing gum, then spat it in Dillon's direction. She actually disliked Dillon's acting style. It was almost harassment. But since the director said so, she could only agree. Continue. After the afternoon rehearsal, Ronald, along with Capella and the trainee director arranged by the Directors Guild, watched all the rehearsal tapes. All the rehearsals had been filmed, and Ronald didn't quite understand the necessity of doing so. It was like shooting the movie with a cheap Sony camera. What was the benefit of that? What did you guys think of this scene? Coppola pointed to the scene where Dillon's character, Dolly, flirts with Diane's character, Cherry, at the drive-in movie theater. I thought it was good, the emotions were strong. The girl who got the Directors Guild apprenticeship began to give her opinion. Coppola looked at Ronald. The pacing and the interaction between the actors were good, but the intensity of the emotions, Coppola nodded, without offering her opinion. Does he have some other tricks up his sleeve? Saving them for the actual filming, Ronald suppressed his doubts and quietly took out his notebook to jot down his questions. I'm doomed, I'm the one who's doomed. Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe, two handsome guys, were exchanging farewells at the hotel entrance. Today they were going to be sent to a real slicker-haired gang's family for dinner and to sleep in their home for a while to experience life. Don't be afraid, Moretti is the prototype for one of the gang members in the novel, the big guy who knocked out someone's teeth in a fight. He and his wife are very nice people. Hinton comforted them with a smile. The two men exchanged a glance, their fear for their evening visit growing stronger. Mr. and Mrs. Moretti, hello, the two handsome men said timidly, knocking on the door of the family Hinton had arranged for them. Oh, you must be Tom and Rob. Moretti, a tall man, warmly embraced the two actors. His wife, also of Italian descent, brought out the prepared food and placed it on the table. Hinton told us you wanted to experience the life of a slick-haired gang member's family. I never imagined that the novel from back then would finally be made into a movie, directed by Mr. Capella, the director of The Godfather, whom we Italians greatly respect. Tom and Rob exchanged another glance, as if this big man wasn't as intimidating as described in the book. Do you know the henchman and the Soda family from the book? Tom Cruise asked while eating dinner. Of course, we've always been good friends. So, back then, were you the slick hair gang and the young master gang really mortal enemies like in the novels? Fighting the moment you met, Rob Lowe also noticed that the big guy Moretti was actually very enthusiastic and started asking questions. Moretti put down his knife and fork. Well, actually, I was teammates with a lot of the kids from the soccer gang, on the football team. We called them the Sock, but they weren't actually that much richer than us greasers. Tulsa is a small coal mining town. The greasers to the south were Italian-American miners. Many of the Socks to the north were just accountants, cashiers, technicians, etc., working in the coal companies. They were a little better off than us, but how much better? We fought each other for some inexplicable reason, and now we're all stuck in this town, unable to go anywhere. But a few smart kids like henchmen have left town, gone to California, to New York, to Chicago. They're the ones who truly escaped this impoverished land. Moretti, who had once been a leader of the greasers in his youth, looked at his children on the table with great affection. You little brats, listen up. If you want to leave, don't stay in Tulsa. I read in a novel that Soda was quite pitiful. His girlfriend dumped him and ran off with someone else. How did Soda end up? Seeing that the slick-haired gang were also flesh and blood people with feelings, and that they respected him and his Hinton friends, Rob Lowe boldly inquired about the current situation of Soda, the second brother of the main character's henchman, whom he was playing. Well, he was drafted and died in Vietnam. Rob Lowe and Tom Cruise fell silent. The future of young people in that place was truly hopeless at the time. They asked about the current situations and life details of the other real-life figures who played the characters, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the characters they were portraying. After dinner, the two laid down for an hour at the slick-haired gang's house. In the cramped rifle room, the two actors slept in one bed, gaining a deeper understanding of the living conditions behind the characters' various behaviors. After sleeping for a while, They came out to say goodbye to the original gang leader. They had many children, and if they slept any longer, there wouldn't be room for the other children. I didn't realize the character of Soda was like this, Rob Lowe said to Tom Cruise. The two chatted as they entered the hotel lobby and headed towards their rooms. Ronald, I don't want to stay here another day. The two suddenly noticed a red-haired girl hugging their special assistant, Ronald, at the corner of the hallway, seemingly still crying. Looks like Diane, our cherry. Rob pulled Tom along, and the two exchanged glances at the corner. What's going on? This looks funny. Ronald gently patted Diane in his arms, comforting her. After calling Ronald earlier, Diane rushed downstairs and hugged him at the door, complaining, I was so scared. Don't worry, I'm here. Did someone play a prank on you? Ronald felt Diane's body trembling. She seemed quite frightened. This girl was quite brave. It wasn't easy for her to be so scared. Ronald pulled Diane upstairs, and at the corner, they saw Tom Cruise and Rob Lowe. Hey, what are you doing here? Come on up. Diane's been pranked badly. Let's help her clean it up. First, on my doorknob, someone smeared a lot of Vaseline on it, and I can't turn it no matter what I do. Diane pointed to her door. Ronald reached out and touched it. There was still some residue. It was indeed slippery when turning the handle. The person who played this prank was a genius. Then I went to the bathroom and found this written on the mirror. Diane let the three boys into the room. The bathroom mirror had "Go to hell, bitch" written on it with lipstick. I was so angry I tried to wash it off with a shower head, but the shower head broke too, and it sprayed all over my face. Diane pointed to the shower head, which had been violently damaged. Water sprayed out from the side as soon as it was turned on. I was furious, and then someone smeared honey all over the toilet seat. PFFT, Rob Lowe and Tom Cruise couldn't help but burst out laughing. This prankster really understood human psychology. After doing so much, Diane must be furious, just sitting down like that. Ronald laughed too. He turned on the hot water, wet a towel, and wiped the honey off the toilet seat. Anything else? I doubt you'd be that scared by just this, Ronald said, looking at Diane, whose hair was dyed dark red. Then there's my bed. Diane led the three boys to the bed. The sheets had been cut in half. If she laid down to rest and stretched her legs, she would bump into some plush toys that had been placed there beforehand, and be startled. Then there's this. Diane pulled back the pillow, revealing a patch of red ink. She leaned against the pillow and was startled by the toys under her feet. Then the ink, which had been put in a plastic bag beforehand, sprayed out, giving her quite a fright. This series of pranks had really given Diane Lane a hard time. Having just finished a day of rehearsals and wanting to rest early, Ronald figured he would be furious and want to find the culprits and beat them up if he were in her shoes. They also left a note on my bed. Diane handed him a piece of paper. Ronald took it and read, "We'll be back tomorrow." He wondered which gang of actors had come up with this prank. Maybe both sides were involved. Ronald had a hunch. Coppola might have wanted to create this disgusting situation to get the actors emotionally invested, hoping for a genuine emotional outpouring. Diane's character, Cherry, was originally the girlfriend of the rich kids gang. After being beaten by her boyfriend, she approached the young henchman of the slick-haired gang. Because the henchman spoke to a woman from the rich kids gang, it sparked a fight between the two gangs. Finally, Johnny and the henchman were bullied in a pool, nearly suffocating, which led to Johnny stabbing Bob from the rich kids gang to death, and the two escaping. Was this meant to let Diane experience being rejected by both gangs? And she happened to live in the middle of both. But pranks were one thing, but this was really going too far. What's your schedule today? Has no one been in your room the whole time? Ronald asked Diane. First breakfast, then rehearsal, then back for lunch, Diane replied. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow will be about the same. Ronald had a plan in mind. Tom, I have some paints from the arts department that they keep for painting scenery in my room. Go and get a bottle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Sequential Rehearsal. Let's relax a bit, do some physical relaxation. Today I'm going to teach you an ancient Eastern relaxation technique, Tai Chi. Every morning after breakfast, this group of young actors would have their morning relaxation session. If actors couldn't relax their bodies during rehearsals or performances, it would be difficult for them to express their emotions effectively. However, most people used stretching exercises or yoga to relax, and some older actors would even have a drink to unwind. It was rare to see someone like Coppola, a renowned American director, practicing such a mysterious Eastern relaxation technique. The poor young actors had no idea what this mysterious Eastern relaxation technique had to do with the roles they were about to rehearse, but since Coppola had said so, they had no choice but to comply. The television in the rehearsal room played a Tai Chi instructional videotape. A thin, Chinese-American actor began teaching Tai Chi in English. Forget your movements, that's not important. Remember your body's posture. Raise your hands, inhale, exhale. The Chinese-American actor, dressed in ancient costume, began explaining how to practice Tai Chi on the television. A few people are missing from both sides, Tom Cruise whispered to Ronald. Let's keep practicing and wait for them to take the bait. Ronald nodded and exchanged glances with Tom and Rob. Ronald, you're doing great. Do you know Tai Chi? Why don't you come to the front and teach everyone? Coppola thought Ronald's Tai Chi movements were better than the others, so he simply had him lead the exercises. The TV screen was too small, and the actors couldn't see clearly, so having a real person lead the exercises was much better. Tai Chi is easy. Everyone, look at my hand gestures. Ronald didn't know why his movements were quite standard. Relax your body, everyone, follow me and imagine. Ronald raised his hands to chest level. I have a big watermelon, big and round. He made a Tai Chi starting gesture, holding a ball in front of his chest. Hey, two groups of young male actors ran in, but after being glared at by Coppola, they had no choice but to follow behind everyone and practice. Ronald immediately spotted the two leaders. One was Emilio Estevez, who played the two bites in the Slick-Haired Gang, and was the eldest son of the famous actor Martin Sheen. The other was Leif Garrett, who played Bob in the Playboy Gang, a teen pop star and actor, known in the industry as a double threat, meaning someone who can both sing and act. Ronald knew what was going on and ignored them, spreading his arms wide in a wild, parted gesture. I'll cut the watermelon in half, one half for you, and one half for him, ha ha ha. Diane Lane laughed so hard she was clutching her stomach, gasping for breath. She saw Emilio Estevez's outstretched hand, which was making a watermelon cutting motion, turn black. Emilio, seeing her gaze, blushed and clenched his fist. She, who had intended to play another prank on Diane, ended up with her hand covered in black paint from Diane's doorknob. Ha ha ha. Some people saw Emilio's dirty hand, while others, thinking Diane was amused by Ronald's watermelon cutting joke, also burst into laughter. Okay, Ronald, get down here, you guys continue. Coppola laughed too, calling Ronald aside. You know I was the one who had them compete in pranks, right? I guessed, but Sherry's a feisty girl. Diane needs to fight back. Sure enough, it was Coppola's idea to have two groups of actors compete in playing pranks on Diane. Ronald continued, smearing honey on the toilet seat is funny, writing bitch on the mirror is imaginative and tasteless, and spilling red paint on the bed makes you a terrorist. You should declare the first group the winner. Damn it, Emilio, that little axole. Coppola cursed as well, knowing who was in charge. This eldest son of Martin lacked a sense of humor, unlike his brother Charlie, who was more relaxed. You could tell from their attitude towards their stage names on the set of Apocalypse Now. Emilio was rigid, insisting on keeping the Estevez family name, a true Latin surname. Charlie, on the other hand, was more flexible, taking his father's stage name, Sin, to gain an advantage without any burden. The minor incident quickly passed. Diane didn't tell her father, Bert, about the prank. Teen actors' attention is easily drawn to new things, and they were soon captivated by Coppola's video rehearsals. During the 2-week rehearsal period, the actors rehearsed almost all their scenes from beginning to end. Ronald filmed all the rehearsals with a Sony Betacam. Unlike formal filming, the rehearsal process followed a script's order, with each scene performed from start to finish. Except for the lack of lighting and makeup. Every night, Ronald, Coppola, and the trainee director watched the rehearsal videos together, analyzing what the actors did well and what they didn't, and working on improvements the next day. As time went on, Ronald felt the actors' coordination was improving. Because rehearsals progressed according to the script, the story and character development were thorough, and the actors' understanding of their roles improved steadily. Ronald now fully understood why Coppola gathered all the actors for rehearsals well in advance. This method allowed them to perform more naturally during the actual filming, making the audience believe and be moved. "No wonder he's a great director," the trainee director exclaimed. "You're absolutely right." Ronald didn't entirely understand the trainee director's words from a technical perspective. This practice of rehearsing for extended periods in advance was difficult for anyone other than a director of Coppola's caliber to command respect. Many actors had busy schedules and wouldn't waste 2 weeks rehearsing. Of course, most of the actors were newcomers under 20, lacking the resources to act like divas, which was also a significant reason. Apart from Patrick Swayze, who played the henchman, the others didn't even have managers or stunt doubles to take care of them on set. Rehearsals were very monotonous. Coppola tried to keep the actors relaxed, giving them something to do so they wouldn't get bored from focusing too much, and always tried to keep them in a pleasant and creative state. Ronald, observing from the sidelines, greatly admired Coppola's masterful control over the actors' mentality and emotions. Whenever the actors became too tense, Coppola would show them a movie or play a game, giving them a short break to relax. After 2 weeks of rehearsals, the actors were exhausted, and Coppola opportunely rented out a theater in Tulsa to show a new film, Rocky III. Stallone's on-screen opponent, the one he punched to the ground, was the distinctive black star Mr. Muhammad Ali's former bodyguard, sporting the iconic Mandingo hairstyle, and who had previously appeared in the TV series The A-Team, a true beast. Apollo, Rocky's opponent from the first 2 films, took over the reins after Rocky's coach's death, training him. The final scene of Rocky beating Mr. T made all the boys stand up and cheer, instantly forgetting the fatigue of 2 weeks of rehearsals, and beginning to look forward to performing like Stallone during the actual filming. Ronald learned a lot from these little tricks of engaging actors' emotions to help with filming. He felt that Coppola paid great attention to getting the actors into a good state. No wonder the actors in his movies always performed so well. "Let's have a ping-pong match, everyone relax, and we'll start filming tomorrow." After watching the movie, Coppola saw that it was still early, so he moved the ping-pong table from the hotel to the open courtyard and let the boys play. "Ralph, you come and play too." C. Thomas Hall, who played the protagonist henchman, was only 16 years old. He had been following Coppola's instructions and often hung out with Ralph Macchio, who played his best friend Johnny, trying to get a sense of close friendship. Now he also wanted to play with Macchio. Ralph Macchio and C. Thomas Hall were good friends in the movie, but they didn't really click. Macchio was always thinking about memorizing lines and practicing his acting. Hall, on the other hand, was always thinking about playing and being lazy. "No, I still need to read the script." "Oh, come on, don't be so boring. Today is the last day off." "Okay." Marzio thought about it and agreed, putting down the script and starting to play ping-pong with Hall. The boys hadn't played ping-pong much before, but none of them wanted to lose, and soon they were having a match where the loser had to leave the stage. Diane and Michelle Melling, who played her best friend, watched the boys' competition, which made the actors' competition even more intense. After a while, the slick-haired gang gradually gained the upper hand. Emilio Estevez later learned that the black paint was Ronald's idea and held a grudge against Ronald for embarrassing him. Finally, when he got his paddle, he challenged Ronald. "Hey, Ronald. Want to play with us? Those rich kids are no match for us, you guys play." Ronald didn't want to interfere with Coppola's arrangements. This was a tactic he had deliberately designed to provoke competition between the 2 groups of actors. "Are you scared? Or do you think your skills are on a completely different level from ours?" "Your skills are indeed on a completely different level from mine," Ronald thought to himself, but he just smiled and turned to leave. "Loser." Emilio called Ronald a loser from behind when he saw that Ronald was too scared. "Hey, Ronald, let them see what you're made of." Diane couldn't stand it anymore, came over and grabbed Tom Cruise's racket, handing it to Ronald. "You don't really know how to play, do you? Want me to help you?" Ronald looked at Diane, and Tom and Rob, who were cheering him on, and took the racket. "Hey, you can't even hold a racket properly." Emilio saw that Ronald was actually holding the racket with his thumb and forefinger. "I'll let you serve first," he said, throwing the ping-pong ball over and striking what he thought was a cool pose for Ronald. "Watch closely, I'm going to serve you with a forehand." Ronald raised his hand and served, but Emilio missed the return. Emilio Estevez, bewildered, picked up the ping-pong ball and slammed it against his paddle, returning the ball. Ronald remained still, then with a backhand push, the ping-pong ball bounced back quickly and sharply. Emilio missed again. And so it went. Ronald pushing with his left hand and smashing with his right, barely moving his feet, standing in front of the table, using a strange grip to force Emilio to pick up the ball. Emilio, exasperated, threw his paddle on the table, refusing to play anymore. "You guys play, I have things to do," Ronald said, placing his paddle on the table, clapping his hands, and leaving. Tom Cruise, Rob Lowe, and the others were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What on earth was this peculiar style of play? Soon it was time for the official filming, and Ronald arrived early to see what Coppola's secret was. He had always felt that the actors' performances in Fast and Furious Richmond were inconsistent. Because of lighting techniques, scenes where two actors' dialogues are edited together might actually have been filmed at different times, even weeks apart. For example, today's scene with a henchman and his second brother, Soda, involved over 3 hours of meticulous lighting with C. Thomas Hall, focusing on the henchman's conversation with his brother at home. Then tomorrow, they'll refocus on lighting with Rob Lauber, focusing on Soda's dialogue across the street. How do they ensure that, after editing, the emotions in the two actors' dialogues remain perfectly synchronized? Ronald was most eager to know these details of acting guidance. Surely a great director like Coppola had his own secrets? Cut. Coppola called a halt to filming and then exchanged opinions with the director of photography. It's coming soon. Let's see how a great director guides the actors' performances and emotional nuances. Ronald was full of anticipation. Such opportunities were rare. He didn't dare blink. Very good, this take is good, develop. Coppola nodded in satisfaction. Let's shoot another one, cut. After shooting a few more takes, Coppola still felt the first two were better and had the script supervisor write down the final number of takes to be developed to the lab. Next, Ronald stood up in surprise. How could they have gotten it right already? Was there no redirecting of the acting? Was Coppola so confident that Rob Lowe's performance as Soda tomorrow, in terms of intensity and emotion, would be perfectly in sync with C. Thomas Hall's performance as the henchman today? Chapter 332 Never Stop the Camera. Tulsa itself didn't have a film processing plant. The negatives for the Outcasts had to be sent to Warner Brothers' nearest processing plant in Dallas, Texas. Every 2 days, the completed negatives would be sent to the processing plant to be developed into prints, then returned. The crew would rent a movie theater in Tulsa every evening to show these prints. Due to the limited resources, the daily viewing of the prints became a bi-weekly viewing. On this particular day, the screen was showing a scene depicting the emotional lives of the three brothers, filmed at the henchman's house. Patrick Swayze, who played the eldest brother, was actually 30 years old. He was quite convincing as a 20-year-old. Although he was older and had some wrinkles, his masculine energy was still strong, and his explosive anger was very much like that of a young man. After being scolded by the eldest brother, the henchman, played by C. Thomas Hall, was sleeping in the bedroom with his second brother, Soda, sharing a bed and having a heart-to-heart talk. This dialogue was actually filmed over 2 days. The first day's filming focused on the dialogue between Hall's character, the henchman, and the second day on Rob Lowe's character, Soda's character. Unedited footage scrolled across the big screen. Ronald, watching this non-synchronized dialogue, could only imagine the final edited dialogue between the two. Sometimes, however, the absence of dialogue allows the audience to focus on the actors' facial expressions. Ronald watched the close-ups of the two actors on screen, observing the emotional progression from beginning to end, the stimulation from each other, the reaction, and the subsequent stimulation. It was all filmed vividly. Coppola didn't direct much on set, and there were few distractions, yet the two actors' performances were perfectly synchronized. How did he do that? Ronald blurted out. What? Sitting next to Ronald were Diane Lane and her father, Bert. I mean, how did Coppola make their emotional progression in the dialogue so perfectly synchronized? It was filmed over 2 days. Ronald remembered that Bert had been an acting coach before becoming a taxi driver, so he decided to ask. Didn't they rehearse for 2 weeks? On the last day, they rehearsed every single scene in the entire 2-hour script, non-stop, from beginning to end. Bert looked at Ronald, surprised that the other didn't understand this. Ronald, you haven't formally studied acting, have you? No, the continuity of the performance is achieved through rehearsal. Especially in film acting, each scene is fragmented. If you say one line, the other actor might not be able to film it for another 2 weeks. So the main purpose of rehearsals before filming is to resolve issues of performance scale. That non-stop rehearsal on the last day allowed each character to have a deep understanding of their role in the overall plot. This way, when they're actually filming, they can recall the emotional memories from rehearsals and know how much emotion to give to that shot. When the footage is edited together, the actors' emotions will naturally match. I see. Ronald hadn't expected the answer to be so simple. No wonder Coppola insisted on rehearsing in the order of each scene in the script. The actual filming wasn't in order, but the rehearsals strictly followed the order of each scene. This allows each actor to understand their character's development trajectory, the role of their scenes in the overall plot, and the character's growth. This ensures the actors are well prepared for actual filming. How much force should be used in this line? How much sadness and resentment should be conveyed in this crying scene? Should this scene erupt suddenly, or unfold naturally? All the nuances and balances in the performance are resolved during rehearsals. How did you handle this when you were directing? Burt asked Ronald. I didn't know, I just filmed it anyway. Ronald didn't know how he achieved that fast pace, without an overall rehearsal plan, especially the non-stop rehearsals at the end. No wonder he felt so embarrassed seeing his own directorial work on the big screen, wanting to reshoot it. Hollywood, Burt muttered, falling silent. Roger Corman might be able to train directors who make money from movies, but he could never cultivate artistic masters. I have another question. During rehearsals and performances, the actors are actually losing their initial enthusiasm, so why are their emotions still so high during actual filming? Ronald discovered another problem. When directing, the first or second take is often the most natural and emotionally resonant. If you go to the third, fifth, 10th take, the actors start to tire. They can no longer muster that initial burst of emotion. So sometimes, even if the first take has flaws, it's still used because the performance is excellent. Live action is different from rehearsals, Burt replied, then leaned close to Ronald's ear. And haven't you noticed that Coppola is constantly getting the actors to build up their energy, like Diane and Dylan? Ronald glanced at Diane sitting next to Burt. Diane hadn't spoken to Matt Dillon for the past few days. Dylan seemed to dislike Diane too, unwilling to talk to her. This was getting the actors to immerse themselves in their roles in everyday life. Ronald finally understood the purpose of Coppola's series of techniques. For example, the actors from two different gangs could compete to prank Diane, or they could deliberately make Diane and Dylan dislike each other. That way, when they film the drive-in movie tomorrow, and Dylan's character, Dolly, teases Diane's character, Cherry, their pent-up emotions will erupt. Some directors like to let actors improvise on set, and that's why Burt became interested. He hadn't been a drama coach in a long time, and it was rare to find someone willing to ask him for advice, so he said a few more words to Ronald. Do you know why Stanislavski studied acting methods? I really don't know. I don't really like the method school. Ronald had always been prejudiced against the method school, believing that their methods were too immersive, intruding on the actor's personal space, and then exposing their private lives nakedly to others. No, that's garbage created by Lee Strasberg. Stanislavski originally aimed to solve the problem that, with the increase in the number of performances, actors lost their ability to engage the audience. Burt explained his understanding of the acting system. Interactions between people are very subtle. Based on their own life experiences, audiences can quickly judge whether an actor is genuinely moved by emotion or is merely faking laughter or tears. Repetition is an actor's greatest enemy. Performing the same play in the theater day after day will quickly make an actor lose their monotony. Audiences will no longer appreciate the subtlety of the drama. All acting systems aim to solve this problem of authenticity. One way is through improvisation. If you say a line different from the script or do a different action, your co-star, another actor, will feel a fresh stimulus and give a genuine reaction. Good directors usually instruct actors not to stop when something unexpected happens, but to continue performing. Often, this kind of performance is the most brilliant. Burt was famous for teaching improvisation when he was an acting coach. He and his partner once broke into Lee Strasberg's actor's studio, improvised for more than 10 minutes, and then lied to him, saying it was a scene from a rehearsal. They later revealed that they had made it up and thoroughly mocked him. Ronald quickly saw the extra authenticity that unexpected events on set could stimulate actors. The scene being filmed that day was the one that caused Diane and Dylan to fall silent on set. Dolly was harassing Cherry at the drive-in movie theater. Matt Dillon, playing Dolly, initially lifted Diane's hair and then pretended to ask if her red hair was natural or dyed. Ronald, hiding in the safe area behind the camera, watched Diane's performance. Sure enough, her displeasure was very real. She not only disliked Dylan but also felt uncomfortable with his breathing on her neck. This expression probably had a lot of real elements. However, because there was an explosive scene later, Diane restrained her emotional expression. Right now, she looked like a little girl who had been bullied, unhappy but dared not retaliate, which was very expressive. Next, Dylan was supposed to put his feet on the back of the empty seat in front of him and continue to provoke Diane with his feet. Then Diane couldn't take it anymore and turned around to scold the scoundrel. Hey, to portray Dolly's dashing and roguish image, Matt Dillon completely let go of his hands and just leaned back in the seat. With his legs raised high, he lost his balance and fell off the chair. Ha ha ha! Diane and Hall, who played the henchman behind him, both burst out laughing. The youngest actor, Hall, looked at the camera, seeking the director's signal to stop filming. Ronald frantically gestured for him to continue. It would be a shame to ruin such a good improvisational opportunity because of his looking at the camera. Diane, much more experienced, merely glanced at the director and the camera out of the corner of her eye. Seeing no signal to stop, she immediately continued acting as a beautiful girl who had been wronged. Fortunately, Hall saw Ronald's gesture and the continue mouth shape, quickly turned his head back, and continued acting. Cut. Coppola came over and patted Ronald on the shoulder after this take was finished. Luckily, Ronald was quick-witted this time, otherwise, if Hall had looked at the camera for too long, the entire scene would have been scrapped without any room for editing. Well done, Diane. Ronald congratulated Diane. She had given the best performance in this scene, making her arguably the youngest veteran actor on set. No problem, Diane tried to appear mature for a moment, but couldn't help chuckling with pride. Bravo! At the screening the next day, Coppola led the applause for the brilliant performance. All the teenage actors recognized the talent, knowing that such a coincidence was rare, and they all joined in the applause. I have an idea. When we film that gang fight scene, I can wear my old, ugly dentures. That way, when someone punches me, I can casually spit them out as I turn my head. That would make it more realistic. Tom Cruise, captivated by Dylan and Diane's brilliant acting, wanted to emulate them. He came up with a scene for his character and asked Ronald if it would make his performance more compelling. A small-time thug with his dentures flying out, not only would the audience find it realistic, but it could also become an improvisation, allowing the other actors to react more authentically. Francis, Tom has some new ideas for the big battle scene the day after tomorrow. Ronald led him to Coppola and let him explain his ideas. My front teeth are fake, and I have one of those cheap crowns I bought at the supermarket before. I can wear them in this scene and in the close-ups. These crowns are loose. If I tilt my head too much, they'll fall out. Tom Cruise earnestly hoped Coppola would let him improvise. That means you'll have to wear those ugly fake teeth in all your close-ups and extreme shots. Aren't you worried about your image? I'm not worried. I'm worried that the character won't be realistic enough, the young Tom Cruise said firmly. Okay, let Ronald go with you to talk to the makeup artist. Coppola was touched by the handsome man's enthusiasm and wanting to get closer to the character and praised Tom Cruise's professionalism. Chapter 333 Taking Tom Cruise to get his teeth fixed. You're really pushing yourself, Ronald said to Tom Cruise in the passenger seat as he drove. Everyone else just mimics a boxing move, but you're actually punching them. The gang fight scene took 2 nights to film. To demonstrate the realism of his acting, Tom Cruise actually punched one of the other actors. The result was excellent, of course. The other actor retaliated angrily, breaking Tom's dentures with a punch. I'm sorry, I've already apologized to him. The director was pouring water on the roof, and I slipped. Tom Cruise showed Ronald his injured finger from the force of the punch. Ronald shook his head. These teenage actors, inspired by Coppola, were working incredibly hard. It was raining on the first day of filming the fight scene. To ensure continuity, Coppola had water sprayed on the roof the second night. I just wanted to give my best, Tom said. His cheap dentures, which already looked fake, now looked even more like his real, rotten teeth after being punched. During filming, the ground was covered in mud puddles, and it was raining heavily, yet several actors still put in an exceptionally hard-working effort, even doing their own stunts. For these young actors, Coppola's name was like a battle cry, urging them to give their all in their performances. I heard Coppola sends his chosen actors to his acting training camp. I wonder if I'll get a chance this time, Tom said, still dreaming about his future. grabbing Ronald to ask about the situation. "Are you really willing to make his black and white film?" Ronald glanced at Tom. A week earlier, Coppola had met with Ronald and Hinton to announce the Mirror Company's plan to adapt another Hinton novel, Rumblefish. This film would be made in black and white, featuring only two fighting fish in a fish tank, using color shots. Coppola first secured the rights to Hinton's novel, and Hinton agreed to personally write the screenplay for Rumblefish. The second person he approached was Ronald. Rivalfish was a film Coppola produced himself, and to save costs, Ronald, who could do several jobs, was a priority. Ronald disliked the novel's tone and wasn't optimistic about the film's box office performance. It was another story of a country boy involved in a gang 20 years ago, and it was a black and white film. He'd already seen all the techniques he wanted to learn. So he declined, citing his need to participate in fast-paced marketing and promotion. Coppola didn't seem to mind and began searching for suitable actors for his next film, The Outcasts. "Yes, Coppola has his eye on you and wants you to play the second male lead," Ronald told Tom Cruise. "If you agree, you'll be going to his acting training camp as soon as your scenes are finished." "That's great." Tom, at the age where he idolized director Coppola, pumped his fist a few times upon hearing this. The car arrived at the town's dentist's office. "I'll take tomorrow off to audition for another film." Tom smiled again. Ronald parked the car and led Cruise into the clinic. "No wonder, I saw Paula Wagner on set." "Yes, she took good care of me. I'll take the day off tomorrow." Tom was full of confidence. "If the audition goes well, do you think I should go over there, or act in Coppola's next movie, a color film?" "Yes, a color teen movie. If you ask me, I'd say a color film. Very few people like black and white films these days," Ronald answered casually and took Cruise into the dentist's office. After a while, the dentist finished Tom Cruise's filling, saw him out, and asked Ronald to take a picture of the two of them together. "Could you please take a picture of me with this actor? I want my wife to see a picture of the actors from the movie adaptation of her favorite novel, The Outcasts." "Hi, Paula." Ronald and Tom returned to the hotel and had just parked their car when they saw a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses sitting at the entrance. It was Cruise and his agent, Paula Wagner. "Ronald, thank you for taking Tom to get his teeth fixed. He's auditioning for the male lead tomorrow, and these teeth are just right." Paula looked at Tom's newly fixed teeth and seemed satisfied. "What movie are you auditioning for?" Ronald also looked at Tom's teeth. With his new dentures, he had indeed transformed from a hoodlum into a handsome city boy. "Risky Business." Paula handed Ronald a synopsis of the script. It was a teen exploitation film. Tom played Joe, a high school student applying to Princeton University who wanted to earn some money while his parents were away. Through a misunderstanding, Joe met a prostitute named Lana, and after a series of coincidences, Joe turned his house into Lana's business. Just as they opened the door to do business, a Princeton interviewer suddenly arrived. A very good plot. Ronald handed back the plot's synopsis, which, in just a few words, introduced several clues and piqued the reader's curiosity. "Tom, you should listen to Ronald," Paula said to Tom. She didn't want Tom Cruise to continue acting in Coppola's black and white films. He was the lead in This Crazy Kids. Paula and CAA had gone to great lengths to get the director to give Tom an audition. "We're taking a late-night flight and we'll be back tomorrow." Matt Dillon and Diane Lane were both eyeing by Coppola, who wanted to include them in the cast of his next film, Rumblefish. Dillon loved the novel. He had previously acted in Hinton's The Texans, and if he did Rumblefish after The Outcasts, he would become a Hinton specialist. Diane was hesitant. On one hand, she didn't like acting alongside Matt Dillon, and on the other hand, Ronald didn't support her acting in another Coppola film. "Are black and white films really that bad?" Diane asked Ronald. "It's a market issue, I guess. Kids have color TVs now, they don't watch those old black and white movies on TV anymore, but it's Coppola's film after all." Diane felt lucky to have been chosen by Coppola to play the lead role twice, even though the role wasn't very big. "Actually, Rumblefish is a B-movie that was filmed back-to-back," Ronald pointed out. "This method of filming two movies back-to-back, one big budget and one small budget, can save a lot of money. Sets, equipment, personnel, even actors can be shared. My former boss, the exploitation film mogul Roger Coleman, was very good at this method. He would often look at other people's sets, come up with a script, and film a new movie before the other movie's sets were dismantled." "Oh, is that so?" Diane wasn't sure if what Ronald said would affect her acting career, so she put her doubts aside for the time being. Ronald, I got the lead role in Crazy in the Good Boys. Soon Tom Cruise finished his audition and flew back. Paula Wagner's eye for talent was spot on. After meeting Tom Cruise, the director immediately decided to cast him as the lead. Joe, I'll recommend Diane to them. She's the best actress. I hope to get your approval. Ronald, Tom was excited. After seeing the complete script, he liked the movie even more. What do you mean by getting my approval? You should ask her and her father, Bert, for their opinions. Hey, I know you're protecting her. Diane said she used to stay at your house. Go talk to her. I also hope she can act in a color film. I get sleepy watching black and white films. Ha ha ha. Tom laughed heartily and went to call Diane. After Tom left, Ronald said to his agent, Paula, the producers favor him so much, giving him the power to recommend his own leading lady. You wouldn't believe it, Paula said with a pleased smile. The director is very satisfied with Tom, saying he's the perfect Joe for the role. His hard work and dedication to the role pleased the director. Paula pointed to his teeth, implying that Tom had sacrificed 2 front teeth for a supporting role, a spirit that left the production team with no doubt about his professionalism. The female lead, Lana, is a call girl. The director believes the chemistry between her and Tom is essential for the film's success, so he asked Tom to recommend someone. Oh, that's extraordinary, that star treatment. Tom is a star. I didn't know. The role is a call girl. My dad won't agree. Diane hesitated after hearing Tom Cruise's invitation. At least let your father see the script, Tom persisted. He had seen many excellent performances by Diane. Wouldn't it be wonderful to co-star with her in a new film? The next morning before filming began, Bert glanced at the script Diane and Tom handed him on set and immediately rejected it. Sorry, son, my girl will never, Bert said to Tom, look at my lips, never play a prostitute, period. How could you think that, Diane? Not playing the lead in a capital film, but going to play an exploitation film. Then he pulled Diane aside and asked his daughter what she thought. But Ronald said that Coppola's rival Fish was a B movie, and not many people like black and white films anymore. Ronald, he's a good guy, but he knows too little about directing. He doesn't even know how to direct actors very well. In his mind, exploitation films are definitely better, because he directed one too. And Coppola, after all, is Coppola. It's a shame. Diane and I would have worked together very well. Tom regretted not getting Diane Lane to play the lead. His scenes were finished, and he was about to go to the airport with Paula. Your training schedule. Paula handed him a schedule. You need to lose 10 pounds in a week, and then eat those 10 pounds back in a week. Why go through all this trouble? Ronald, seeing them off, overheard this absurd arrangement. Because Tom is going to play a 12th grade high school student. He's 20 now. He's lost his baby fat. So we need him to lose weight first, then gain weight, to bring back that baby fat look. Good luck. Ronald hugged Tom Cruise goodbye. That evening, Ronald had dinner with Hinton, and the two chatted as they ate. Hinton had been writing novels, and she wasn't very familiar with screenwriting, so after being invited by Coppola to write the screenplay for his new film, she consulted Ronald about the process. That's roughly it. The script needs to be able to translate what you write into film. If you can't imagine how the film can portray certain scenes, then you'll probably need to rewrite it. Ronald knew that Coppola probably hired Hinton to write the script to save money. Coppola had only prepaid 10% of Hinton's The Wayward Child adaptation fee. Great, Ronald, I haven't picked up a pen since I finished The Texans in 1979. Hinton felt a surge of inspiration and was quite happy. I love the feeling of writing with a pen on manuscript paper. My thoughts flow out onto the paper with the ink. What, don't you use a typewriter? I prefer pen and paper when I'm writing. Typewriters are for secretaries. You can't edit, you can't move paragraphs. I like to freely edit my novels, moving this paragraph to the middle of the first 2 pages, or deleting it and filing in other content. You're an author too, so you must know that when creating a long novel, you often need to move things around like that. Then you should use WordStar software. You can use the keyboard to do all the moving, copying, and duplication operations, as convenient as a typewriter, and as free as pen and paper. WordStar? What's that? It's a computer software, a writing tool specifically developed for authors like you. That's great. A typewriter that can be edited at will? I have to buy one, Ms. Hinton. This is the IBM PC you ordered, and here's the WordStar software. A few days later, the town's department store specially arranged for a computer and writing software to be delivered to Hinton's home. just for this local hero. After carefully reading the instruction manual, Hinton tried several times but still failed. Ronald, come quick, help me figure out how to type. Hinton called Ronald to come and see what was wrong. This is save, this is print, this is copy, this is duplicate. Ronald arrived at Hinton's house and explained the keyboard shortcuts to her. You need to press Ctrl first, then press this key, save, print. Hinton tried. What's copy? I'll write one for you. Ronald simply wrote a note with commonly used keyboard shortcuts, just like he would at home, and stuck it next to Hinton's computer monitor. Honestly, Ronald, you explained it really well. The clerks just recited the manual. Only you can explain these functions to me in language I can understand. Hinton was delighted. He typed a few words, pressed the print shortcut, and a manuscript swished out. Because I'm an author too, right? Seriously, you should write a book so that even a computer illiterate like me can learn to type with WordStar. I'm calling my publisher. You need to talk to them. Publish a book? Will anyone buy that? Of course, I know exactly what kind of books readers buy. Hinton turned and called his editor. Chapter 334: A fast-paced victory celebration party. The story begins in October 1982. At his agent's urging, Ronald flew to Los Angeles for a celebration party for fast-paced Richmond High School. Helen Slater, having paused her acting training for Supergirl, accompanied Ronald to Los Angeles. Honey, here's your new book, Helen said excitedly. Outside the hotel arranged by Universal, Ronald and Helen found a bookstore. Wandering through the reference book software section, they found Ronald's new book, WordStar, The Devil's Handbook. Is this book any good? Ronald asked, picking up a few unfamiliar movie scripts to pay for. He noticed the person ahead of him holding his book and inquired. Very good. Look here, the man said enthusiastically, flipping to the last page of the book and pointing to the keyboard shortcuts list. It's very useful next to your monitor. I suggest you buy a copy, just for the shortcuts list. Isn't it in the WordStar manual too? Ronald asked. Hey, are you kidding me? Where would I get a manual? Ronald realized this guy was using pirated software. WordStar was released in DOS in 1982, making it a cross-platform word processor, usable on Concord computers running CPM-80 and IBM personal computers running DOS. WordStar's most impressive feature was its WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get, functionality. What was displayed on the screen was exactly what the printer would print. This was far superior to its competitor, the electronic pencil, which displayed one thing but printed another, requiring extensive layout adjustments. Such user-friendly software was naturally very popular. Legitimate sales had grown from $500,000 in 1979 to over $10 million before the end of the year. However, piracy followed. WordStar was distributed on floppy disks. Anyone with an IBM computer and 2 floppy drives could easily copy it for a friend. These pirate users, lacking user manuals, desperately needed instructional materials to learn how to use this software. Mr. Linson, this is my girlfriend, Helen Slater. She's been chosen for the lead role. Ronald introduced Helen to producer Art Linson. Supergirl needs no introduction. Hello, Helen. At the celebration party, Helen wore a casual dress, seemingly already well known in the industry, whether due to her father's connections or Supergirl's own influence, it was unclear. What are your plans for your new film? Any new scripts? Art Linson, spurred by the rapid box office success, decided to continue Ronald's journey into teen films. I've written a science fiction script, focusing on 2 valley girls, telling the story of how they survive a cataclysmic disaster using their valley wisdom. Oh, your inspiration is truly boundless. The moment I saw you, I knew you had a heart that understood teenage audiences. Linson began to shower you with compliments. You're too kind. Do you have any urban-themed teen dramas? I don't have any inspiration yet, Ronald replied. It's alright, enjoy your moment of success. We'll go talk to Cameron Crowe later, he might have some new ideas. Thanks, Lynn. Senator, what do you think of my sci-fi script? Should I have my agent send you a copy? Wonderford, I'm looking forward to reading it. You've been in Los Angeles these past few days, right? I'll schedule a time with your agent, and then we can talk to Crowe about the possibility of another sequel to the characters in Fast Pace. A sequel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ronald Lee. An MC called Ronald to the stage to give a speech. Ronald greeted Linson and walked to the microphone. Thank you everyone, I'm a lucky man. After finishing his speech, Staff pushed in a large cake with the words 40 million on it. In late October, the release of Fast Pace began to shrink, with box office revenue climbing at a snail's pace of just over $1 million per week. By this weekend, the box office finally broke the 40 million mark. Cheers! Ronald sliced a glass, picked up a wine glass, and toasted with the crew and guests at the celebration party. Honey, how much will your movie ultimately gross? After the party, Ronald returned to his premium executive suite booked by Universal to rest and chat with Helen. Last week, the average box office per theater dropped below $2,000. I estimate it will probably be taken off the screens next week, with copies going to secondary theaters. Maybe it'll still have about $1 million more, Ronald thought with some regret. If he hadn't been affected by Mount and had instead had a simultaneous national release, would the box office have been higher? After seeing Helen off on her flight back to New York, Ronald stayed in Los Angeles for a while. He began frequently meeting with producers, including his agent Nisida and Richard, to promote the script for Comet Night. Very good, Columbia is very willing to work with you. Although My Brother's Protector hasn't been greenlit, we've always hoped to collaborate with you, Ronald. Warner Brothers has always admired your talent, Ronald. We already worked on The Outcasts, why don't you direct another film with Warner Brothers? 20th Century Fox looks forward to working with the most talented teen comedy director. Accompanied by Nisida, Ronald visited several major studios with a script for Night of the Comet. As a rising star director of teen films, a prodigy who had won a $40 million debut, Ronald received a warm welcome from executives at several production companies. Looks like I won't have to worry about finding a studio to produce my new film. Which one should I choose? Ronald was secretly pleased, and after returning to CAA, he happily asked Nisida. Don't be too happy, not one of them has even asked to buy your new script. Let alone greenlit it for you to direct. Ronald carefully considered what he had heard during his meetings with executives over the past few days. It was all flattery, praising his genius for the market and his speed and efficiency in writing scripts. No one actually offered to buy the script or fund the project. So they're just giving me the runaround. Ronald was annoyed. I'm a $40 million director, you can't call it running ground. If your script was a fast-paced teen sex comedy, I guarantee they'd give you a huge commission, and they'd be lining up to hire you. True, Ronald felt a little better. Even Art Linson, one of the producers of Fast Pace, invited him and Cameron Crowe to discuss a sequel, not Comet Night. But Sci-Fi, Nisida shook his head, I don't think they're very keen on it. I've arranged to meet with Ned Tannen from Universal tomorrow. He's willing to talk to you. Ned Tannen later helped Fast Pace handle the film reviews, and he hadn't sided with Tom Mount on E.T. the Extraterrestrial, so his position was relatively secure for now. Of course, he also needed a new film to solidify his position, so he arranged to meet with Ronald, who had created this surprise for him, to discuss it in person. Why don't you keep making teen movies? Sex comedies are great, they're very successful. Tannen rustled the script as he turned it over and over, frowning as he asked Ronald. This Night of the Comet is essentially still a teen movie, just using a comet hitting Earth as a backdrop. The main plot is still about how two teenage girls cope with a crisis. Bullshit. Sci-fi. What audience would consider a teen movie with this title? So what do you mean? Ronald's title was heavily criticized by Universal's Vice President Tannen, but he wasn't particularly angry. Compared to the perfunctory responses of other studios, Tannen was relatively honest. Although his words were harsh, they contained some truth. I think it would be better to call it Comet, Girl, and Zombie. Ronald thought that the title was direct, but that would definitely be exploitative. That title is very direct, Nisida chimed in. Why don't you keep making teen sex comedies, Ronald? Tannen interrupted Nisida, asking Ronald directly. My inspiration came from this Comet movie. Nobody in Hollywood wants to break the formula for success. Your Fast Pace is very popular with teenage audiences. Why not make another one? I know you might not want to make similar plots again, but the audience hasn't had enough. I don't have any good script inspiration, Ronald replied. Actually, I do want some, but I haven't dreamt of a suitable teen sex comedy script. But he couldn't say that. If you don't have any inspiration, you can look at Universal's script library. There are quite a few teen scripts in there. See which one you like and modify it. I still think the Comet Night, Comet, Girl, and Zombie idea is very good. I have a lot of confidence in it. Ronald was helpless. He didn't know which of the scripts in the library would be a hit. This Comet Night was Dream certified, it was even on videotape. It couldn't be wrong. Sci-fi movies are all garbage. Nobody in Hollywood wants to touch sci-fi movies now. Ned Tanning patted the cover of the script and said the truth. Blade Runner was a complete box office failure, only grossing a little over $20 million, which isn't even enough to cover the production costs, let alone the marketing and distribution costs and theater revenue sharing. All sci-fi projects have been put on hold. I heard David Lynch's Dune script has been sent back for rewriting. These kinds of movies require too much investment. I think only George R.R. dares to make his Star Wars, Revenge of the Jedi in Hollywood. Why don't you take a look at some other scripts? Universal has all the teen scripts in their library, you can choose whatever you like. Tanning looked at Ronald, thinking he should just stick to making teen sex comedies. Chapter 335 Roger Corman only willing to invest $500,000. Several major studios showed no interest in the new script, so Ronald remembered his former boss, Roger Corman. He ditched his agent and secretly called Roger to discuss the Night of the Comet project. Ronald, congratulations. $40 million at the box office, it'll definitely be in the top 20 in North America this year. Roger Corman warmly embraced Ronald in his office. What was your production budget? $3,600,000, some of which was for product placement. Product placement, you mean the shoes? Yes, and American burgers. Ronald pulled out several Vans sneaker vouchers and handed them to Roger Corman. These are gifts for the kids. I don't know their shoe sizes, but they can use these to redeem their favorite styles. Oh, thank you. Julie said last time she couldn't find these styles. The two chatted about some fast-paced things, then Ronald took out the script and handed it to Corman. This is my new script. I remember last time we met, I mentioned I was going to make a movie about the new world. Take a look at the script. Oh, another new project? A sci-fi film, Roger Corman blurted out upon seeing the title on the cover, Night of the Comet. Well, it has some sci-fi elements. The story is about a valley girl who uses the military knowledge her father taught her, along with some knowledge she learned from television, to defeat mutated zombies and lead the survivors after a catastrophe. Ronald rubbed his ears. It seemed he really needed to consider Tannen's suggestion to change the title to Comet, Girl, and Zombies. Even Corman blurted out that it was sci-fi. This kind of title could backfire. A movie title is a crucial marketing tool. It can attract viewers who are interested in the title. But Night of the Comet clearly indicates a sci-fi film. He didn't want to attract the teenagers he wanted, but instead end up attracting a bunch of science documentary enthusiasts. Roger Corman quickly finished reading the script, closed it, and said, "This film is suitable for an investment of around $500,000. If you're willing to let New World invest, you'll need to revise the script, cut out the big scenes, and adapt it to this kind of investment." Why? Ronald hadn't expected Corman to only be willing to invest $500,000. Who are you going to cast for the male and female leads? Corman pressed. I haven't decided yet, just normal casting. That way, without stars, TV stations won't buy it, we won't have any pre-sale funds, and we'll have to rely entirely on theatrical distribution. But for this kind of sci-fi film, if the investment isn't over $10 million, mainstream theaters won't sign a contract to buy it. We don't need such a high investment at all, do we? $2 or $3 million, if we're frugal, we can still film explosions and other scenes. $500,000 is too little. Ronald, you're a very good director, but you don't know enough about production and distribution. You've known me for a long time. Do you know why I never make high-budget blockbusters? Roger Corman asked. Isn't this just you being stingy? Ronald thought to himself. I don't know, maybe you're being cautious. Roger, what do you think film distribution is? Corman asked another unrelated question. It's finding theaters to show your movie. It is and it isn't. Corman adjusted his glasses, like a university professor, and began to explain in detail, giving Ronald a lesson on American film distribution. It's true that distribution works this way, finding theaters willing to screen the film and collecting print rental fees, or, as has become increasingly common in recent years, revenue sharing based on box office revenue. It's not true that distribution is different because theaters are willing to pay different distribution costs for films of varying production scales. Their decision to screen a film isn't entirely based on the film's quality. For small productions costing $300,000 to $500,000, theaters typically use a simple squeeze-in release, finding a gap in the year's schedule for screening. These films have low print rental fees, so they're shown when the originally planned films aren't doing well, or before they've received the prints for major films. However, for big-budget productions from major studios, release dates are usually set in advance at the Las Vegas Distribution Conference in April of the previous year, with theater buyers bidding for them. So, for sci-fi films like this, when the theater buyers sign the agreement, the film isn't even edited yet, often there's only one star, filming hasn't even started, and sometimes even the script isn't finalized. Ronald listened attentively. Coleman was giving him a lesson again after a long hiatus. After Lucas's Star Wars and Spielberg's Jaws, sci-fi films are no longer what I was directing, where just throwing in some blue lasers would make an audience interested. Audiences have seen lightsabers and TIE fighter battles on screen, and they've seen terrifying sharks in the ocean. They're not satisfied with the cheap sci-fi films I used to make for drive-in theaters. So, for nationwide distribution, a large investment is necessary. But without star power, how can theater buyers be willing to allocate the best slots and advance payments? Ronald, I'm not saying you're not qualified to make big-budget films, but with the studios, your name isn't yet a guarantee of box office success. If you can secure most of the investment, I'd be happy to help you with production and distribution, preparation this year, filming next year, and release the year after. If not, then we have to take a step back and make this film within a budget of $500,000. We can take the simple distribution route and release it next year. Thank you, Roger. I understand. Ronald listened carefully to Coleman's explanation, and he began to understand why the 7 major studios weren't very interested in his script. Unlike Coleman's smaller productions, which can secure advance payments from theaters and television networks, large-scale productions require financing before production, relying on theater revenue sharing to recoup costs during the theatrical run. This gamble is a huge risk. In America, the average household owns nearly one television set. If audiences don't see something in theaters that isn't on television, the box office will struggle to break even. The 7 major studios, despite their name, probably produce fewer films each year than Coleman does. Each film features star actors and directors, partly to secure funding, and partly because theaters only believe their films are entertaining and will entice audiences to drive to the cinema. The blockbuster films of the past 2 years have either been large-scale productions like Superman and Star Wars, costing tens of millions, where audiences know they'll see something interesting, like space battles and Superman flying. Or relatively mid-sized productions with star-studded casts that rely on compelling plots and deeply moving emotions, such as the Oscar-winning films of the past 2 years, Kramer vs. Kramer, Ordinary People, and On Golden Pond, all belong into this category of family dramas. His sci-fi film fell into limbo. A large investment wasn't feasible because his name didn't have the appeal. A small investment meant mainstream theaters couldn't attract audiences with rudimentary special effects. Aside from making it a low-budget film like Coleman's, showing in second-run or older theaters, his only options were to keep trying to sell it to producers or find a big-name star. But big stars meant big investments, so compared to risking Ronald, the studio was safer having him direct some proven teen sex comedies. Ronald stopped trying to sell it to Coleman. It was an impossible task. Coleman, who had been frugal for half his life, wouldn't gamble on him just because of the success of his exploitation film. So how should I reduce the scenes to fit your small budget? Ronald decided to explore the possibility of making the film a low-budget exploitation film as a backup plan. First, your large explosion scenes must be reduced, or even omitted altogether, with the characters narrating them. Ronald started taking notes in his notebook. Then there are the special effects scenes. You need to find cheap solutions. For example, an empty city. You need to scale down the scene. Don't shoot the city. Shoot an empty school. That way you can film during the holidays, and those zombie special effects. You need to find a really good special effects model and special effects makeup, and it has to be cheap. Isn't that Jim? Ronald laughed. Is he still working for you? No. He poached my best special assistant. Now Gail is his producer, and she's pitching her script. She just came to me a couple of days ago and listened to my lecture. Ha ha ha. Ronald didn't expect that he wasn't the first student to hear Coleman's distribution lecture. Speaking of which, you two are somewhat similar. His script is also science fiction. Is it the story of the metal robot? Ronald remembered the metal robots Jim drew in Italy. Yes, it's about robots. Robots from the future fighting humans. His imagination is as wild as yours. Ha ha ha. Ronald laughed heartily. In fact, Coleman was also a director with a wild imagination, often making mind-blowing movies. I didn't even invite Jim and Gail this time, I was focused on pitching to the big studios. Looks like it's time to catch up with some old friends. Chapter 336, a $1 deal. Ring ring ring. Ronald rang the doorbell. Hi, Ronnie. Jim Cameron opened the door and warmly embraced his friend. Hi, Jim. Hi, Gail. Ronald saw Gail behind him and quickly greeted her. You moved in with Jim. Haha, actually, I moved in with Gail, Jim explained. Since Gail took care of Cameron for a while in Italy, the two hit it off after returning to Los Angeles. Because Cameron's divorce proceedings with his wife still took a long time to process, the two were currently living together as boyfriend and girlfriend. Cameron didn't have much money, so Gail rented a new apartment, where they had been living for several months. Ronald handed over the red wine he had bought as a belated gift. Gail showed him around their little apartment. It must be said that Gail was a career woman. The house was a bit messy, but Cameron was also an easygoing person, and the two seemed quite well matched. Are you still writing with pen and paper? Ronald noticed a table in the corner of the bedroom covered with handwritten scripts, scribbles and scribbles. Would you mind if I took a look? Of course, it's the story with a robot protagonist that I drew in Rome, Italy. Jim handed Ronald a typed draft of the script. It wasn't thick, only 40 or 50 pages. Ronald flipped through it. It wasn't a standard Hollywood script format, but a literary script, without any indoor or outdoor filming locations or camera angles, just a story. Thanks. Ronald took the coffee Gail brought him and simply sat down to read the script. The group was close friends, so they didn't need to worry about cliches. The story was about a future where humanity was ruled by the computer Skynet, and the human resistance was constantly fighting against Skynet and its robot subordinates. To completely eliminate the resistance, Skynet sent two robots back to the present using a time machine, attempting to find the mother of the resistance leader and eliminate him before he was born. The human resistance also sent two warriors back using a time machine. One died during the transfer, and the remaining warrior fought against two robots sent by Skynet. One was a liquid metal robot that could mimic humans, and the other was a warrior responsible for killing. In the end, the human warrior impregnated the future leader's mother and sacrificed himself in a duel against the two robots. Oh, this script has a very good imagination. Ronald turned to the last page, which featured portraits of two humanoid robots. One was strong and powerful, wielding a shotgun. The other was handsome and could transform into other people to deceive them. This story seemed to have the feel of a Spielberg script, and many plot points would probably only be clear after the actual filming. At its core, the story was still an imaginative exploitation film. If Coleman were to direct it, it would probably only cost around $500,000. To be honest, brother, Cameron noticed that Ronald was being somewhat insincere. I don't know. The quality of these kinds of movies ultimately depends on the special effects. The minimum is a Coleman-style film, and the maximum is a Spielberg or Lucas film. But if you were to direct, I'd be optimistic. As soon as he said it, Ronald felt something was off. It seemed that the plots of films by directors like Steven and George were actually similar to Coleman's exploitative films, only with more investment in special effects and filming, and thus better production. Haha. Roger used to say that Lucas just uses more money to make his movies. Gail had heard similar comments. So you've secured funding? No, we're still pitching this idea to various studios, trying to get Jim to direct. It's really not easy. I wrote a new sci-fi film, and it's been rejected by many studios. Oh, sci-fi? Can I take a look? Cameron became interested. Ronald took out his script and handed it to Jim. Does Jim still use pen and paper to write? Ronald asked Gail. Yes, he feels that typewriters limit the creative process of writing and revising simultaneously, so sometimes I type for him. I'll give you a computer, the one I used before, along with the WordStar software and a printer. It'll be very convenient for writing scripts. Of course, that's great, you're rich now, Cameron joked while looking at the script. Ronald shook his head. I've made some money and improved my life, but that's far from enough to make a movie. You're going to invest your own money in a movie? Gail asked, puzzled. Nobody in Hollywood does that. Even Roger Coleman uses pre-sale theater proceeds to make films. I don't want to invest my own money in a movie, but I can't find anyone willing to invest, so I had to contact Mr. Coleman. He's only willing to invest $500,000, which I calculated is not enough, so I can only consider investing some myself. Ronald told Gail about his problem. Accompanied by his CAA agent, he had approached several major studios, but had not received a positive response. Gail chuckled, looking at Ronald. You didn't find a producer, your agent went with you to market the script. Yeah, how did you know? Ronald replied. Then it's no surprise you got this reaction. For independent production projects like this, the most important thing is to find a producer whose interests align with yours, so they'll do their best to make the project a success, instead of prioritizing their own interests. You mean? Ronald felt like he'd touched on a bit of the truth. Your agent is with CAA, right? Their agents only think about shoving other actors they represent into the project. And the studio executives want to avoid risks, relying on the formula for past successes to replicate that success, preferring to earn less money just to add a successful film to their portfolio. Their interests aren't aligned with the directors, they're not thinking about the artist. That's true. I fired my original agent, and now I've given the project to Gail, letting her be the film's producer, Cameron interjected while watching Comet Night. Oh, Ronald looked at Cameron, then at Gail Hurd, thinking, that's true, new films are always risky, nobody knows if they'll make money. How can you fight without a partner standing in the same trench? So Ronald asked, how did you and Jim work together? Can I hire you as a producer? Or you could take a look at my script and see if you're interested. My energy and time are all focused on the Terminator project right now. If you want to hire me, you'll have to wait in line, Gail replied. She was really new to the industry and didn't have enough resources or connections. Promoting Cameron's script took up most of her energy. Gail, seeing Ronald still didn't quite understand, said, you have no idea how lucky you are, Ronald. You made a blockbuster right out of the gate. Jim's in a difficult situation right now. The big studios aren't willing to invest in sci-fi films. And some people at smaller studios want to steal his ideas or buy his scripts and direct them themselves. Sigh, I understand. Ronald recalled how his fast-paced script was almost stolen. So how did you protect Jim's interests? Jim wanted to be a director, so I signed a contract with him. He sold me the Terminator script for $1, and I stipulated in the contract that only Jim could direct it. Ronald understood. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, and Cameron wasn't officially divorced yet, so they couldn't share the film's rights as a couple. Gail was willing to take on the role of producer, but she needed a guarantee to prevent Cameron from reneging on the deal after receiving the funding. Therefore, she would buy the film's rights and serve as the producer. Cameron was also afraid that Gail would get the investment and then ditch him for a more established director, so he included a clause in the transfer agreement stipulating that Cameron must direct and could not be replaced by anyone else. This formed a close-knit partnership. To make a successful film and earn big money, their close collaboration was essential. Any breach of contract by either of them would cause significant problems, and the film would never be made. Typical American couple, always protecting their interests. It seems Gail's father was also Jewish. Your script is very interesting. It combines zombie elements in a sci-fi post-apocalyptic setting, a fusion of sci-fi and zombie genres. Cameron praised Ronald's script. I'm trying to reduce the budget. Some scenes have to be cut. If you have time, could you take a look and see if we can create some special effects and makeup on a low budget? Ronald made his request, offering to pay Cameron a fee if he was willing. Jim and Gail, busy promoting the script, must have been without income for months, and might even be living off their savings. You know, this is also our problem. I've met with several producers, and they all have doubts about the film's investment. Why don't you help Jim take a look and see if you can cut some scenes from the script structure? After all, you've already directed a film, and Jim's Piranha 2 isn't really. I won't admit to directing that lousy film, Cameron muttered. Piranha 2 had finished post-production, and according to the Directors Guild's requirements, Cameron had to watch it once. Afterward, he wanted to remove his name from the credits. Okay, then let's exchange scripts and read each other's scripts. Then we'll see how to reduce the shooting budget. Gail drafted 2 contracts. Ronald and Jim agreed to read each other's scripts, then objectively criticize each other, and write a report on how to reduce the other's film's shooting budget without significantly affecting the final screen effect. Chapter 337 Hollywood Celebrity. Afterward, Ronald spent 2 days meticulously analyzing Cameron's script. The story was solid, traveling back in time in a time machine to kill the son of a rebel leader using the same method used to kill his mother. This kind of plot was unheard of for American audiences, and he expected them to be very curious. Cameron started out in special effects makeup and mechanical effects, and the script laid a solid foundation for the special effects scenes. Ronald also noticed many unique visual designs that were quite unexpected. However, the problem might also stem from Cameron's background in special effects. Ronald felt there were too many scenes with special effects. Even Spielberg and Lucas didn't overuse special effects. In fact, they used them very sparingly. Like the shark in Jaws, it didn't appear many times throughout the film, building suspense early on by building audience anticipation, so that its appearance was truly startling. Ronald marked all the special effects scenes in Terminator, and then began scoring each scene based on two dimensions, the difficulty of implementation and the audience's expected reaction. Some special effects are unforgettable, such as the liquid metal robot's transformation into various characters. Ronald knew that such scenes would cause a sensation, but the cost was unknown, so he questioned all of them. Other scenes, like the other Terminator robot assassin being damaged and revealing its entire steel skeleton, could be achieved mechanically, making the audience feel very real. He divided the numerous special effects scenes into two categories. Ronald suddenly felt that this movie could be split into two parts. He could remove the scenes with the unknown cost of the liquid metal robot and focus the main plot on the human soldiers sent back by the Resistance and their confrontation with the Terminator robot sent back by Skynet. This would not only simplify the scenes, but also allow the audience to focus more on the main plot and understand the story. Ronald had suffered from a fragmented plot when editing the fast-paced version himself. He wrote down his suggestions, put them away, and planned to check back in a couple of days for new ideas. Ring 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 ring, Ronald, it's me. It was his agent, Richard, at the door to greet him. Coming, Ronald changed into his coat, fixed his hair, and headed to the party. Although the pitch for Night of the Comet had high to snag, Ronald still felt Hollywood's enthusiasm for him. Perhaps it was the new president's economic policies that were working, or perhaps Spielberg's E.T. and the Lost Ark of the Covenant had given the box office a shot on the arm. This year's annual box office, with just over 2 months left, had already surpassed the entire year of 1981. The first batch of children born after the baby boomers were graduating high school. Hollywood was still exploring what kind of movies these audiences liked, and Fast Pace was the first film targeting this audience to become a box office hit. The explosion of fast-paced Richmond High School left Hollywood producers somewhat puzzled. To be honest, the director of this teen movie wasn't particularly good, and the actors' performances didn't deserve an Oscar nomination. Why was it able to sweep across the country's teenage audiences and become a phenomenon, grossing 10 times its budget? Everyone was very interested. Everyone felt that Ronald might have the answer. Since arriving in Los Angeles, Ronald had been inundated with invitations from acquaintances, quickly becoming one of Hollywood's most sought-after party figures. His agent, Richard, frequently sent him invitations and took him to various parties. "Hi, Ronald, congratulations, tonight." Ronald was attending the party of Sylvester Stallone, the superstar nicknamed Sly. His new film, First Blood, was about to be released, and he was throwing parties to build relationships and hopefully generate buzz for the film's release. Stallone wasn't on time. It was composer Michael Gore who greeted Ronald. Since winning an Oscar with him for the theme song of Fame, Gore had received a substantial bonus. Unlike Ronald, who only wrote lyrics for 2 songs, Gore composed almost all the soundtrack and film score for the Fame soundtrack. The Fame soundtrack sold well, and he received a hefty check every quarter. "How have you been lately?" Still working on film scores, Ronald was happy to see an old friend. At the party, various beautiful strangers with different intentions tried to approach Ronald, leaving him exhausted. He felt much more relaxed chatting with his old friend, with whom he'd risen from humble beginnings. "I'm composing the music for the TV series Fame now. It's more reassuring to work with an old friend," Michael Gore said. After winning the Oscar, it seemed he was facing similar troubles. Many people wanted to take advantage of him. "That TV series doesn't seem to have good ratings," Ronald said. "Yes, I heard there are some issues with a renewal for the new season, and then there's the music composition for Erin's music video." Gore pointed to a black girl at the party. "Erin Cara, the star of Fame. Is it still that Fame theme song?" Ronald had already seen 3 or 4 versions of Fame on television. Erin Cara had sung that one song on variety shows for 2 whole years. Yet, those SNL comedians are all making fun of Erin for singing Same. She hasn't sung anything else in 2 years. Ha ha ha. Gore, holding his wine glass, gestured for the women at the party to move back a bit, then leaned closer to Ronald and lowered his voice. "Seriously, Ronald. What projects are you working on lately? Now that Ronald was a director, he might be able to use this old connection to get some music scoring work in the future. I have a new script, a sci-fi film, and I'm looking for a producer willing to invest. Oh, my God. Why don't you keep making teen movies? Gore's surprise wasn't feigned. Because I'm lacking inspiration, Ronald spread his hands. Many people don't believe me, but I really haven't come up with any good stories. I've looked at some old Universal scripts, but none of them appeal to me. I believe you. Gore patted Ronald on the shoulder. As a fellow creator, he understood the frustration of lacking inspiration. Where do you screenwriters get your inspiration? When I don't have any inspiration for composing, I often listen to Elvis Presley or Frank Sinatra songs from the 1950s for inspiration. I guess so too. I often watch old movies, or watch TV, read the news in the newspaper, or chat with old friends. Ronald recalled his creative, dreaming, process, which was roughly through these methods. Really? I heard a strange story today, also inspired by reading a newspaper. Gore got excited and told about his friend's experience. Gore's friend was Dean Pitchford, a lyricist. One day he saw a news article about how, in some small towns in Utah, local pastors and the government had banned the playing of rock and roll and prohibited townspeople from dancing. After hearing this, Pitchford had the idea to write a screenplay based on this, about how a high school student transferring from a big city breaks the taboos of a conservative and closed-off small town, allowing the great inventions of the 20th century, rock and roll and disco, to blow into this conservative, religiously minded town. This kind of inspiration is rare, Ronald thought for a moment, realizing he was in a similar situation. He'd come across some news, some actors, some scripts, and then somehow the dream would trigger. He figured everyone's creative process was similar. It was just that his method was more mysterious and advanced. No, Ronald. This isn't the end of the story. His script was sold to a producer, and after being put into circulation by 20th Century Fox, Paramount suddenly became interested and offered to invest, giving him a play or be guarantee contract. Isn't that a stroke of luck? Oh. It definitely is luck. Even Ronald felt envious. This wasn't an ordinary contract, it was the kind of guarantee contract Jane Fonda signed. Even if the film didn't make it for various reasons, Gore's friend would still get paid. And a film that Paramount was interested in and offered a guarantee contract for was definitely not one of his small-budget productions of $3 million, it was at least a mid-budget film of around $8 million. Why didn't he have that kind of luck? The studios just wanted him to continue directing teen movies, becoming a director who repeated his previous work. These past few days, CAA's agent had shown him quite a few scripts, mostly sex comedies with budgets of around $4 or $5 million. The quality of the scripts wasn't as good as Fast Pace, which infuriated Ronald. "Hi, Ronald," Erin Cara greeted him upon seeing him. "Are you and Gore collaborating again, Erin?" Ronald and Gore both hugged her. "No, we just bumped into each other. You should ask Gore more, I only wrote a few lyrics by chance. He's the real genius at composing." "No, you're both geniuses." Erin Cara, having spent so much time in Hollywood, had matured considerably. Her singing career had hit a plateau, even her old song fame was getting old. "I need to ask you for advice, I'm learning to write lyrics and compose music myself now." Let's welcome the great actor, screenwriter, and director, His Highness Sylvester Stallone. As they were chatting, several bodyguards pushed open the door, and an MC announced the arrival of the party's host, Stallone, with the formalities of introducing aristocrats. Sly, Ronald saw CAA's Nacida and other agents, including Vice President Ron Meyer, rush forward to hug Stallone. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the self-written, self-directed, and self-starring superstar. This year, Stallone had filmed the third installment of his self-written, self-directed, and self-starring Rocky series. American audiences showed no signs of getting tired of the Italian Bulls boxing scenes, and the third film was about to break $250 million at the box office. There was also his upcoming film, First Blood, adapted from the novel of the same name, which tells the story of the conflict faced by Vietnamese veterans after returning to civilian life and experiencing discrimination. "I heard the media and critics' screenings of First Blood were very well received," Richard quietly told Ronald. "Let me introduce you, Sly. This is Ronald Lee, the director of Fast Paced, also a CAA client." Nacida appeared beside Stallone, introducing Ronald to him based on their shared Italian heritage. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stallone," Ronald said, stepping forward. "I know you. Keep working hard and make some good movies." Stallone patted Ronald on the shoulder, then continued chatting with Ron Mayer. "I think you should take this movie. The fusion of comedy and action might be the future. That way you can differentiate yourself from that bodybuilding champion. You have acting skills, Sly." Ron Mayer and Ronald nodded, then pulled Stallone away for a private chat. This is what a Hollywood star is like. 3 films that grossed over $200 million each. Everyone has to respect him. Ronald felt a surge of envy and asked Nissita beside him, "Who is that bodybuilding champion he's talking about?" "Who else?" "That Austrian Schwarzenegger, Mr. Olympia, the world bodybuilding champion." "Have you seen Conan the Barbarian?" "Oh, it's him," Ronald realized. Conan the Barbarian was a mythological film directed by John Milius, Coppola's protege. Released this year, it didn't gross as much as Rocky III, but it still broke $100 million. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Mutual Help. Thump, 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 thump. The heavy drumbeats began. Ronald, lying in bed, tried to open his eyes. Had he drunk too much champagne at the party and forgotten to turn off the TV? A skeleton warrior made entirely of silver-white metal jumped onto the screen. Only his eyes were red, and he held a large gun. Biu biu biu. The gun didn't fire bullets, but lasers. Huge helicopters and robots battled against humans in military uniforms. Huh? Another dream? Ronald perked up. Which actor had he seen today that triggered this dream? The computer controlling all these robots, Skynet, sent 2 Terminators, traveling through time and space, from the future back to our time, a somewhat deep female voice narrated. Is it Jim's Terminator? Ronald thought, so Terminator was finally made. I'll have to watch it properly. Under the bluish background light, a flash of lightning appeared, revealing a naked, muscular man. Isn't that the bodybuilding champion? His muscles don't seem as explosive as when he won Mr. Olympia. No wonder I dreamt about him. That Terminator robot was played by Schwarzenegger. The Terminator went into a bar, stole someone's leather jacket and boots, and even took a shotgun. Another flash of lightning, and this time a handsome, naked man appeared. His luck wasn't so good. He landed next to a police car, punched the officer unconscious, put on the uniform, and drove off. That's probably one of the human resistance fighters. Ronald watched with great interest. Jim's directing skills were quite good. The human resistance fighters used the laptop in the police car to find the address of their leader, John Connor, a 10-year-old boy. The script was changed, Ronald thought. The script he'd read was about someone coming back to kill their mother. But then there's a child actor in it. Jim seems really good at directing. Child actors are hard to direct well. A moment of disorientation, and the scene shifts to the street. Schwarzenegger, playing the Terminator, is searching for John Connor on a Harley-Davidson. He spots Connor on a small motorcycle on an overpass and begins a high-speed chase. At the same time, the human resistance fighters who found the address also start their search. The two see John Connor playing video games in a mall around the same time. The Terminator pulls out a shotgun and aims it at Connor in the aisle, while the resistance fighter on the other side of the aisle pulls out a pistol and aims it at the Terminator. Get down, the Terminator yells, then fires first, hitting the resistance fighter. Huh? What kind of plot is this? The human protagonist is killed so early in the film? The resistance fighter pauses after being hit, then straightens up and continues walking, the large hole in his body from the bullet beginning to repair itself. Oops, this is a robot, Ronald thought to himself. The suspense was well crafted. At first, he thought it was the human resistance, but it turned out to be another Terminator, the liquid metal robot that could transform into millions. But was the script drastically altered? Why were the two robots fighting amongst themselves? Were they vying for credit? Another moment of disorientation, and John Connor seized the opportunity to escape them all, hopping on his little motorcycle and running away. The two Terminators continued the chase. The liquid metal robot stole a large truck, intending to run Connor over. When Schwarzenegger's Terminator appeared on a Harley, grabbing Connor with one hand and placing him on his motorcycle. Then, with a flourish, he loaded his shotgun with one hand and shot the truck's fuel tank backwards. Another moment of disorientation, and Ronald was a little confused. Why didn't the Terminator kill Connor after saving him, and instead took him to rescue his mother, Sarah Connor? John Connor asked the Terminator why he was saved. It turned out he was a recoded robot of the Resistance, sent by the older Connor to protect his younger self. In a fierce battle at a mental hospital, the two rescued Sarah, and the Terminator recounted the origins of Skynet. The trio decided to eliminate the designer of the Skynet chip, altering history and preventing humanity from descending into nuclear war. A liquid metal robot arrived, killing the black chip designer in a gunfight. Another street chase ensued. The liquid metal robot was indestructible, constantly repairing itself. Finally, the group, exasperated, drove to a steel mill, where the liquid metal robot was finally destroyed in the blast furnace. The last chip capable of evolving Skynet was inside the brain of the Terminator, played by Schwarzenegger. For the future of humanity, he willingly self-destructed. Thump, 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 the heavy drumbeats began again. The actress playing Sarah Connor, with a masculine chin, narrated in a low voice that on the day Skynet awakened in the original history, nothing happened, they had already changed history. Ah, Ronald yelled, startled awake. How could it be so beautiful? How could the special effects be so realistic? The liquid metal robot transforming into other people's images was flawless. And when he was frozen to the ground by liquid nitrogen, and then reverted to liquid form after the explosion's high temperature, countless mercury-like droplets coalesced and restored to the robot. How was this filmed? Is the difference between people really that great? Even George Lucas and Spielberg couldn't have filmed a scene like this. Ronald fell into deep self-doubt. Jim, congratulations, you've written a great script. 2 days later, Ronald found Gale Hurd's apartment and handed his script revisions to Jim Cameron. Ronald finally realized that what he dreamed of might not be the Terminator, but a sequel. In the first film, Schwarzenegger's Terminator robot was the villain, which is why Sarah Connor ran away from him in the mental hospital. The opening scenes were a deliberate trick by Cameron. This misled the audience into thinking that Schwarzenegger was still the villainous robot, so his rescue of John Connor in the first half hour was the first major plot twist, reigniting the audience's curiosity. Ronald was fairly certain that he dreamed of a sequel. The special effects were clearly ahead of the current film industry. He didn't know the details of Lucas's Star Wars special effects, but he could at least get a general idea. The liquid metal robot transformation shots in his dream were completely unimaginable. Although Cameron was a special effects genius, capable of creating excellent effects on a low budget, Ronald didn't believe he could film such shots now. Perhaps some new technology will emerge in the future, making such special effects possible. Ronald, do you have any ideas? Cameron, seeing Ronald's visit, quickly took the revisions from Ronald's hand and began to read. How much budget are you planning to use for this movie? Gale and I estimate 8 to 10 million, that's impossible. I've marked some scenes that are too expensive to implement. You'll handle the special effects yourself. I just have doubts about the effects of some shots, like the liquid metal robot. With current technology, it would just look fake. Cameron frowned, noticing that the liquid metal robot scene had been completely cut. Anything else? He asked. You have too many scenes, Jim. Ronald pointed to his table. So many scenes, the cost of each set design, lighting, and the total shooting time will bankrupt you. Ronald pointed to the scenes in the script and carefully analyzed them for Cameron. These scenes can all be grouped together, so you don't need too many location changes. Each location change is troublesome, wastes time, and increases labor costs. These scenes can be shot at night, mostly in shopping malls, parking lots, and streets. This way, you don't need artificial lighting, you can use the lights in these scenes directly. Believe me, when I was shooting fast-paced scenes, the shopping mall scenes were more than twice as fast as other scenes. Moreover, by grouping these scenes together, you can save rehearsal time. This way, when you shoot the actors' dialogue scenes, you don't have to wait for lighting time, you can schedule them to be shot on the same day, and the emotions will match up during editing. Cameron's doubts gradually turned into sudden understanding. Everyone had worked for Roger Corman before, so some things didn't need to be said. This script revision was entirely based on the economic perspective of filming, trying to film more economically without compromising the visuals and drama. That's roughly it. When you're filming, you'll find that money flows like water every day, so overall, I'm not afraid of some scenes being difficult to film, but rather I'm afraid of some scenes that I didn't anticipate being difficult to film. If the filming schedule is delayed by even one more day, your expenses will skyrocket. Also, I suggest you shoot some scenes secretly, without reporting it. Otherwise, the cost of the LAPD clearing the set is a huge sum, plus there are strict time constraints. Of course, if you can persuade the 7 major studios to give you a budget of over $10 million, that's a different story. Ronald recalled his experience filming Fame, where the NYPD blocked roads, and not a minute could be filmed more. Cameron looked at the suggestion, reflecting on Ronald's words. "Ronnie, this is the best advice I've heard since I wrote this script. I need to carefully calculate it. With these revisions, Gail's chances of getting investment will be much higher. Here's your script," Jim said, pulling a copy of Ronald's Night of the Comet from a drawer and handing it to him. It was covered in Cameron's annotations. "Regarding the actor's makeup, you can do this. The main characteristics of zombies are bluish skin and enlarged eye sockets. If you can avoid using erasers and plaster casts, avoid special effects makeup and let conventional makeup handle it. For the ashes after people are vaporized by the comet, there's no need to use Hollywood's standard pigment powder, you can use a common building material instead. And the red sky, if you're filming for Coleman, you can actually be lazy and use a little trick. But that would require redesigning some shots so the audience won't be too distracted. The difficult part is dealing with the empty city. I've thought about it for a long time, but I can't find a way to save money while still ensuring a good viewing experience for the audience." Ronald carefully read the annotations. Jim had made detailed notes on many of the special effects makeup and models. However, Ronald didn't want to compromise on the empty city scenes. There were 3 or 4 concentrated scenes throughout the story. If they were cut or replaced with smaller scenes like schools or shopping malls, it would be impossible to immerse the audience in the realism of the apocalypse, significantly diminishing the film's overall impact. Ronald didn't want to make a Roger Corman-style exploitation film, the kind of new world with a budget of $200,000 or $300,000, where the audience comes with the attitude of "I know it's a bad movie, I'm just here to see the pretty girls and blood." Ronald had already made that kind of film. Continuing wouldn't improve his skills, and the mainstream film industry might just forget about him. Considering the savings from Jim's suggestion, it seemed that Comet Night could be made for under $2 million. Even with Roger Corman's promised $500,000 investment, he still had a funding gap of over $1 million that needed to be secured. Ronald couldn't help but envy Cameron. He had his girlfriend, Gail, to help with investment and distribution, allowing him to focus solely on artistic creation. "Jim, I'll add your name to the screenplay. These revisions have been a huge help. Mutual support. I'll add your name to the Terminator screenplay too." Ronald had more experience in directing, production management, and editing, while Jim had experience in special effects makeup and modeling. Having a fellow director friend to help each other and offer suggestions was a great help to both of their creative processes. Chapter 339 Going to invest in Amberin. That morning, Ronald's manager, Richard, came to see him. They went together to visit Spielberg's Amberton Productions to see if the big-name director would be interested in investing in his Night of the Comet. Money was hard to come by, and the producers were unfriendly. They shook their heads at a mention of science fiction. Ronald had already faced numerous rejections. A budget shortfall of over $1 million wasn't a huge amount for a film, but no one was willing to invest. Ronald started to consider putting some of his own money in. Directors don't put their entire fortune into filmmaking. It's Hollywood practice. "You don't have to, Ronald," Richard advised Ronald in the car. 9 out of 10 directors who do go bankrupt, and the other one made money, but the production and distribution companies took most of it. "Okay, I won't." Ronald was really just thinking about it. He had his aunt and cousin's lives to support, as well as his own personal life. Investing his own money was too risky. He might not be able to afford it. Even with the box office success of Dream of the Comet, a director's film being a box office hit was one thing, whether he would actually receive a share of the profits was another. He still didn't quite understand how the distribution channels split the profits. Aside from old acquaintances like Roger Corman, who hadn't withheld his share in the Rock High release and was trustworthy, he hesitated to accept offers of investment from other companies. "Isn't today Columbus Day? Why are people out in the streets?" Ronald looked at the crowd ahead, dressed as Native Americans, wearing feathered headdresses and red paint on their bodies and faces, walking the streets. "It's tomorrow," Richard honked twice. The procession was still moving slowly, not large in scale but escorted by the LAPD, indicating it was registered. "Hey, men, What's this parade? Isn't tomorrow the celebration of Columbus's discovery of America? Ronald leaned out and asked the last Native American-looking man. It's Indian Day, didn't you know? The day before the Italian colonists invaded our land, slightly delayed by the unexpected parade. When Ronald arrived at Spielberg's Amberlin studio, Spielberg had already begun receiving the next group of guests. The two apologized to Spielberg's assistant, Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen indicated it was alright. Steven is very grateful for your help in contacting Jennifer Jason Leigh. Now that Vic Morrow's family has reached a settlement with Steven, this matter hasn't been widely reported, which is good for Steven. After chatting with him for a bit, Kathleen told Ronald to wait in the outer room. Ronald started to feel bored and looked around the studio. E.T. the Extraterrestrial had already surpassed $250 million at the box office, and it looked certain to reach $300 million by the end of the year. Spielberg's production company had also moved out of his home and found a place not far away. Ronald, I'm Chris Columbus. Do you remember me? The screenwriter from Amberlin, whose name was also Columbus, came out from the side, saw Ronald, and greeted him. Of course. Are you still writing scripts for Steven? Ronald remembered this young screenwriter. He had run into him the last time he came to see Spielberg. Yes. I'm writing a script. Would you like to take a look? Ronald waved his hand, indicating no, as he had to see Steven later. It's a very good story. About a little monster. Columbus was very enthusiastic. A little monster? What's that? Ronald was touched by his enthusiasm and had no choice but to chat with him for a bit. It's a kind of elf, very small, but mischievous. Loves to play pranks, so it's a science fiction film. Ronald became interested. What if Spielberg also likes science fiction? No, it's a comedy horror film. Huh? Ronald didn't understand. A comedy is a comedy, a horror film is a horror film. What is a comedy horror film? It's a new trend, many people in Hollywood agree. Scientists have done experiments and found that people's brainwaves are similar when they laugh and when they are afraid. So horror films can be combined with comedy to become a new genre. I see. Ronald nodded. Then who will direct it? Steven? Or you? Me? I can't. I've only directed short films in college. I can only do screenwriting. Steven is also preparing a sequel to The Lost Ark of the Covenant. Once George finishes with Star Wars, they'll start preparations. So, who's going to direct? Joe Dent. Have you seen his movies? Of course. I've known him for a long time. Hearing a familiar name, Ronald relaxed a bit and chatted with Columbus for a few more minutes. Ronald, Catherine called to Ronald. They ran into Spielberg's previous group of guests. The two of them came out of the meeting room and politely nodded to Ronald when they met him. Ronald nodded back and went into Spielberg's office. Ronald? Which Ronald? He's very young, one of the previous guests asked Catherine. The Ronald Lee who gave you feedback on the script, the up-and-coming director of Fast Paced, it's him. The two exchanged a glance and decided to wait in the outer room. They wanted to talk to Ronald. Hi, Ronald. Spielberg embraced Ronald with a smile. Both directors' new films had made a lot of money for Universal, and they had a history together, making their conversation particularly easy. I heard you have a new script, Spielberg asked directly. It's a sci-fi film, a comet, a girl, and zombies, Ronald said, not mincing words in front of a real person, stating the film's elements directly. Spielberg glanced at the script synopsis. It's a good story, but my Amberlin is newly established and has limited manpower. Currently, our production capacity can only produce one film at a time. If you're willing to wait, I can buy your script first. I've been preparing for a while and found a suitable visual effects supervisor. Now, all I lack is investment. If it's the same old problem, my Amberlin lacks the resources. However, I really like your script writing ability. If you can sign a 3-film script agreement with Amberlin, I'll consider starting your film after the next one is completed. I need to think about it some more. I also want to meet with people from other studios. Ronald felt the agreement was a bit harsh, so he declined. It's alright, you haven't been to my new studio before, have you? There are the latest Atari games here. Spielberg warmly invited Ronald to play games, and the two started playing Galaga. Ronald was quite skilled at operating the planes and machine guns, and Steven had a lot of fun with him. Let me tell you a secret, E.T. will also be adapted into a game. I really like Atari's idea. It will be released next year, and it will be a game specifically for the Atari 2600. After playing a few games, Ronald said goodbye. and he was stopped at the door by two guests who had met Spielberg earlier. "Ronald, it's me, and you are." Ronald was surprised to see the two, who seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. "Robert Zemeckis, Bob Gale," the two introduced themselves. Ronald remembered these two familiar names. Weren't they the credited screenwriters of Back to the Future, the movie for which Spielberg had asked him for script feedback? "Hello, what brings you here? Let's talk somewhere else." The two men called Ronald and his agent, and the group found a quiet coffee shop. The two men began talking to Ronald. "We really liked the suggestions you gave for Back to the Future. The nuclear explosion scene was too expensive. Sports cars would be more realistic." Zemeckis, wearing glasses, looked very energetic. "I hope you don't mind," Ronald replied. "No, we really liked your suggestions for the adaptation. This is a movie we both really want to make. We've been in development for a long time, and we wanted to invite you to join us in adapting the script. To be honest, I have my own script to work on, so I'm afraid that's all right. Our movie won't be ready for filming for another year or two, so that's no problem. This is my agent, Richard. He can find me if I'm not in Los Angeles." Richard handed the two men his business card. "So? Your movie project has been greenlit." Ronald heard Zemeckis say the film would take a long time to make, so he asked, "The two hardest things in the world are putting your ideas into someone else's head and making money out of someone else's pocket. Being a film director is like doing both at the same time, isn't that difficult?" Zemeckis was witty, and his joke made everyone laugh. "You guys were just meeting with Steven, right? Did he invest in you?" Ronald asked. "We'd rather work directly with the 7 major studios. Going through Steven is always an extra layer, and he's busy with his own films right now." Ronald nodded, indicating that he was in the same situation. "Spielberg is an artist as a director, but he's also a shrewd businessman as a producer. So, do you have any studios willing to invest in your project right now?" "It's very difficult. Describing an unmade film to a producer in words is a very difficult thing," Zemeckis said. Ronald wholeheartedly agreed, letting out a sigh. Language has a significant limitation when describing visuals. Unless you've already made a similar film, the producer might not understand what you're talking about. The image in their mind is vastly different from yours. So we took on an adventure film to prove our directing ability for this genre before making Back to the Future. "Oh? What's your new film?" Ronald hadn't expected them to like Back to the Future so much. "Romancing the Stone," a script bought by Michael Douglas, distributed by 20th Century Fox. Can you imagine? He bought the script from a barmaid, huh? After chatting for a while, they learned that Diana Thomas, the screenwriter of The Emerald, worked part-time as a waitress in Hollywood. One day, when Douglas dined at her restaurant, she offered her script and eventually sold it to him for $250,000. Hollywood truly is a place where dreams come true. After leaving Zemeckis, Ronald and Richard exchanged many opinions. Spielberg's contract was too harsh. It was best not to sign him. The major studios still had doubts about his directing experience. But Zemeckis' methods might be worth learning from. Ronald considered whether he should temporarily shelve this project and first make a film that better showcased his directing abilities. Then, when he tried to market the Comet Night script, it would likely attract more interest from producers. Chapter 340 The new script. Whether it was to prove his abilities by directing a teen film first, or to earn some extra money to fund his production of Comet Night, Ronald desperately needed to get back to work. He notified his two agents at CAA to resume accepting script and directing offers. The economic situation had improved in the past 2 years, and a lot of money was flowing into Hollywood. Even a barmaid could sell her debut script for $250,000. "Ronald, this is a very good decision. If we don't take advantage of the fast-paced trend and get you some new projects, Hollywood is very good at forgetting." Nisita was pleased that a rising director had finally come to his senses and was no longer insisting on prioritizing his so-called sci-fi film. A plethora of teen film scripts were waiting for Ronald. "This is a long-term apartment I found for you. Richard will take you to see it this afternoon. It's nice, with security and a swimming pool. If you feel the need while writing, we can also ask the production company to provide a chef and maid." Nisita tossed over a bunch of keys. "There's also a car, my old BMW, you can take it." Nisita's signing of Capella had greatly boosted her acting business, earning her a considerable amount of money. "Thanks," Ronald accepted with a smile. Arriving at the apartment Nisita had chosen, Ronald deeply felt the preferential treatment the film industry gave to those who could bring them profits. This apartment was similar to the one where he had taken audition photos for Nastasia Kinski and Demi Moore years ago, not far away, only slightly smaller. "Helen, I have some things to do and can't go back to New York soon," Ronald called his girlfriend, giving her the new apartment number. "Ronnie, I miss you, but it's okay, I might have to go to Los Angeles soon." Oh, Riv withdrew from the Supergirl project, and they're rewriting the script, removing Superman scenes. "I have to go to Los Angeles to talk to the production team." The two chatted about their longing for each other, and more than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Hanging up, Ronald shook his head. It seemed his phone bill was still not going to decrease. A few days later, Ronald was in his apartment reading various scripts. Since accepting the script for a teen movie, he had received many offers from talent agencies. "Did you direct a music video for Paramount?" Suddenly, his agent, Nisita, rushed over to see Ronald. "Oh? Actually, it's kind of a movie ending." Ronald recalled Diane Lane's Ladies and Gentlemen, The Amazing Stain. "I talked to director Lou Adler, and he needed to add an ending. I filmed a live performance ending for Diane Lane and Laura Dern, but it didn't do well at the box office. You might not know, but that music video, which is the movie ending you're talking about, had pretty good ratings on MTV. The movie was eventually sold to Paramount's late-night cable channel, and the ratings were decent too. Paramount was very satisfied with your directing, and they wanted to invite you to talk about adapting a musical script. This time, Mr. Eisner personally requested your name." "Huh? Why does Mr. Eisner remember me? You directed a blockbuster, Ronald. Besides, have you forgotten? You wrote the sequel script for Grease for them, and they remember it vividly." "Didn't that movie do poorly at the box office?" "The poor box office performance had little to do with the script. It was dance director Patricia Birch's first time directing, and the set was a mess. I heard Paramount had an internal meeting to discuss you after seeing the fast-paced finished film. They thought that if they had asked you to direct it then, the results might have been much better." "Why didn't they think of that earlier?" Ronald muttered. "Of course, at that time, he wasn't qualified to handle projects worth over $10 million. Anyway, it's pleasing to have someone appreciate you, especially someone like the head of Paramount's production department." "What's the script?" "A small town in Utah where the pastor has banned rock music and dancing. A transfer student from Chicago falls in love with the pastor's daughter, changing everything." "This story sounds familiar." "What's the script called?" "Footloose." Soon, Ronald and Eisner arrived at Paramount's office, waiting for a personal meeting with Mr. Eisner. Michael Eisner was a flamboyant person. As the head of Paramount's production department, he insisted on meeting with the artists on every project. According to him, his intuition was excellent, and a meeting made it easier to assess the other person's true abilities. Ronald and Eisner sat in the waiting chairs for a long time. Eisner's secretary pretended not to notice their curious gazes. Unaware of who Eisner's current guest was, a loud discussion was taking place inside, the voices occasionally escaping. "For Christ's sake, the start date is fast approaching, and the female lead still hasn't been decided." In the CEO's office, Eisner was speaking loudly, engaged in a heated discussion with two middle-aged men opposite him. Brian De Palma was dissatisfied with his treatment and went to take on a new film shortly before filming started. "We've spent too much time finding a new director," replied the one with long, flowing hair, seemingly arguing that it wasn't the producer's fault. "No matter what, we have to decide on the female lead today." Mr. Eisner, the other of the two middle-aged men, the one with the beard, replied, "We still think we should choose a sexier actress. These are the scores from our secretaries. You've seen them too." Eisner pointed to the poll on the table. To choose his favorite among the three finalists, he had all the Paramount secretaries score the three actresses, and the final result was that the girl named Leslie had the highest score. "She's not suitable, Michael," the bearded man replied. "I don't fucking care which one is suitable, we have to decide today. The poll results are here. I don't know what else you're dissatisfied with. Do you still like that Demi Moore? Demi Moore, she's sexier than Leslie, more suitable for this movie." The long-haired woman became excited again. Mr. Eisner, the secretary finally knocked on the door. "The next guest has been waiting for half an hour. Should we ask them to come back tomorrow?" "No, let them in." Eisner gestured for the secretary to bring Ronald in. "Gentlemen, we absolutely must finalize the lead actress today. You two discuss it first, and I'll come back to finalize this with you after I've finished talking to them. Come on. The long-haired man began to swear excitedly. 70% of this movie's appeal lies in the bar dancer. Leslie has absolutely no sexual appeal. Stop. Eisner gestured to the two men, indicating he had to see other guests and would discuss it with them later. If you don't think this movie has a bright future, please tell us honestly. Brian De Palma ran away because he wasn't treated with respect, and ended up hiring some guy who shot his own jeans commercial as director. Are you talking about me? Ronald entered Eisner's office just as he heard the long-haired man's last words. You? No, I meant Adrian Lane. He's famous for his jeans ads in England. The long-haired man, seeing Ronald and Yasida enter the office, realized he'd misunderstood and quickly stepped forward to clarify. Don Simpson, this is my partner, Jerry Bruckheimer. The long-haired man with a beard introduced himself. Ronald Lee, I did indeed do CK jeans ads. Ronald shook hands with Don Simpson. Mr. Eisner, shouldn't we talk later? No, you've come at the right time, Ronald. Eisner greeted Ronald warmly. You're also a film director, why don't you take a look at this little problem? Eisner gestured for him to look at 3 audition photos. These are the 3 candidates for the final female lead in a musical film. Which one do you think is suitable? Don Simpson and his partner, Jerry Bruckheimer, exchanged a glance. They knew Ronald's name, the up-and-coming director of blockbuster teen films. Yes, what do you think? We need some expert opinions. Ronald looked at the 3 photos. In the middle was Demi Moore's audition photo, not the one he had taken years ago. Demi, 2 years older, was even more alluring. On the left was a slightly darker-skinned actress with large, captivating eyes. The name below the photo was Jennifer Beers. On the right was a beauty with a slightly longer face, her demeanor more in line with a traditional Hollywood beauty. Her name was Leslie Wynn. What kind of movie is it? Ronald guessed that perhaps the room had just been debating the choice of the female lead, and he didn't want to offer his opinion prematurely. He picked up the 3 photos and examined them carefully. A musical, about a welding worker who works as a stripper in a bar while attending ballet school, replied the bearded Jerry Bruckheimer. What's this? Ronald noticed the rating sheet below the photos. These are the scores Paramount's secretaries gave to the 3 candidates. They liked Leslie Wynn the most, Eisner replied. Ronald smiled. Wasn't this the method BBDO used when deciding on advertising creatives back then? This might not work. The secretaries are all women, and their tastes might not align with the target audiences. However, these secretaries might also be the most convenient people to conduct research. It seems Paramount likes this method. Excuse me, Mr. Eisner. This movie, Flashdance. Don Simpson sensed that this tall young man didn't seem to like Leslie Wynn either. Yes, who is the target audience for Flashdance? Eisner looked at Don Simpson. It's a story of an ugly duckling turning into a swan. The female lead, Alex, is a welder. She's sexy and beautiful, dancing in bars. Our target audience is blue-collar men and a segment of urban teenage men. Don Simpson explained the plan. Ronald, based on an artist's intuition, who do you think is the most beautiful and sexy in their eyes? Ronald glanced down at the 3 women again. Leslie Wynn was clearly the obedient type, deeply favored by the middle-aged female secretary. However, the other 2 were very sexy and alluring. He had a past with Demi Moore, so it wasn't convenient to directly comment. What I say doesn't represent the audience. Ronald glanced up at Don Simpson, who also seemed to dislike Leslie Wynn. Mr. Eisner, why not get some of the film's target audience to vote? Paramount should have plenty of blue-collar workers, like cameramen, lighting technicians, and truck drivers. Damn, you're absolutely right. Eisner pressed the call button on the table. Tell all the cameramen, lighting technicians, and truck drivers in the nearby studios to fucking get to the main conference room. Chapter 341 High Concept. At Eisner's command, Paramount gathered about 200 manual laborers. Those moving lights, pushing cameras, operating fans, the blue-collar workers assembled in the screening room. I am Michael Eisner. You all know who I am. Ronald and Don Simpson, along with Jerry Bruckheimer, the 2 producers of Flashdance, were also seated in the audience, watching Eisner personally preside over the voting. Ah, that bastard, still so charming. Don Simpson, seemingly a blabbermouth, spoke ill of Eisner to Ronald, whom he was meeting for the first time. Jerry Bruckheimer gently tugged at him. Hey, what's up? Don Simpson waved his arm irritably. That bastard fired me from Paramount's production department just because I fell asleep during a high-level meeting. But he doesn't even realize that I was juggling 8 film projects for this piece of shit, only sleeping 4 hours a day. Ronald felt that Don Simpson was very outspoken and blunt, saying whatever came to mind. Hey guys, Eisner on stage started shouting into the microphone to his coworkers below. I brought you here today for one purpose, to help us choose an actress. Yeah, whoever gives me. I'll choose, a voice started yelling from the back. Well said. Some people joined in the jeering, mixed with a few loud whistles. You bastards, today is your lucky day. Eisner also started swearing. Tell me, of these 3 young and beautiful women, who do you most want? Then he gestured for the projectionist to start playing the audition videos of the 3 actresses. Ronald watched the screen as well. As expected, Leslie Young wasn't popular with the audience, while Demi Moore elicited a chorus of whistles. However, when Jennifer Beals' audition clip was shown, the workers erupted in cheers. The loudest shots were for I Want You, Baby, and the whistles were the loudest. Eisner signaled to stop the screening. The audience's reaction was clear. The slightly dark-skinned beauty, Jennifer Beals, had undeniably won over the working class. They loved tall, big-eyed, and well-built women. Jennifer Beals, Eisner said, returning to the office and immediately deciding on the lead actress. But she's mixed race, an assistant pointed out. Huh? Eisner glanced at Beals' resume. The race section clearly stated black. Damn, nobody knew unless we told them. She doesn't look any different from those tan white girls. Eisner was encouraged by the audience's reaction. Jennifer Beals was incredibly popular. What do you guys think? It's her. Don and Jerry, his partners, also agreed. Now you can disappear from my sight, Don, you little rascal. Eisner affectionately put his arm around Don Simpson. Don Simpson knew a lot about movies and was very knowledgeable about production. But it was really too outrageous for him to fall asleep in front of Eisner's boss and shareholders during a meeting. Fortunately, he had found a partner, Jerry Bruckheimer. Their film, produced independently, was still distributed by Paramount, so their film was still contributing to Paramount's business performance. Ronald, we'll wait for you outside. We'll go to the party together. Don Simpson turned to Ronald before leaving the office. Yes, show Ronald a good way of getting to know Hollywood parties. Don, he's a New Yorker. Eisner saw the 2 producers off. Now, we can talk about another script. Ronald, Mr. Eisner, call me Michael. Eisner was in high spirits. We've worked together a long time ago, Ronald. Yes. I wrote the script for the sequel to Grease for Paramount. No, even earlier. We competed with Columbia for Jane Fonda's My Brother's Protector. That was a long time ago, and Columbia never made it. That's normal. Footloose is a musical project we plan to launch next year. My subordinate will discuss it with you in detail later. You won't let me down, will you? I'll do my best. Of course, the script idea is good, but there are some mistakes that inexperienced filmmakers often make. Help me fix it. Michael Eisner could make his conversation partners feel truly trusted when needed. Ronald looked into Eisner's eyes and felt as if he were an elder who valued his potential. Mr. Eisner, which director are you planning to hire? Haha, Ronald. Eisner saw through Ronald's thoughts. This time we've already invited the famous Hollywood and Broadway box office hit director, Herbert Ross. I understand your idea. Paramount never lacks the courage and confidence to use young directors. After this film starts shooting, we'll discuss this in detail, and Paramount can sign you to a contract. Thank you, Mr. Eisner. Ronald nodded in thanks. Nisida gave Ronald a wink, and the 2 said goodbye to Eisner. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer were still waiting for Ronald outside, and they hugged him again. You 2 drive with me. There are many British actors at today's party. You go first. Ronald also wanted to meet some successful producers. There are many ins and outs in this industry. So I don't have a chance to direct this time. Sitting in Nisida's new car, Ronald quietly asked him. This time, your role is script doctor. Paramount is planning to invest around $8 million in this film, and it's already been greenlit, but Paramount isn't satisfied with the script. They've had it revised several times, but it still hasn't met their standards. Your skills should be able to get them to agree. Nobody can predict how things will go with film preparation. I can only say you're not entirely without a chance. Ronald understood the film's preparation process. Indeed, very few films have a smooth start. Many change directors and lead actors during preparation, or even halt production altogether. Nisida drove out of the parking lot and followed the 2 producers ahead. The group drove along Hollywood Boulevard to a mansion in Beverly Hills. Mr. Simpson, Bruckheimer, I'd like to ask you about producing methods. Ronald seized the opportunity to learn from the two producers. High concept, Ronald. The film needs a high concept. Don Simpson rang the doorbell at the front door. A servant opened the door. Good evening, Mr. Simpson. Ronald didn't know whose mansion it was, but Don Simpson seemed very familiar with it, as if it were his own home. He ushered Ronald in and introduced him to some of the celebrities present. This is Michael Caine, the famous British actor. This is Ronald Lee, our Hollywood rising star. Ronald wanted to ask the producer, Gal Quango, for more information. However, Don Simpson was a party animal and disappeared in a moment. Ronald took 2 glasses of wine and handed one to the newly acquainted Michael Caine. Nice to meet you, Mr. Caine. You're a newcomer to Hollywood? I didn't see you the last time I was in Hollywood. Michael Caine spoke with a Cockney accent from East London. Luckily, Ronald had studied New Concept English, and the textbook recordings included this accent. Yes, my first film just premiered this year, and it grossed $40 million. That's fantastic. You're a lucky lad. Michael Caine downed his champagne in one gulp and then gestured for the waiter to bring him another glass of spirits. Back in my day, I was just like you, an overnight sensation. After I came to Hollywood, many seniors shared their experience with me. Oh, that's great. You know what? My favorite piece of advice came from Western star John Wayne. Never. Michael Caine glanced at Ronald's shoes. Never wear suede, huh? Why? Ronald asked, puzzled. Because when you're famous, strangers will recognize you. When you go to the restroom, people next to you will look up and see your face, and then they'll be surprised to recognize you. Ah, aren't you Ronald Lee? I am. Michael Caine made a urination gesture next to Ronald, then turned to face him, and then his pee will get on your suede. Ha ha ha. Ronald burst out laughing. The British were indeed adept at telling dry jokes. You're so funny, Mr. Caine. No, it's what John Wayne told me. It's true. Michael Caine winked at him. Haha, that's funny. But I probably don't have that problem. Why? Now it was Michael Caine's turn to be puzzled. I'm not an actor, I'm a director. Director? You must be joking. No, my film Fast-Paced Richmond High School just finished its run. You can ask Mr. Simpson, you're quite young as a director. Caine was a little surprised. There aren't many directors this young in Britain. You have them often in Hollywood, like Orson Welles, who debuted at 23. Maybe we Americans don't have that many social classes. You're right, Ronald. You know what? I'm from East London, so I don't want to change my Cockney accent. That way, I can set an example for the younger generation. A young man from East London can be an actor. Actors aren't all those who go to Cambridge and Oxford. I've always envied actors. You can act in several films a year, unlike directors who are considered fast at one film a year and a half. Who says otherwise? Actors film quickly. I just finished filming Educating Rita in Dublin, and I'm off to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil to shoot a new film. That's enviable, Ronald replied. Honestly, we actors rely entirely on the director's editing, but Educating Rita is a good subject, and it'll be released in America. Please come to the screening. If time allows, I'll definitely go. Ronald unexpectedly met the witty and humorous Michael Caine at the party, and the two chatted happily. However, he didn't get along well with the others, and Ronald didn't see Don Simpson again. He still hadn't asked about the meaning of high concept. Passing a room with a half-open door, Ronald peeked inside and saw Don Simpson lying on the sofa, and smelled a strange, unpleasant odor. He knew the party might not be very clean, so he found Jerry Bruckheimer in the outer room to say goodbye. Looks like you don't like parties like this, Bruckheimer smiled. I'd like to know what high concept is. It's being able to explain a film in one sentence. Go ask your agent, they understand. Nisita had also completed his pickup mission. Many British actors didn't need agents in America, so he accompanied Ronald ahead. Once outside, Nisita went to get the car. Ronald waited idly at the door when a woman jumped out. Ronnie, Demi, what are you doing here? Ronald exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the woman as Demi Moore. I saw you coming to see Don Simpson in the back room of the party. Demi pulled down her collar, her almond-shaped eyes wide as she stared at Ronald. I saw you talking to Jerry Bruckheimer later. Don't you have the authority to decide who plays the lead in Flashdance? Are you going to direct Flashdance? Chapter 342 The Acting Skills of Crying Scenes. Wait a minute, where's Freddie? Ronald glanced around. Demi Moore's husband, rock musician Freddie Moore, wasn't nearby. Coward, Freddie and I had a falling out. Demi Moore snuggled up and took Ronald's arm. That's not what I meant. Ronald put his arm around Demi's shoulder, half protecting her in front of him, took a few steps forward, and then whispered in her ear, "Did you come alone?" Demi Moore turned to look at Ronald, pleased with her own charm. Ronald was indeed asking if she had come alone. She turned to face Ronald and replied, "The producer sent me. I'm vying for the lead role in Flashdance," but he was vague about it, saying he'd need to consider other people's opinions. "Ronnie, are you already influencing Paramount's casting? I see you're quite familiar with Don and Jerry. Did you come with them?" Poor girl. Ronald delivered a heavy blow to Demi. This afternoon, Paramount's president, Mr. Eisner, already selected the lead actress. What? Demi Moore's smile froze for a moment, then she erupted in anger. That damn Don Simpson. He knew the result but deliberately didn't tell me, and made me accompany him. Demi started to rush towards the door. "Calm down." Ronald quickly grabbed Demi Moore. Demi struggled forward, trying to break free from Ronald's grasp, but she wasn't strong enough. She could only kick desperately with her legs. "Let me go. Let me go," Demi cried as she kicked. "Hey, Ronald, it's impolite to be in such a hurry with a lady." British actor Michael Caine happened to come out from inside. "Huh? No." Ronald sensed Caine had misunderstood. "It's not what you think. Demi is my friend, and she's had a little misunderstanding with one of the guests inside." Demi Moore also composed herself, straightening up from Ronald's embrace. "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Caine. Ronnie and I were just fooling around. You Americans are always so straightforward. Your friend reminds me of Natalie Wood, whom I dated when I was young. May God bless her soul. She was just as passionate." "Where's Michael Caine?" At that moment, Don Simpson's shout came from the open door. "I think someone's looking for you, Mr. Caine." Ronald put one arm around Demi, preventing her from impulsively rushing in to confront Don Simpson, and pointed into the doorway with the other. "No, I think he's looking for another friend." "Huh?" Ronald was stunned. "There was another actor named Michael Caine?" "PFFT," Demi Moore in his arms chuckled. "He's talking about where's my coca? I have to go now. Goodbye, Ronald. It was nice talking to you today. I'll look forward to seeing you again." Michael Caine saw that Demi had stopped struggling and was instead behaving quite intimately with Ronald, like a couple playfully bickering. "Your girlfriend has a very strong chin. She'll be a good actress." Beep beep. Agent Nisada's car had arrived at the door. Ronald, with his arms around Demi Moore, helped her into the car. "Rick, this is my friend Demi. Could you take her home first?" "No, I'll go to yours." Demi Moore interrupted Ronald's address. "Ms. Moore, I'm an agent. Ronald is my client," Nisada said from the front seat. He wasn't Ronald's driver. "You know me?" Demi Moore asked. "I saw you as Jackie in General Hospital." Nisada knew Demi Moore was a long-time favorite in the soap opera. Girls like that knew their place and wouldn't cause too much trouble. Ronald had been relatively discreet about his private life since signing with CAA. But a successful man in the entertainment industry, especially a young one, wasn't exactly outrageous about picking up a girl at a party. Ronald felt Demi slowly snuggling into his lap in the backseat, and he decided to do something to change the mood. "Rick, do you know what high concept is?" "It's a classification system in the film industry that started in the 1970s. Nisada glanced at Ronald in the rearview mirror. High-concept films are relative to low-concept films. A high-concept film can often be summarized in a single sentence, featuring stars, merchandise, and vivid characters. A low-concept film, on the other hand, focuses on character development, subtle plot points, and emotions, making it difficult to summarize the main plot in a single sentence." Demi Moore stopped what she was doing and began listening to the veteran agent's explanation. As a newly debuted actress, her life revolved around acting classes, auditions, and more auditions. She didn't have a deep understanding of the overall development of films. Flashdance is a typical high-concept film, about a beautiful working-class woman dancing in a bar, meeting her boss, and changing her life. Jane Fonda's award-winning film On Golden Pond, however, is a low-concept film, about a daughter, son-in-law, children, and an elderly couple vacationing by a pond. This kind of succinct description fails to capture the deeply moving family emotions within the film. For newcomers like Demi Moore, opportunities are concentrated in high-concept films. Only such films offer a chance for beautiful, but unknown, actresses. "We've arrived. Here are your documents." Nisada handed over the script for Footloose. "I'll contact you again tomorrow. I'll take you home." Demi, Ronald didn't go into the apartment. Instead, he waved his car keys in his hand. His car was still in the apartment's parking garage. "What's wrong with you?" Demi was getting a little impatient. Did Ronald no longer find her looks and figure appealing? "I mean no harm. Is Freddie home?" Ronald remembered he had Freddie's phone number. He opened the door, found a number, and was about to dial Freddie's number. "You're all a bunch of hypocritical villains, Don Simpson, Freddie, and you." Demi followed him in. Seeing Ronald about to make the call, she raised her hand and slapped Ronald several times, then squatted down and began to sob softly. "What's wrong, Demi?" Ronald hadn't expected his simple phone call to make Demi cry. He was a little stunned, then hung up, helped Demi up, and opened the door, leading her into the room. "Freddie doesn't want me to be an actress. Every time I audition, he comes with me and then misses rehearsals for the band's new song. This makes his relationship with the other band members very tense. When I go to watch him rehearse, they yell at me, calling me a bitch. I want to be an actress. I can't stand this. I kept auditioning and finally got that supporting role in the General Hospital. He insists on coming to see me filming every day to prevent me from getting too close to the male actors, which makes me very embarrassed. I'm already preparing to file for divorce from Freddie." Seeing that Demi's emotions were beginning to stabilize, Ronald poured her a glass of water. "Get me something with alcohol." Demi wouldn't drink water, so Ronald poured her a glass of whiskey. "For the first time in my life, I've earned enough money on my own to pay for an apartment, clothes. I love acting." Ronald listened to Demi recount her experiences over the past year, which had been incredibly difficult. This girl had long wanted to enter the entertainment industry, and only earlier this year did she realize her dream, landing a regular role in a popular soap opera. "I might be being a bit harsh, but Demi, you're a very talented actress. The General Hospital recognizes your talent. You don't need to rely on men to get roles." "Fuck you." Ronnie, Demi, a little drunk, blurted out, "You say you don't need men, but you still got your girlfriend the lead role in Supergirl, and she blew me out." "You hypocritical bastard, what did you say?" Ronald was bewildered by her outburst. "Helen played Supergirl, and you played Lucy Lane. I look like the actress who plays Supergirl's girlfriend. Same black hair, same green eyes." Demi tapped Ronald's arm again. "But they auditioned me for Supergirl. Supergirl also has a human form, Linda Lee, with black hair too." "Oh, that's not something I can decide." Ronald was a little helpless. It wasn't his fault. He had only suggested auditioning in a uniform. "What about Flashdance? Is it you two? Can you help me get the lead role in Flashdance?" Demi started tapping Ronald's arm lightly again, then stroked it back and forth. "Demi, do you have some misunderstanding about movie casting? I'm not the director-producer of Flashdance. This movie was decided by Mr. Eisner himself." Ronald briefly recounted what had happened that afternoon. "I never thought I'd lose to a bunch of blue-collar workers." After listening, Demi sat motionless on the sofa, her face turned towards Ronald without saying a word, and then tears began to stream down her face again. "Listen to me, get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow is another day, Demi. An actress like you will never be overlooked." Ronald could only offer gentle words of comfort. Demi's silent weeping softened Ronald's heart. He gently hugged her and then took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. "Wait a minute, why is only one eye crying?" Ronald asked in surprise. "It's my talent. When shooting close-ups, crying in one eye is advantageous, the emotion is more intense, and we can shoot more takes." Demi Moore's tears turned into laughter, and she began to touch Ronald's hand again. "Go wash up first, your makeup is a bit smudged." Ronald pointed to the eyeliner on Demi's eye that had been ruined by tears, almost fooled by her acting. Demi smiled gently. "Wait for me here." Then she went into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and began to wash her face. "Oh, God! Oh, my God, here we go again. What happened?" Ronald heard Demi scream in the bathroom and rushed in. My face is swollen again." Demi covered her face, not letting Ronald see. "What happened?" "I've had kidney problems since I was a child. When I am very tired or stressed, my whole body swells up. Let me take you to the hospital to get it checked out." "Oh, Ronnie, I'm so scared. I'm afraid I won't be pretty anymore. I'm afraid men won't be attracted to me anymore." In the hospital's emergency room, Ronald sat with Demi for a while. After being diagnosed by the doctor, she was prescribed medication and started an IV drip. "You love your girlfriend very much, don't you?" After the IV drip finished, Demi Moore's swelling finally subsided, though some marks of puffiness remained on her face. "What do you know? I saw you smiling when you talked about her." Then they both fell silent. "Take me to my agent's office, my car is still there." Demi came to her senses and said to Ronald. Ronald drove her to the ICM agent's office. Demi got out of the car and walked to a green Kawasaki motorcycle. "Ronnie, thank you. I won't forget tonight." Then Demi Moore tossed her long hair, hopped on her Kawasaki motorcycle, and rode off without a helmet. Chapter 343 Dancing Banned for 80 Years. Ronald returned home, still not quite sleepy, and picked up the script for Footloose to read. The original author, Dean Pitchford, had included a written account of the story at the beginning of the script. Pitchford, a Yale graduate, succinctly explained the background of the script's creation. In 1980, Pitchford saw a news report about Elmore, Oklahoma, a town that had banned dancing since 1900, and which hadn't held a prom in 80 years. The last 11th graders challenged and overturned the law, and in 1980, Elmore Public High School held its first prom. The entire film is based on this true story. The three main characters, Wren, who proposed repealing the ban, Ariel, the pastor's daughter who upheld it, and Ariel's best friend, Rusty, are all based on real people. Pitchford himself is a lyricist, and he even wrote the lyrics for all the songs expected to appear in the film, which he included in the script. For example, the opening scene features the title track Footloose, with the opening lyrics being, "Footloose, footloose, kick off your weekend shoes. Please, wheeze, take my boots off." The lyrics are rhyming and rhythmic. The title Footloose actually has a double meaning. On one hand, Footloose describes the rhythmic sound of footsteps, representing dance rhythm. On the other hand, it signifies loosening the reins on footsteps, abolishing the ban on dancing. Ronald admired the literary talent in the lyrics of the Yale graduate. However, it seems Pitchford had no experience in filmmaking. Many parts of the script were not well written, and some scenes couldn't be filmed directly and required revision. For example, there was a scene that Ronald clearly felt wasn't part of the script, and he planned to start revising from that point. The male protagonist, Len, a transfer student from Chicago, has a conflict with Ariel's boyfriend, and the two agree to a cowardly duel using a tractor. They drive the tractors towards each other, and whoever gets scared and swerves before crashing loses. Len's shoe accidentally got stuck on the clutch. He tried to jump off the car but failed. Ariel's boyfriend, Chuck, saw Len trying to escape and smugly stepped on the gas to continue driving. With no way out, Len had no choice but to step on the gas too, which scared Chuck so much that he jumped off the car. This scene needed to be divided into several possible shots, and Ronald began designing the entire scene. The script had to be filmable. How should he get a close-up shot of Len getting stuck on the clutch? How should he try to jump off the car? The audience needed to understand why Len couldn't jump off. Ronald thought for a moment, then changed shoe stuck to shoelace tangled. This way, when Len lifted his foot to jump, a close-up shot of his shoelace tangled in the clutch could be shown, and the audience would understand why Len couldn't jump. As for the emotional description of smugly, it was acceptable to overlook it. The director could provide improvisation, and the actors could improvise. After writing for about half an hour, Ronald started to feel sleepy. "Today, we went to Paramount first, then to Beverly Hills, and after returning home, we took Demi to the hospital." Ronald's eyes were starting to droop. "Let's rest for a bit, I'll write again tomorrow." Ronald struggled to get up, walked to the bedside, and lay down, pulling a blanket over himself. Boom cha-cha, boom cha-cha, boom cha, boom cha. A drum beat started, and Ronald seemed to see a scene with a dark background appear before his eyes. There were no background details, no faces of any people, only close-ups of 2 feet on the screen, dancing to the rhythm. Men's feet, women's feet, feet in high-heeled sandals, feet in leather shoes, feet in boots, feet in dirty sneakers, and 2 feet wearing leg warmers. A background voice was singing upbeat lyrics, "Footloose, footloose, kick off your weekend shoes. Please, wheeze, help me take off my boots." This editing is pretty good. Ronald realized he was dreaming of being full of energy. The opening dance ended with the interlude. The screen went black, and then lit up again. A middle-aged pastor was preaching in a church. God could simply wave his hand and wipe all this evil from the ground. But he didn't. He designed a test for us, a test. If it weren't for this test, how would you explain the current popularity of evil, obscene, depraved rock music? A boy in the audience covered his face with his hands. "That's probably the transfer student, Len," Ronald guessed. The director's technique was impressive. After establishing the theme at the beginning, the first scene after the blackout was a conservative pastor in a conservative small town giving a conservative sermon. Coupled with Len's disdain as a white transfer student from Chicago, the dramatic conflict was immediately apparent. However, Ronald was too tired today and started to feel sleepy again. After some time, a girl driving a car screamed on screen. Then, the driver of another car driving parallel to them screamed. Beep beep, a car horn sounded, and the camera cut to a large truck on the other side. There was a girl standing between two cars, her feet on the doors of both vehicles, as if performing a stunt. Ignoring the screams from the men and women inside, begging her to get off, she laughed maniacally and continued to stand there, facing the oncoming truck. The boy in the pickup truck seemed to be her boyfriend. The other three girls in the other car were her best friends. A girl with a large nose in the back seat was frantically banging on the door, urging the girl doing the acrobatic stunt to get off. Chuck, watch out. Ariel, come back. There's a truck ahead, she cried desperately. This is probably Rusty, Ariel's best friend. Such a big hump on her nose, she must be Jewish. So ugly, yet she's in a movie, Ronald thought to himself. Just then, he got a close-up shot of her. Ha! The camera cut back to the girl with her feet on the car doors, bravely facing the truck. Ronald realized he recognized the girl. Wasn't she Laurie Singer, the cellist from the TV series Fame that Helen Slater had seen at the last party? She's the lead actress in this movie. Ronald was a little puzzled. The script only had dance scenes, no cello playing. Why was she chosen? Maybe it was because of his father? Ronald had read the script and knew Ariel was the protagonist, so he wasn't too worried about her. However, the editing of the scene was very skillful. First-time viewers would likely be drawn into the emotions of worrying about the girl. In a split second, Ariel, played by Laurie Singer, jumped into her boyfriend Chuck's car, narrowly avoiding the truck, which stopped on the side of the road. On the other side, the girl drove her sedan into a ditch. Ronald fell asleep again. Whoosh, whoosh, after an unknown amount of time. The sound of two engines starting woke Ronald up again. On two tractors, one with the protagonist Len and the other with Ariel's boyfriend Chuck, the two turned on their radios and, accompanied by music, drove their tractors head-on. Len tried to escape several times, but his shoelaces got tangled in the clutch pedal, preventing him from jumping. Ultimately, Chuck was forced to steer, causing the tractor to veer into a nearby ditch, where he fell in as well. The editing of this part isn't very good, Ronald thought to himself. It's a bit too cumbersome, as if they were afraid the audience wouldn't understand Len's tense state of being unable to escape, cutting back and forth several times between close-ups of the clutch pedal, the shoelaces, and Len's panicked expression. Why is the editing quality so different between the beginning and end? Ronald wondered. The opening sequence, with its various shoe-themed close-ups and dance moves, was very creative. The later dangerous driving scene facing the truck was alright, but this tractor duel seems to have lowered the quality a bit. The feeling of drowsiness kept creeping in, and Ronald was groggily woken up again. Hey, what are you all standing there for? I heard this is a party, let's dance. Len, dressed in a formal gown, burst into a ball decorated with sparkling ribbons and stickers. AWW, men and women began screaming to the loud rhythm of the theme song. Footloose, couples, still inviting each other, rushed onto the dance floor and began a dance that blended disco moves with old-fashioned swing steps. The boyfriend of the big-nosed Jewish girl, a goofy-looking big guy, even struck John Travolta's signature one-armed pose from Saturday Night Fever, eliciting another round of cheers from the crowd. Glittering powder rained down from above, and the men lined up, the women lined up, and they danced in opposite directions. The camera then focused on their shoes, the high heels kicking up glittering powder. The scene was exquisite. Ronald just grimaced. It looked like something out of an old-fashioned musical from the 1930s or 40s. These kinds of dance sequences, where men and women lined up separately and invited each other to dance, were common in Civil War films or period dramas about British aristocracy. Modern America doesn't have this kind of dance anymore. It's all about individual performance. The dance form is ancient, the steps are somewhat old-fashioned, and it even incorporates some old-fashioned tap dance style, making a loud slapping sound on the floor. Finally, the two rows of students started to back off, and the male protagonist, Len, and Rusty's boyfriend began to dance solo in the middle of the dance floor. It was still that mixed dance style combining ancient dance and modern disco, but it was better than before. The girls also started to dance solo, tossing their long hair and kicking their thighs, finally showing some professional dance moves. Then the boys came on stage one by one, doing robot dances, noodle dances, and spinning a Thomas flare on the floor. It looked like the kind of breakdancing Ronald would do. Ronald started to feel something was off. These black breakdancing moves, appearing in this film and being performed by white people, just felt strangely odd. These were dance moves that required systematic training and weren't very popular now. How could these students, born in a small town that hadn't danced in 80 years, know how to dance? Luckily, Rusty's boyfriend's moves were still rather clumsy and immature, fitting the character. He danced foolishly, his facial expressions somewhat resembling Sean Penn's in Fast and Furious, just a goofy high school student. Finally, with Len leading the way, followed by Ariel and Rusty, the male and female students lined up and jumped towards the camera. The theme song abruptly stopped, and the scene in the dream turned to black. Ronald woke up immediately. He looked out the window. It wasn't dawn yet. He'd only slept for a few hours. Ronald got up and, while the memory was still fresh, jotted down his dream scenes, writing his directorial critique on a large sheet of paper. The camera work is slow and doesn't suit the pace of modern audiences from the 80s, the choreography was problematic, the steps were very outdated, and the dancers were either too good or too bad. The close-up shots of the shoes, however, were creative and clever. The opening narrative flows smoothly, immediately drawing the audience into the plot. After finishing his writing, Ronald reread it and felt a bit contradictory. The film was strangely made. In some parts, it felt like the work of a seasoned director with decades of experience. In other parts, it felt raw and unpolished, like a film about himself during a fast-paced film, a fledgling director. And was it a high-concept or low-concept film? The cast was entirely non-famous, so it should be considered a high-concept film. But the plot was anything but high-concept. Dancing was forbidden in the town. What era was this? If he hadn't read Pitchford's explanation of the writing process, Ronald would have thought it was a made-up story. Wait a minute, Ronald suddenly realized his misconception. It was indeed a high-concept film, but it wasn't for young people like himself living in big cities, it was for millions of young people living in small towns. Religious and conservative forces were strong there, and people's lives weren't much different from decades ago. They went to church on weekends to listen to sermons, and there were no discos or rock concerts, nothing new or exciting. Dancing those blends of ancient and modern dance steps would be considered extremely unconventional by them. This is why the director incorporated some old-fashioned editing techniques. Those small-town youths, probably like themselves back in Staten Island, will likely have to wait another year or two to see films like E.T. the Extraterrestrial and fast-paced Richmond High School. What they're familiar with are the old-fashioned, slow editing rhythms of the 1970s. Some theaters might even still be showing Singing in the Rain. Perhaps those final breakdancing scenes were just a little treat, a visual treat for them? Chapter 344 Newspaper Interview. Having figured out that Footloose was for small-town youth, Ronald revised it quickly. Having spent several years of high school in Tottville, Staten Island, New York, he understood the psychology of high school students in those small towns. Their understanding of big city pop culture was limited to television programs, and many of their ideas about trends were superficial. The general principle was to write about the fashion as seen through the eyes of small-town youth, letting them experience the triumph of rebellion. Therefore, the protagonist, Len, from the big city of Chicago, couldn't be too powerful. His ultimate victory in the small town, changing the pastor's mind, required the education and help of the town's teenagers. Big city youth needed to learn in the fields of small towns to ultimately achieve success. With this principle as a guide and some dream imagery for reference, Ronald seemed to have a flash of inspiration, spending a day correcting some illogical plot points and incorrect script writing format. "Ronald, you're a genius. You finished it so quickly." Nisita, in her CAA office, saw the script Ronald handed her and decided to praise him first. "You know, when I'm inspired, my hands move fast. When I'm not inspired, it takes a long time." Ronald took a sip of the coffee Nishita's secretary had made. It tasted great. A bigger office, a better secretary, Nishita had performed very well in the past year. "Tell me, why did you write it this way? It seems like this script is very different in pace from your fast-paced scripts. You've rewritten it to resemble a classic Hollywood film from the Golden Age? Isn't that too slow?" Nishida, having quickly schemed the script, had some doubts and immediately asked Ronald this question. I remember you told me about the definition of a high-concept film. This film is a high-concept film aimed at millions of small-town youths. Giving them the plot density of a fast-paced film wouldn't be acceptable. Small-town youths. I haven't heard that term in a long time. Nishida leaned back, her fingers touching. Hollywood's values used to be based on small-town youths. Jimmy Stewart was once the perfect choice to play a small-town youth. Capitalists and politicians in big cities were all bad guys. The simple small-town youths were the backbone of America. His role in M.R. Smith Goes to Washington is about a small-town youth who, by chance, becomes a senator for a few days. In the Senate, he recites the Declaration of Independence to obstruct proceedings, preserves a riverbank for Boy Scouts, and refuses a greedy capitalist's request to build a dam. However, rapid urbanization, with big cities acting like pumps, constantly draws people from small towns to work. This shift in population distribution has led Hollywood films to increasingly focus on stories of urban youth. Seeing Nishida's hesitation, Ronald said, "Believe me, Rick. I grew up in a small town. The youth there are incredibly bored, and the movie theaters can't afford to rent new film prints. They can only watch new movies from 2 years ago, or those old films from the 1950s, or some low-quality 16mm prints. Most high school students in small towns are still exposed to that old-fashioned cinematic language. Our entertainment is driving around town, from the church to the market, and then back home from the hardware store. Life is just that boring. The purpose of this film is to give them a little dream. To make them feel like they were trendy like teenagers in big cities like New York and Los Angeles." Besides, in the 1980 census, the small towns still had 20 or 30 million young people. It's definitely a neglected market. I think the screenwriter is a genius. You've convinced me. Nishida got up and put on her coat. I'll submit the script to the producers, and they'll schedule a time to talk to you. Mr. Eisner has a good impression of you. By the way, Variety is going to do a report on this year's box office growth. They want to interview you. When are you free? An interview. This is the first time I've been interviewed by a newspaper. What am I supposed to do? Don't get too excited, Ronnie. It's just a short report. The main story is about Hollywood's box office growth this year. VHS tapes are coming. Last year's box office crash scared everyone. Fortunately, this year, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals dismissed Sony's case against Universal. Those pirated machines from the Japanese can finally be banned from sale in America, thank God, Ronald replied. He himself had recorded many classic old movies that were broadcast on TV using a VHS tape recorder. If VHS tape recorders were more widespread, audiences would probably be even less willing to go to the cinema. The Japanese have appealed to the Supreme Court. These people still have a lot to learn. You know, the Supreme Court now has a 6-3 majority, so they're leaning towards Hollywood. Ronald didn't quite understand these things. Yes. And the current president came from Hollywood. How could he just stand by and watch the great Hollywood be brought down by piracy? Nishida didn't quite understand either, but most people in the industry were optimistic about the verdict and would continue to support the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision in favor of Hollywood. If the Court of Appeals ruling was upheld, the burden of proof for piracy would fall on the Japanese VCR manufacturers. Hollywood studios could then sue the VCR manufacturers for compensation as long as they discovered pirated videotapes. Once such a case was established, Hollywood's last bastion could be defended. If a piracy case like E.T. the Extraterrestrial happened again, Universal could sue the VCR and videotape manufacturers, seeking huge amounts of compensatory and punitive damages. Soon, a reporter from Variety came to interview Ronald. "I'm Har from Variety," a middle-aged male reporter introduced himself to Ronald. Har, Ronald didn't understand what that name meant. "You don't watch variety shows much?" the reporter chuckled. "Variety show reporters all have nicknames. My name is Jim Harwood, or Har for short, and my articles are all under that nickname." "Sorry, I really haven't noticed that. I just read the reports." Ronald smiled, adjusted his posture, and coughed. "I really enjoyed your fast-paced Richmond High School. Could you talk about your creative process? I read Cameron Crowe's novel and found it very realistic." Later, I met him and learned he spent a year undercover in a high school. "Why do you think fast-paced is so popular with audiences?" "Not everyone likes it. I've heard some critics criticize the nudity scenes as too hasty and a waste of the actors. My thought is that this is a film that realistically reflects the life of high school students in a big city. Many Hollywood movies portray high school students either primarily as comedic or childish. But high school is often the last time many people seriously consider the vast issues of human society. They are all very thoughtful young people, no less so than adults. And don't underestimate today's youth. The information they see on television is far richer than that of a generation that grew up reading newspapers. They are also a generation full of imagination and social skills. You yourself are quite young. Do you feel a stronger connection with the young cast? No, I grew a beard on set, hoping to appear more mature. A director is the leader of a crew. You need to gain the trust of the staff and actors. How would you rate the actors' performances? They gave very good performances, and in fact, I have high hopes for their future in Hollywood. Even actors with small roles can achieve success in Hollywood. The interview proceeded quickly, and reporter Har had a few more questions before ending the interview. What movie are you planning to make next? I'm in talks about some scripts, probably still teen movies, maybe science fiction. The last question is on behalf of the fans. What are your hobbies in life? I used to be on the high school wrestling team, and I like sports. Recently, I've been a fan of the San Francisco 49ers, and I like their quarterback Montana. Our photographer will take a picture of you to use in the interview. Right by the window. Yes, that's good. Click. Over the weekend, Ronald happily looked at his interview published in the newspaper. Wearing a dark coat, he sat by the window, gazing intently into the distance. Below is the content of his interview. It's just a bit short. Because of the advertisement for First Blood, Ronald's interview was cut to only 1/8 of a page. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 She Can't Dance. In the small town of Matrissa, Oklahoma, Coppola's second film adaptation of Hutton's novel, Rumblefish, was in its final days of shooting. During a break from lighting, Matt Dillon noticed Diane Lane reading a newspaper and asked, "What are you looking at?" "An interview with Ronald," Diane replied, her smile fading. A variety show interviewed him. They said Nick is a great actor. "Oh, can I see it?" Nicolas Cage, playing the second male lead in Rumblefish, took the newspaper and examined it closely. It featured a well-taken 45-degree profile photo of Ronald, a black and white picture with a profound quality. Even actors with minor roles can achieve success in Hollywood, Cage said after a while, finally finding the part praising him. "This is the first time someone has praised my acting in a newspaper. Can I have it? I want to keep it. Here you go. I have another copy." "Are you secretly in love with Ronald, Diane?" Matt Dillon suddenly asked. Since joining the Outcasts crew, Diane had always been lukewarm towards him. Although it didn't prevent them from playing a couple in the movie, Diane never spoke to him while waiting for the lighting to be set up. Director Capullo was particularly meticulous about the lighting, and the hours of waiting each day were quite boring. "You have a vivid imagination. He's my best friend's cousin. At this age, it's perfect for dating your friend's older brother," muttered Mickey Rourke, the actor who played Dylan's brother in Rumblefish. Coppola required him to speak all his lines in the film in a muffled manner, and no one could understand what he was saying. "I wonder what Ronald is doing now," Diane wondered, resting her chin on her hand. In the office of CAA Nisida, Ronald was shaking hands with the fat man, and the two were having a pleasant conversation. "Ronald, it's a pleasure to meet you today. I really enjoyed your movie and watched your interview. I know you also like the San Francisco 49ers, so I'd like to invite you to one of their games. When they come to Los Angeles to play the Rams, I'll send you 2 tickets. You're too kind, John. I'd love to go to the game with you." After the interview was published, many Hollywood actors began contacting Ronald through his agent. Today, the person who came to see him through his agent was John Candy, a Canadian comedian and a regular on television comedy talk shows and dramas. He was a bit chubby and well-liked in Hollywood. Ronald chatted with him about their acting careers. Candy primarily acted in comedies. Ronald was intimidated by comedy and didn't plan to enter that genre anytime soon. However, this didn't stop Ronald and Candy from becoming friends. Candy was also capable of acting in serious dramas, and he had many friends in Los Angeles. After seeing John Candy off, Nisida had his secretary close the door. He was going to offer Ronald a business deal. Don Simpson is strongly inviting you to his office. His Flashdance is in trouble again. Director Adrian Lane is unhappy with the lead actress, and he knows you chose Jennifer Beals, so Simpson wants you to help resolve the issue. That's not my problem. Mr. Eisner asked me for advice, and I just offered suggestions. I don't personally favor anyone more. Don Simpson has always been unhappy with Adrian Lane. He wanted Brian De Palma, but Palma dropped him to direct Scarface, so this invitation is partly to see if things go wrong and have you replace Lane as director. That's not a good idea, is it? Ronald shook his head in refusal. When I was directing, what I hated most was producers replacing me with other directors. Now that it's my turn, I don't want to do that. I know, Nisida nodded. These kinds of things are actually quite troublesome and could easily lead to disputes. I've already turned Simpson down for you. My client won't take on any directing role until he fires the current director. However, his problem does concern you, so you should probably go see him. Simpson suggests you don't have to direct, you can just work as an associate producer on the set. Oh, I know you're still raising funds for your Night of the Comet. Even if it's an exploitation film, a sci-fi movie needs over $1 million in funding, right? Simpson is very generous. If you can resolve the director's issue, he'll offer you a salary of $100,000, plus associate producer credit. If I were you, I'd accept. Producer experience will benefit your career. Besides, the script for Full of Energy is still going through several production companies. You should check it out. Ronald nodded. Dean Pitchford, the screenwriter for Full of Energy, sold the script to Daniel Melnick, a former MGM executive and now an independent producer. Melnick then sold a portion of the production rights to Paramount, and a cooperation agreement was signed. This film wasn't actually entirely financed by Paramount. The revised script, besides needing approval from Paramount, also required the approval of Daniel Melnick and another co-production company involved in the investment, Screen Partners. Hollywood production contracts are complex. Melnick's agreement stipulated that he had the right to suggest and veto the script, so the script needed the consent of producers from all three parties before filming could proceed. This intricate web of script ownership also created the planning hell common in major studios. Before filming begins, the script needs to coordinate the positions of all parties, often requiring 6 months to a year of repeated planning before everyone agrees and filming can begin. So what exactly is wrong with Flashdance? Ronald was still more interested in his own script, and hearing about Don Simpson's generous offer, that he could get paid just by solving some practical problems during filming, he was very interested. Ultimately, this matter is still related to you, which is why Simpson is willing to pay a high price to have you take the job. Nisida carefully explained the difficulties encountered by Flashdance. It turned out that Ronald's idea to Eisner was to have representatives of the target audience vote for Jennifer Beals. However, after Beals was chosen, when she met with director Adrian Lane to shoot some experimental scenes, Lane discovered that she couldn't dance. If Jennifer Beals couldn't dance, it meant that the entire film would have to rely heavily on dance stunt doubles, using clever editing to cover up the fact that Beals couldn't dance. I don't think this is a big problem, is it? Ronald asked. Some difficult dance moves can only be performed by professional dancers, and it's quite normal for musicals to use stunt doubles. Musicals aren't popular anymore, and his original 3 candidates weren't dancers either. Demi Moore and another candidate, Leslie Young, weren't professional dancers. Ronald could tell just by looking at their physiques. I heard Beals dancing is particularly bad. Go check it out. I'll finalize the contract with Don Simpson. Ronald, thank you for calling me in advance. Director Adrian Lane was British, with long, flowing blonde hair and a very artistic air. He was more humble than Alan Parker, another British director Ronald had dealt with. He spoke politely and gave the first impression of being a very cultured person. Ronald's condition for agreeing to help on the Flashdance set was that he first spoke with director Lane, whom he had already discussed on the phone. He stated frankly on the phone that he had no intention of replacing anyone, but had simply heard that his idea was causing inconvenience for the crew, so he wanted to see if he could resolve the issue. No problem, they showed me the jeans ad you shot. I really liked it. Before Ronald came to the Flashdance preparation office, Nisida had found Adrian Lane's British jeans ad. Its distinctive single light lighting and rapid editing made Ronald want to meet the British director. I heard you're not satisfied with Jennifer Beals, the one I chose, Ronald asked. I'm very satisfied with her acting talent. Beals is a student at Yale University. Adrian Lane pulled out a videotape and put it in the VCR. Jennifer Beals' audition video appeared on the television. Ronald also looked at the video. Jennifer Beals performed a crying scene, her tears came quickly, and the intensity of her emotions was good. Then there was a scene of flirting with her lover. Beals lay with a man, facing the camera, speaking softly, conveying emotions entirely through her eyes. Finally, there was a close-up. Beals, wearing a t-shirt, sat on the ground, reciting her lines, then naturally reached into her clothes, took off her bra, and placed it aside. This was to see Jennifer Beals' emotional expressiveness. The most emotionally intense scene, the gentlest scene, the most ambiguous scene, Beals performed them all excellently. Ronald continued watching. Jennifer Beals changed into a ballet costume, did a full rotation on one leg, and then tripped and fell to the ground. Ronald covered his face with his hands. He couldn't even do that? Then came a series of dance tragedies. Jennifer Beals doesn't have a dance background, does she? Ronald asked director Lane, pointing to the dark-skinned beauty on the television. She used to be a fashion model, and she auditioned to earn money for college. She has a natural talent for acting, and although she's not a great dancer, she's definitely the best choice to play the lead role of Alex. Adrian Lane explained his reasoning for casting her. So you don't object to Beals playing the role? Of course not. I found a great dance double, her figure is very similar to Beals's, so what's the problem? Ronald felt there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Adrian Lane was already prepared to use a double, so why ask him to solve a problem? The problem is here. Director Lane changed the videotape again. The screen showed a chair, a beautiful woman sitting on it, and a red and a blue light in the background, shining through the hazy space, illuminating the scene beautifully. Ronald recognized the scene. It was somewhat similar to the lighting Director Lane used in the Jeans videotape. The beautiful woman pulled a rope, and a bucket of water poured over her. Then she began to dance. Her hair splashing water that shimmered under the red and blue lights, creating a dynamic effect. This must be the dance stunt double, Ronald thought, impressed by the girl's dancing skills. Yes, her English isn't good. Did you spot the problem, Ronald? Ronald shook his head. I only noticed you used smoke here. I've seen this technique on Alan Parker's sets. Your British cinematographers are very good at using a single light for edge lighting and then using smoke or powder to create atmosphere. I personally love it, but the unions here object. Exactly, Lane assessed Ronald's skill level. That's the problem. I took this film because I wanted to make the dance scenes look beautiful. Now the producers won't let me use smoke, so how am I supposed to film the stunt double dance scenes? If I use multiple lighting points, I'll have to relight the stunt doubles every time they do a new move, and there will always be gaps in the editing. The expressiveness of multiple lighting points isn't as good as a single light plus smoke. And the dance scenes require a lot of moving shots. With multiple lighting points, the scheduled shooting schedule won't be long enough, so you want me to help you convince Don Simpson. Ronald understood. It turned out that Simpson did indeed have the idea of replacing Adrian Lane. Using smoke on set would provoke union opposition, and if it led to a lawsuit, the producer would be in big trouble. Halting filming would mean burning money every day. Director Lane wanted to use Ronald's directorial status to endorse his method of using smoke with single-point lighting, explaining to the producer that the artistry of this lighting was far superior. Otherwise, he would rather quit the project. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll talk to Don Simpson. The artistic expression of this method really suits your shooting and editing style. Thank you, I knew you'd understand. Adrian Lane flashed a typical British sly smile. By the way, is that guy acting with Beers the lead actor, the one lying in bed with her in the audition? No, that's just the carpenter from Paramount. I gave him $200 to act with all the girls. Chapter 346 Assistant Producer. Ronald brought an experimental videotape shot by Adrian Lane to meet producer Don Simpson. Don Simpson, always with his partner Jerry Bruckheimer, greeted Ronald warmly with a hug. Ronnie, what do you think? Would you like to take on this film? Take a look at this videotape first. Ronald pulled out a wet dance video of the stunt dancer that Lane had filmed. Okay, let's see what you brought. A beautiful woman's wet dance appeared on the television, especially when the stunt dancer, half reclined on a chair, pulled down a rope, and a large bucket of water was poured over her. Ronald saw Don Simpson's Adam's apple move, visibly swallowing. If this scene were on film, the allure would be amplified tenfold. Ronald seized the opportunity to persuade him. Then came a shot of the stunt dancer dramatically tossing her hair, some water droplets splashing onto the set beside her. Even the usually composed Jerry Bruckheimer's eyes lit up. Imagine this, a shot of the bar patrons' reactions. Ronald described his idea, showing several bar patrons jolted by water droplets in their hair. Don Simpson was completely captivated by Ronald's description. Damn, this was directed by Adrian. It's a test videotape by director Lane. He wanted me to explain some technical details to you. Ronald paused the video and pointed to the light sources on the television screen, explaining to the two producers. Notice this spotlight? The backlighting gives the actors a rim light, and then, combined with the smoke on set, the reflections on the ground, and these splashing water droplets, Ronald pointed to several key lighting elements and then pressed play again. This is a traditional British technique. I saw it on the set of Famous back in the day. They like to use smoke or heat incense powder in a stove. The tiny particles float in the air, creating a beam of light effect from a single point of light. Ronald pointed to a beam of light on the television screen and explained, then it reflects off a very smooth surface, showing the actors' reflections and creating an ambiguous ambient light. This is all thanks to the combination of a single point of light and mirror reflection, so this effect can only be achieved with a single point of light. Don and Jerry had already stood up from their chairs and surrounded Ronald. I'm not a professional cinematographer. I only know that simulating this effect using traditional American multi-lighting would be extremely time-consuming. The stunt double in this shot is dancing very widely, with a large range of motion. If we use multiple lights, we'd need to relight her whenever she moves out of that range. This would increase the chances of the stunt double's face being captured on camera, making editing difficult. My suggestion is that if you're satisfied with the effect, try to get director Lane to use his own camera crew to solve this problem with a single light and smoke. If I were to shoot this, without a good cinematographer, I wouldn't be confident in achieving this level of shot. Lane really showed his skills, that old fox, Don Simpson muttered. If director Lane himself were to explain the lighting issue, it might not be as convincing as Ronald's explanation, given his successful film credits. After all, Adrian Lane's last Hollywood film was Little Fox, shot 3 years ago, and it didn't do well at the box office, so it didn't have much impact. Don and Jerry exchanged glances. Understanding each other's thoughts, Don Simpson spoke to Ronald, saying, "Ronald, we trust you. This film is about to start shooting in Pittsburgh, and we'd like to hire you as the film's associate producer, to come with me on set and oversee the production." Ronald, seeing that Don Simpson wanted to get him to go on a business trip, was about to refuse. Don Simpson grabbed his hand. "Don't rush to refuse. Listen to our terms. I know you have a new script now, so it won't take up much of your time. You just need to explain some of the director's technical details to me and Jerry during the first week or two on set. It's not that we don't trust director Lane. The videotapes he showed us today clearly demonstrated his thinking and design. However, we're not familiar with the British director's working methods. You just need to be there and oversee things on set for a while. We need someone from Hollywood. After the daily rips stabilize and we have a good grasp of director Lane's work, you can fly back to Los Angeles, I guarantee it." "What about the smoke effects director Lane requested? How do you plan to resolve the union issues? Our main shots are being filmed in Pittsburgh, where the union is weak. There will always be a way." Jerry Bruckheimer, who is mainly responsible for matters outside of art direction in the partnership, answered Ronald's questions. Seeing their sincerity, Ronald figured that spending a few days on set wouldn't interfere with his other work. He called his agent to handle his contract and prepared to go to Pittsburgh. Adrian, they agreed to use it, but on one condition. Ronald returned to director Adrian Lane's office first and told him the good news. "What condition?" Director Lane stopped talking to a young man and turned to Ronald to ask. "I didn't know you had a guest." Ronald glanced at the actor. He looked familiar, like the carpenter who auditioned the actresses. "I'll go out first, Director Lane. I am indeed an actor, and I've worked well with your actresses, haven't I?" he said, leaving the office and closing the door behind him. Don Simpson agreed. "You can use your own camera crew and even set off smoke on set." Jerry Bruckheimer agreed to help you deal with the union issues. "The condition is that I'll be the assistant producer. I'll go to the Pittsburgh location and handle the technical details. Of course, I won't interfere with your work. I think they just want to have someone explain what you're doing to them as insurance. I expect to be able to leave in a week or two. Welcome." Adrian Lane opened his arms and hugged Ronald before he could finish speaking. "Actually, they're overthinking it. Artists always let their work speak for itself. Anyone who sees your commercials and test videos can tell your final product will be fantastic, Ronald explained. Ronald knew perfectly well that a seasoned professional could immediately gauge Ryan's skill level. But since someone was paying him to oversee the shoot, he figured he might as well take the opportunity to learn a few tricks of the British lighting and filming techniques. Anyway, I still want to thank you, Ryan said politely. You have no idea what they were thinking. I turned down this project twice. I thought the script was a bit silly, and they didn't bother me after that. It wasn't until recently, when Brian De Palma left to film another Scarface, that they came back to me. I'd been on hiatus for over 2 years. And when they came to me for the third time, I told myself, Adrian, stop striving for perfection. There aren't that many perfect scripts in the world waiting for you to direct. This Flashdance at least has some nice dance scenes to film, don't turn it down anymore. So I agreed. Ronald finally understood the whole story. Perhaps after several rejections, the two producers had some doubts about Adrian Lane's commitment. Trust between producers and directors is very fragile. Without mutual trust, it can cause a lot of unnecessary suspicion and trouble. Don't you write your own scripts? Ronald asked director Lane. I've only written scripts for 2 short films. In Britain, traditionally, directors don't also write screenplays. Oh, I see. Ronald discovered another difference between the British film industry and Hollywood. They're more like Broadway, with a clear division of labor between playwrights and directors. In Hollywood, however, screenwriting is often the shortcut to landing your first directing job. Adrian Lane, whom he knew well, Alan Parker, and Ridley Scott, whose films he'd only seen, were all primarily directors, rarely involved in screenwriting. Alan Parker, the only one of the 3 British directors with some writing ability, mainly edited other people's scripts. Even the most famous British director, Hitchcock, often only conceived a story prototype, rarely writing a full script. Maybe they've been performing Shakespearean plays all this time and don't need any more scripts, Ronald thought maliciously. Director Lane, I formerly studied acting, carpentry is just a side job. Just as Ronald and Adrian Lane decided to go out for a drink, they noticed the carpenter was still waiting for Lane at the door. The carpenter was rather tall, a few years older than Ronald. Although he was asking for a favor, his demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant. Kevin, I can't give you the carpentry job. I can only choose actors. We've already chosen Nick Norrie for the male lead, so I'm sorry. Lane refused the job to the self-proclaimed actor, Carpenter, with a distinctly British politeness. Sir, I really am an actor, the carpenter began to say to Ronald. I'm not the director of this film, Ronald shrugged helplessly. The carpenter looked a little deflated and turned to leave. Perhaps he wanted to maintain his dignity and didn't want to beg anyone anymore. Adrian, Ronald, thank God you finally made a deal. With Ronald as the assistant producer, you definitely won't abandon us. Don Simpson and Jerry Bruckheimer walked over and shouted to director Lane. With a deal settled, the group prepared to go to a bar to have some fun. When Ronald got his car from the parking lot, he saw the carpenter there, looking a little forlorn. Ronald's car was in front of him, and he nodded to him as he passed by. Sir, the carpenter spoke again. I heard Adrian call you Kevin. Don't be discouraged. That's how it is in the film industry, taking the first step is always the hardest. Thank you, sir. My name is Kevin Costner. Ronald was a little uncomfortable being called sir by someone who looked older than him. Call me Ronald. You've just had bad luck. Keep auditioning. I think your looks are perfect for acting. You're a bit like a mix of James Dean and Harrison Ford. Thank you. Are you also a producer on Flashdance? Actually, I'm a director, Ronald Lee. Oh, SHXT, I've seen your film Fast Pace, the carpenter exclaimed. Actually, I've acted in movies. I played a lead role back in 1979, but unfortunately, that film wasn't released. Judging from your appearance and past experience, you shouldn't be without film roles. Ronald was a little surprised to hear about his past. I only want to play lead roles. Try starting with supporting roles. Some supporting roles are easier for audiences to remember. Chapter 347, No Close-Up Shots. Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania. Looking down from the plane, the delta between 2 rivers in the city center gave Ronald a sense of familiarity. After agreeing to be an assistant producer on Flashdance, Don Simpson immediately handed him a plane ticket. He boarded before even reading the script, heading to Pittsburgh, the filming location. The mouth of the Ohio River, along which you can sail to Cleveland, Ohio. If you go north across Lake Erie, you'll reach Detroit, the center of automobile manufacturing. As they neared their destination, Ronald woke up and picked up the Pittsburgh tourist guide on the plane. This was once home to Andrew Carnegie's Carnegie Steel Company, which at one time monopolized more than half of the nation's steel production. Even now, Pittsburgh still has many steel mills, as well as Carnegie Mellon University, which he founded with his donations. Besides Carnegie, Pittsburgh also produced Westinghouse, a power company, and Heinz, manufacturing a wide range of products for Americans' daily needs. The film crew was staying on Forbes Avenue, and Ronald went out for a stroll alone. The air in the industrial city had a slightly acidic smell, and the sunset was tinged with an unusually red hue by the exhaust fumes. The temperature in Pittsburgh in October was a bit low, and Ronald quickly felt the chill and returned to the hotel. In the hotel lobby, a group of beautiful women were chattering about where to go for fun. Ronald looked at them, his young body stirring with desire. "Hi, Ronald," the two leading women greeted him. At the airport, the producer had already announced Ronald's role as assistant producer to the crew, and these actresses all knew him. "Hi, Cynthia, Sonny." Ronald had a soft spot for dancers. These were colleagues of the protagonist Alex, dancers who worked in bars. Sonny Johnson had been working in Hollywood for a while, playing many supporting roles. Cynthia Rhodes was a professional dancer from the South. Both women were actually over 25, but their dance training made them look much younger. This was their first time getting supporting roles with significant screen time. Accompanying them was a beautiful, blonde woman with limited English, Marlene Jahan, a dancer. She would be Jennifer Beals' dance double in the film. Ronald invited the three of them to the hotel bar for a drink. The Pittsburgh bar had a very edgy decor, and the patrons were dressed in a similarly masculine style, with large, exaggerated hairstyles and high shoulder pads. The only woman present was also dressed very masculinely. "You've been rehearsing in Los Angeles for a long time, haven't you?" Ronald ordered several cocktails, gesturing for the three women to help themselves. "No, we haven't rehearsed since we signed with the production team and came to Pittsburgh." Ronald frowned slightly. This was a mid-sized project with a $7 million investment from Paramount, not one of those small-budget productions he made himself. Why wouldn't they rehearse? "Ronald, what does your assistant producer do?" Cynthia Rhodes, a girl from the South, was rather naive and asked directly. "To serve you." "Ha ha ha." The two women burst into laughter. Only the blonde woman, Marlene, was clueless. Back in his room, Ronald quickly pulled out the script and started reading. No rehearsals, a director change before filming, and an undecided female lead, all signs pointed to serious problems with the film. Back in Los Angeles, he'd thought he was just doing some casual work to earn some extra cash. He hoped he hadn't fallen into a trap. The script for Flashdance stated it was based on the true story of Maureen Mad, a construction worker in Toronto, Canada. This indicated the producers had paid a real-life inspiration for the film. Otherwise, making a film based on a true story would be tantamount to inviting a lawsuit. The plot was simple. Alex, a welder at a Pittsburgh steel mill, earns money by dancing in bars at night, dreaming of one day attending ballet school. Her friend, Jenny, a bartender, aspires to be a figure skater. Nick, her factory owner, walks into the bar where Alex dances and is attracted to her. Nick secures an audition for Alex at ballet school, but Alex is unhappy to see Nick in a car with another blonde woman. The misunderstanding is eventually cleared up. It's Nick's ex-wife. Encouraged by her retired ballet dancer neighbor and friend Jenny, Alex eventually gets accepted into ballet school. Just as director Adrian Lane had said, the script was a bit dull. It was somewhat inadequate for a drama film. Could it be a deliberate project given to Don Simpson so he could be fired if it flops at the box office? Ronald began wildly speculating about Paramount's intentions. Big studios often churn out some inexplicably bad films, often influenced by internal power struggles. But it's none of my business. As long as I do my job well, a minor associate producer credit won't significantly affect my reputation. If all else fails, I'll have my agency find a way to remove my name. Ronald tossed the script aside, took a shower to warm himself up, and went to bed. First, when there's nothing but a slowly glowing dream your fears seem to hide deep within your heart, I hear music. Close my eyes, feel the rhythm entangling, gripping my heart. What a wonderful feeling existence is, belief I can have everything, now I'm dancing for my life. A beautiful female voice rang out, and Ronald guessed he was dreaming again. The scene jumped out of the darkness. A girl wearing a hat with two large air flaps rode her bicycle through the streets of Pittsburgh in the morning light, finally riding onto a bridge. The rising sun in the background was red, struggling to shine through a haze. Another one of those opening shots that quickly establishes the story's background, Ronald thought. He needed to learn this opening technique. The haze indicated an industrial city. Then, Pittsburgh's iconic Carnegie Mellon University appeared in the background. The song was also very nice. It seemed to be sung by a black singer, with a distinctive black vocal style. The scene shifts to a dark factory, the background hazy with steam. A female worker is welding a component, the name Alex written on her welding mask. She removes the mask, revealing herself to be Jennifer Beals, the lead actress. It really is Flashdance. This character's entrance is very impactful. One song, a few shots, and Alex's living environment, work, and beauty are all clearly established. In the cold room, Ronald felt more comfortable in bed, pulling the blankets tighter. This movie was well made, definitely not the kind of perfunctory production he had initially suspected. The scene seems to advance considerably, showing a stage with a black background where a woman dressed in men's clothing dances. The black background and dim lighting reveal only the silhouette of the dancer. The dancer performs various seductive dance moves in front of a chair. A shot cuts to a close-up of the dancer's face. Jennifer Beals wears shimmering makeup, incredibly alluring. Whoosh, she removes her outer garment, performing a sensual dance, and finally pulls a rope, pouring a basin of water over her from above. The slow-motion wet scene was replayed, and then she began to dance wildly, splashing water from her hair onto the faces of the audience below, eliciting gasps and whistles. Wow, these shots are really beautiful. The rhythm is perfect. Director Lane really knows how to capture female beauty, Ronald exclaimed in admiration. However, the editing was a bit too fast, and Ronald didn't see many of the dance moves or a clear shot of Jennifer Beals' face. Could it all be a stunt double? The scene then sped up for a long time, showing two dances by the two leading ladies he had seen at the bar earlier that day. Cynthia Rhodes danced a segment at the bar, and this time the editing was more considerate, showing wide shots and close-ups, making it very clear that Cynthia herself was dancing. The dance was very expressive, but the makeup was terrible, making such a beautiful woman like Cynthia look so bad, Ronald thought for a moment. Maybe it was to highlight the main characters, otherwise this wonderful dance would have overshadowed them. Sunny Johnson also had quite a few shots, but she wasn't dancing at the bar. Instead, she was doing a double jump on the ice to the music. A spotlight shone on her as she glided beautifully across the ice to the music. Sunny, playing Jenny, lost her balance and plopped down on the ground. This is too much? To highlight the main character, none of the supporting characters get a good dance scene. Ronald continued watching the scene, still half asleep. The scene shifted to the street, where Alex and Jenny were blocked by two breakdancers. They started performing the moonwalk that Ronald was familiar with, as well as the helicopter move where they lay on the ground and spun on their backs. Not bad, they do the moonwalk better than me, Ronald thought, pulling the blanket tighter around him. The warm blankets made him drift off to sleep comfortably. Ronald was awakened by a gasp. The scene seemed to be Alex, wearing a black, high-slit leotard, who appeared to have made a mistake and was lying on the ground. She was taking a dance exam in a large room, with 4 judges sitting on one side. Can I start again? A close-up of Jennifer Beals shows her, after receiving permission from the judges, putting the record player probe back in the starting position. Warm sunlight streams through the bright glass windows as Alex begins her dance. The opening song is still playing, and Alex dances to the rhythm. Looks like a stunt double again. Ronald thinks this solo dance scene also seems to have used one. The actress's hair is deliberately left hanging down her forehead as she dances for the 4 judges, the intense rhythm obscuring her face. Then Alex lands on one foot and begins to spin. It's definitely not Jennifer Beals. She couldn't even do one full spin during her audition. Alex in the scene starts using the breakdancing moves that people on the street were doing earlier. She lies on the ground, using her back to support herself, hooking her legs, and begins to spin rapidly. This stunt double, Marlene, is that good? She, a Chinese woman, can do these black dance moves. Chapter 348 and 20 times. Flashdance. Ronald arrived early. He was captivated by the dreamlike beauty of the shots and eager to see how director Adrian Lane achieved such fantastical scenes. Today, according to the shooting schedule, They were filming the striptease scenes inside the bar. Some junior directors prefer to start with a simple scene to get the crew into character. Others, more experienced directors, prefer to start with a challenging shot that tests artistic skill and teamwork, setting a standard for future work. Adrian Lane fell somewhere in between. He chose a scene that showcased his abilities without challenging the crew's still developing teamwork. As a Briton, coupled with an American director of photography, art director, and the entire American team, he needed to demonstrate his true talent to impress everyone. Arriving half an hour early, the set was nearly empty, except for the second assistant director, who, being required to arrive before everyone else, was checking the list. A young woman's voice hummed softly. Ronald looked around and saw Marlene, Jennifer Beals' dance double. She was humming a French song, the lyrics of which Ronald didn't understand. He just thought Marlene sang with ease. She was wearing dance shoes and leg warmers on her ankles, slowly warming up. "Marlene, you're here so early," Ronald greeted her. "There's still a long time for lighting set up. You can rest for a bit." "It's alright, I was going to have my morning class anyway." Marlene saw Ronald and quickly brought a man over to greet him. "This is my husband, Peter Tram. He's also a dancer. He's in Pittsburgh with me, and he's also a dancer in the film." Ronald greeted the French couple. Being a regular extra meant minimum wage and free housing, so the couple had a small income. However, compared to the real leading lady, a double was nothing, only getting a credit in the end credits. When it was time to start filming, director Adrian Lane was discussing lighting with the director of photography. Jennifer Beals, the star of today's shoot, made a brief appearance before going to get her makeup done. Ronald carefully observed director Lane's lighting plan. A small stage was set against a white backdrop, illuminated by even white lighting. 2 small blue bulbs were positioned above, and 2 red neon lights illuminated the front edge of the stage, facing the audience. Overall, it was a bright ambient light. When the actors stood on stage, the red neon lights would create a warm atmosphere, making the audience feel comfortable, while the blue bulbs would give the actors' faces a cool tone, complementing Jennifer Beals' shimmering makeup and adding a touch of aloofness. "Quiet on set," Adrian Lane commanded. The sound engineer indicated there was still some background noise. "Quiet on set, Lane shouted several times, but there was still some noise, and the sound engineer indicated it wasn't working. "All of you shut the fuck up." Ronald, seeing the crew and some extras whispering among themselves, grabbed a megaphone and yelled. Ronald handed the megaphone back to director Lane, thinking the crew was really out of sorts. "Recording, on, camera, full speed, clapperboard, lightning dance, scene 1, shot 1, take 1, Ronald's shout had an effect. The set was completely silent. "Action." The sound department started playing dance music, and the camera crew's smoke began to fill the air, quickly enveloping the stage in a light haze. Jennifer Beals, wearing a men's jacket and trousers that were clearly a size too big for her, actually looked rather playful. The camera zoomed in on her face, and Beals turned, striking a sexy pose for the camera. "Cut." Adrian Lane immediately called for a halt. "Jennifer, relax." Jennifer Beals had only ever played supporting roles before. Close-ups, especially those shoved right in the face, made her a little nervous. "Let's do it again." "Quiet, cut. Imagine this is your boyfriend. Give him an expression that will drive him crazy." "Cut." "Jennifer, I need an expression that will drive a man crazy." "Cut." "Jennifer, relax. Let's do it again. Remember to sit in the chair, and then the force of the turn." "Cut." "Makeup. Her makeup is ruined." "Cut." "Who coughed?" "Cut." "This time it's good. Develop this." Adrian Lane's direction was meticulous and effective. Ronald watched for a while, and the crew was already in the zone. Seeing that there were no new lighting methods, he went to the door to rest. This smoke-based shooting method made him a little uncomfortable. He almost coughed just now, but luckily it didn't cause a break in filming. Cough. "Ronald, what's wrong?" Ronald looked up and saw producer Don Simpson. He was accompanying a man in a suit. "I'm Smokey. Mr. Gooble." Ronald recognized the man behind him as Peter Gooble, president of Polygram Films. Ronald had met the president during the casting for Endless Love. "Ronald, long time no see." Gooble greeted him warmly with a hug. "You've done a great job, thank you. What brings you to Pittsburgh today?" "Polygram Films is one of the producers of Flashdance," Gooble replied. It turned out that Flashdance was originally sold to Polygram Films, then changed hands several times before finally being sold to Paramount. Seeing the questioning look from Don Simpson, Ronald immediately said, "Everything's going very well with director Lane. Good, let's go check it out on set." Don Simpson ushered Peter Goebel inside. A short while later, they emerged, likely also smoky. "That's settled then. We'll talk to Paramount again when you get back to Los Angeles." Goebel and Ronald nodded and left. "Ronald, good job. Polygram Films might buy a portion of the distribution rights," and Goebel seemed satisfied. After a while, Don Simpson returned to find Ronald, and the two went back into the filming location together. "Can distribution rights be sold separately like production rights?" "Yes, like shares." Don Simpson clearly didn't want to talk about this much. "How was today's shoot?" "Adrian did a good job, but Jennifer Beals is a newcomer, so there were a few more takes, but it's still within the normal range." Ronald had just said that the number of takes was still within the normal range when the following shoot immediately started to go wrong. Most of the dance scenes were done by the stunt double Marin, and Jennifer Beals only had a few unavoidable frontal shots that required her to appear on screen. One of these shots was Beals wearing sexy red lingerie, doing a dance move of running in place, which was one of the few dance moves she could perform. Cut, cut, cut. After several takes, Beals was a little tired. She had to run in place a few times, nod, run a few more times, nod again, and finally toss her head left and right, letting the water droplets from her wet hair fly away. At the same time, she had to maintain a seductive expression on her face while doing these movements. Not being a professional dancer, Beals' movements were either lacking in power or incorrect. Sometimes, even when the dance was passable, her expression wasn't seductive enough. Jennifer Beals was not only a novice dancer but also a novice actress, so her attention was often divided between acting and dancing. Because of insufficient rehearsal, Beals had to find her dance moves and performance style from scratch, inevitably making it difficult to allocate her attention effectively. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, it seemed Beals' emotions were completely exhausted. She was just mechanically repeating the dance moves. For the first 3 takes, Beals' emotions were still relatively strong, and she could produce very seductive expressions, but by the 8th and 9th takes, she couldn't do it at all. "Should we take a break?" Ronald quietly asked director Ryan during the 10th take. "No, let's treat it as a rehearsal. Beals' dance moves are still quite clumsy." Ronald glanced at Don Simpson, who had no objection to this extremely wasteful filming method. "Okay, since you directors and producers have no objections, a little waste won't matter with a budget of 7 or 8 million. Ronald thought to himself that if he had this much film, they could probably shoot all the footage for the day. Cut. 11th take. Beals' expression was still the same, empty. Cut. 12th take. Beals' emotion was completely gone, but her dance moves were becoming more and more proficient, and she was basically not making any mistakes. Cut. 15th take. Huh? Ronald suddenly realized that after Jennifer Beals' emotions had been exhausted for a long time, on the 15th take, her emotions suddenly returned. It was like a long dried-up fountain, repeating itself, and with each repetition, a gurgling stream began to emerge again. 16th take. Beals' seductive emotions had actually returned, as if it were the first time she made that expression, very naturally. The 17th take. Cut. Very good, be careful not to make any more mistakes in the recording. This time, the technician holding the recording boom made a mistake. He was too close to the actor, revealing the mistake. The 18th take. Cut. Before even starting, director Lane called for a stop, signaling to spray some more water on Jennifer Beals' hair. The 21st take. Jennifer Beals started jumping, nodding, swinging her hair left and right, sparkling water droplets exploding in different directions. Cut. After confirming with the director of photography, Lane finally said, "Develop this one." Oh, Jennifer Beals collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Ronald quickly waved for his assistant to bring her a dry towel, water, and an energy bar. The following filming went relatively smoothly. Dance double Marlene Jahan was a professional dancer, her movements were very skillful, and her artistic expression was first-rate. In addition, as a double, the shots of her were mostly medium and long shots, or shots of her back from the stage, showing her back to the audience. There were basically no requirements for her acting. Basically, it can be summarized as filming with one camera focused on the stage, then having Marlene dance. After multiple takes, the actress suddenly seems to be able to portray natural emotions again. I wonder if Ryan did this intentionally. On the way back to the hotel, Ronald was still thinking about the filming. Luckily, Google didn't see 20 takes, otherwise he would have reassessed the production costs. Nowadays, movies often have production costs of tens of millions and distribution costs of several million. It seems that sharing the risk with other companies is a common practice in the industry. Achoo, achoo, Ronald sneezed several times as he entered the hotel. Pittsburgh's air pollution is severe, blue skies and white clouds are a rare sight. Ronald's nose might be a little allergic to air pollution. He turned on the TV, turned up the volume, and then went to the bathroom to shower. Welcome to the Phil Donahue Show. Today's guest is Lily Chen. The TV was showing a program from Ohio. Phil Donahue is a local talk show host whose show began airing nationally last year. His talk show always touched on big issues, world peace, disarmament negotiations, and many of the ugly social phenomena in America. Some viewers really enjoyed his show. Achoo, achoo, Ronald started sneezing again. He walked to the sink in front of the mirror and began blowing his nose. SHHH. Why is my snot black? Chapter 349. This country has a problem. Ronald quickly started washing his nose with water, working for a while to clean his nostrils. No wonder the American Actors Guild didn't allow lighting with smoke or heated powder. The pollution was too severe. 2 premeditated murderers, charged with manslaughter? What kind of law is this? What kind of justice? This happened because my son is Chinese. If 2 Chinese killed a white man, they would go to jail, maybe for life. This country has a problem. Ronald was wiping his face with a towel when he suddenly heard Lily Chen, a Chinese-American guest on a TV talk show, say these words. Ronald simply got out and sat on the edge of the bed to watch TV. What was going on? Let's look at the whole story. It turned out that in June of this year, in Detroit, the Motor City, a young Chinese-American man named Vincent Chan, working as a draftsman for a Detroit auto company, was having a bachelor party at a local strip club when he was verbally abused by a white father and son who mistook him for a Japanese and were about to hide him with chairs. Vincent Chan, skilled in martial arts, easily defeated the white father and son before leaving. The father and son worked at a Dodge factory, and the production line was facing unemployment due to Mitsubishi Motors' acquisition. They found Chan working part-time at a nearby McDonald's and began hurling insults at him, accusing him of being a Japanese devil and causing them to lose their jobs. One of them then grabbed Chan, while the other repeatedly struck him on the head with a baseball bat until he collapsed. McDonald's employees took Chan to the hospital. 4 days later, Chan was pronounced dead. The Detroit District Attorney only charged the 2 suspects with second-degree murder, refusing to use the Citizenship Amendment Act to base a conviction on racial discrimination. Furthermore, through a plea bargain, the 2 suspects agreed to a manslaughter charge, and the second-degree murder charge will be dropped from the indictment. Lawyers and senior legal scholars nationwide deny that this crime can be prosecuted under the Racial Discrimination Clause of the Citizenship Amendment Act. Only the newly formed American Citizens for Justice is willing to advocate for it. Audience members here and those watching on television, if you have any opinions to share, please. Ronald thought for a long time before understanding the logic. A Chinese-American named Vincent Chin was beaten to death by 2 white men who mistook him for Japanese. Then the prosecution and judge argued that since the deceased was Chinese and the white men were insulting someone of Japanese descent, there was no racial discrimination, and therefore the racial hatred clause in the Citizenship Amendment Act did not apply to first-degree murder. They only agreed to charge him with manslaughter. There was definitely a big problem here. It seemed that white Americans, deep down, still didn't consider people of different skin colors and hair colors, Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans, as citizens. As a Chinese man from his previous life, Ronald felt very uncomfortable. He picked up the phone and called his accountant, Lawrence Wong. Lawrence was also concerned about the matter. The Chinatown in New York felt it was extremely unfair and wanted to organize donations and relief efforts. Ronald asked him to anonymously donate $1,000 to the American Citizens for Justice, which was speaking out for Vincent Chin and his mother, to show his support. The next day, back on set, no one was talking about the Vincent Chin incident. Ronald spent the day on the set, which was set up in a bar, filming Cynthia Rhodes' dance scene. Cynthia was a dancer, so her dance didn't require a stunt double or post-production editing, making the storyboarding easier to handle. However, her makeup and costume were really unattractive. Cynthia was originally a Southern beauty, with blonde hair, a pretty face, and a slender figure. Wearing a black vest and shorts, with a very short hairstyle, she danced a very stiff dance, coupled with deliberately low-angle shots. Ronald felt he had made the beautiful woman look somewhat like Grace Jones, the Jamaican black singer-model known for her unique, ugly, charisma. He had minimized Cynthia's strong southern womanly gentleness and submissiveness, turning her into an androgynous figure. Does it have to be this ugly of the supporting actress to highlight the beauty of the lead actress? Ronald stroked his unkempt beard, which hadn't been shaved for days. Cut, Adrian Lane called after a dance. Great, this take is ready. Cynthia Rhodes happily stepped off the stage, took a towel from her assistant, and wiped the water off her face. Ronald noticed that the makeup artist had deliberately applied olive oil to her body, like a bodybuilder, to emphasize her taut muscles. This wasn't a sexy dance shoot at all, it was a bizarre performance of a female bodybuilder dancing. Give her a towel, Ronald instructed, then said to Cynthia, Director Lane, this shot is finished. Hurry to the dressing room to wipe off the oil, be careful not to catch a cold. Thank you, Ronald, Cynthia said, a little surprised by Ronald's concern, then immediately flashed a lovely smile. Do you think I danced well? Of course, your rhythm was excellent, and you had great power. Will I have a chance to be a leading lady in the future? That's hard to say. But your appearance is quite suitable for movies. Ronald wasn't exaggerating. Filmmaking is very selective about an actor's looks. A beautiful woman who doesn't fit the bill might be charming in real life, but on screen, the audience will find the actress's appearance bland and lacking in beauty. Cynthia's face shape, like that of a typical dancer, is rather thin. There's also a small indentation below her cheekbones, which makes her face particularly prone to shadows when lit, giving her a sculpted, three-dimensional beauty on the big screen. Really, Cynthia is already 25, but having grown up in a religiously filled family in Nashville, she still possessed a natural innocence. I have no reason to lie to you, but whether you get the lead role depends on your luck. After filming Ramp that evening, director Ryan, Ronald, and producers Don and Jerry had another task, watching the sample footage. Pittsburgh had an industrial film production base, where many companies had filmed onboarding and technical training movies. The film processing plant was nearby, and they could see the sample footage shot the previous day every day. Buzz, the noise of the projector slowly filled the room. Ronald sat in the back, watching the sample footage on the screen, which hadn't yet been synchronized with the audio. The director was quite skilled. Perhaps it was because Ronald had directed and edited a feature film himself. But he was increasingly able to understand the intentions behind other directors' shot layouts. The shots of Alex's dance double, Marlene, were deliberately filmed this way. The rhythm of each measure of that dance interlude perfectly matched the internal beat of the several shots being filmed. Unlike Ronald, who could use dreams as a reference, director Lane used pre-imagined editing shots to work backwards to film the necessary scenes. For example, the shot of Marlene sitting on a stool with her long legs stretched forward perfectly matched the final part of the verse in the interlude. The preceding dance music was relatively fast-paced, gradually slowing down in the last few bars of the verse, preparing for the climax of the chorus. Then there was the shot of her reaching out to pull a rope to pour water, which perfectly timed with the drumbeat of the transition between the verse and chorus. Imagining the final scene first and then working backwards to film the shots is an essential creative technique in musical numbers. SHHH, director Lane cursed under his breath. Ronald also noticed the problem. Several of Marlene's dance shots had continuity errors. The bright white background on the stage was very bright when filmed from the front. In several places, when Marlene paused briefly while dancing, the camera captured her face, making it clear to the audience that the dancer was not Jennifer Beals. Are you planning to reshoot? Or edit out these continuity errors? Ronald raised the editing issue, giving Lane a headache. There are too many. These few takes are unusable. And if we reshoot, it's hard to guarantee that such a long dance sequence won't have continuity errors again. Ronald stroked his beard again. The shot composition in the dream sequence was actually similar to Marin's dance. However, the lighting in the dream sequence was very dim, a low-light lighting method. Marin's face was in shadow in the shot, so even if it was filmed from the front, it wouldn't be noticeable. Because Marin was constantly moving, and the dance occupied most of the audience's attention, unless the camera paused like a video recorder for close inspection, it would be difficult for the audience to notice the body double. Ronald remembered Coppola's disastrous film Old Time Buddy, where many dance scenes were filmed in low light. Moreover, he pioneered a method of illuminating the actors' faces with colored lights. Traditional Hollywood lighting emphasizes the actor's skin tone, especially the face, to maintain its original skin color. But Coppola had a unique approach. He used red and blue lighting to illuminate the actor's skin tones, making them appear red and blue. This not only allowed him to film dance scenes in low light, without the need for white lighting, but also enabled him to use facial color to reflect the character's inner feelings. The wet chair dance in the dream sequence is an example of this method. No wonder Hollywood often calls Coppola a director's director. He always experiments on the fringes of cinematic expression, trying to pave a path for other directors. Sometimes he succeeds, audiences accept his innovative techniques, and the film becomes a box office hit, like Apocalypse Now. Other times, audiences don't accept it, and it becomes a box office disaster, like Old Time Buddies. But other directors can undoubtedly use the path he paved to move forward. Adrian. Have you seen Francis Ford Coppola's Old Time Buddy? You mean, could we change the white background lighting to low intensity, so that Marlon's face is bathed in the red neon lights in the foreground and the blue light above? That way, in many shots, Marlene's body can become a silhouette. The audience can see the dance moves, but the illumination won't be enough for them to distinguish that the fast-moving stunt double isn't Spears. And that way, we can also add some mystery to this long dance scene. When filming the audience later, we can unify the illumination of the stage and the audience, without having to color grade in post-production to unify the illumination of two very different scenes. Adrian Lane didn't need Ronald to explain. He understood the brilliance of this idea, a win-win situation. Ah, I'm such an idiot, you're right. You know, Ronald, you're definitely not a director who can only make exploitation films. Their assessment of you is unfair. I think your fast pace isn't because you can't make it artistically, but because of budget constraints. It's a real shame. Your film would have been well received by critics if it had been carefully crafted. You flatter me. Let's relight it tomorrow and reshoot Marlon's scenes. Ronald accepted his colleague's praise without question. Sure, her scenes are easy to shoot anyway. I'll have someone change the background right away. Don Simpson chimed in from the side. Chapter 350, Chapter 301, what a wonderful feeling. Filming proceeded smoothly from there. Jennifer Bears, a high-achieving student who got into Yale on her own merit, demonstrated exceptional comprehension. Adrian Lane's explanation of her character's background, personality, and behavior was all portrayed very well. For example, in the scene where Alex works as a welder in the steel mill, Jennifer Bears donned work clothes, a helmet, and protective goggles, and began welding with a welding torch. Westinghouse had just dismantled their turbine plant in Pittsburgh, and the crew had conveniently rented the plant to use as the interior of the steel mill. Bears picked up the welding torch, the camera focused on her helmet, which bore the name Alex, and steam and deafening noise began to fill the filming location. Action, Bears poked the welding torch at the workpiece, sparks flying. She didn't know how to maintain the right distance between the torch and the workpiece to ensure the welding rod melted evenly and steadily. The magnetism kept pushing her welding rod to one side, causing it to frequently go out. Bears was clever. She continued poking the workpiece with the welding rod, allowing the current to flow continuously, sparks flying from the rod with each poke. Cut. Ryan gave a quick, precise gesture. After all, the audience wouldn't notice the difference, and the film's focus wasn't on depicting the welder's work. Ronald and the crew applauded to celebrate the successful shot. Combined with the newly filmed forklift, dump truck, and the seemingly pointless hammering of pipes, the edited footage presented a heavy metal scene in a steel mill. Why demolish such an advanced factory? Ronald chatted with Westinghouse personnel after filming. The local unions are too powerful now. The higher-ups are planning to stop producing turbines domestically and instead purchase and rebrand products from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Japan. Whoosh! The dump truck's hydraulic system exerted tremendous force, lifting the bucket overhead and flipping it over. A close-up shot showed the dump truck looking very imposing. Jennifer Bears removed her welding mask, tossed her hair, and let out a long sigh. The next day, Ronald, director Adrian Lane, and producer Don Simpson sat together again to watch the footage. The tape recorder played the theme song for Flashdance, composed and recorded by singer Joe Esposito. What a Feeling had a beautiful melody. Ronald had heard it in his dreams. He began to imagine how to edit the footage Lane had shot to match the rhythm of the music. This scene should fill 2 bars of music, then cut to the scene of the female lead welding, then the scene of her hitting the pipe, and finally, as the melody builds up, cut to the scene of Beals flipping his hair. Ronald, Ronald snapped out of his reverie. Don Simpson was asking him a question. Ronald, what do you think? The theme song and the visuals don't quite match. What's your opinion? Director Adrian Lane earnestly asked Ronald for his opinion. He now considered Ronald a worthy artist, and sometimes, even when he had his own ideas, he still wanted to ask Ronald's opinion. Doesn't it match? Ronald listened carefully. The lyrics were different from those in his dream, which were more from a woman's perspective, describing her journey to pursue her dreams. Maybe we should rewrite the lyrics, telling the story from the female protagonist's point of view. That's right. Why don't you write them? Don Simpson chimed in. Adrian, Ronald was the lyricist for the Oscar-winning Best Original Song. Ronald didn't want to copy someone else's work this time. This is a song told from a female perspective. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to have a woman write the lyrics. There are subtle differences in how men and women express their feelings. Very true. How about we find a female singer to re-sing this song? Director Lane seized the opportunity to share his idea. What do you think, Ronald? Don, a female singer is a good idea. Ronald naturally nodded in agreement. A female singer. We might need a mezzo-soprano. Don Simpson looked at Ronald. Do you have any candidates? You should have seen the theme song for Fame, right? Ronald thought of his old friend Erin Carla. Is it that song, Same, Fame? Ha ha ha, of course I've heard it. That black girl is definitely a good choice. Call her and have her submit a demo. Ronald, long time no see. What, a movie theme song? Play me the melody, rewrite the lyrics, a female perspective. I understand, I'm on my way to the recording studio. Eileen Carlo was overjoyed to receive Ronald's call. She had been singing Fame for 2 years and desperately needed a new song, otherwise the TV station would soon stop her from appearing on their shows. She grabbed the notebook containing the original lyrics Ronald dictated over the phone, rushed out of her New York apartment, hailed a taxi, and headed to the recording studio. In the back seat of the taxi, she took out her notebook and pencil and began revising. Alone, I've cried. Silent tears, filled with pride. In a world of steel, I hear music. I close my eyes, feel the rhythm, surround me, hold my heart. What a wonderful feeling. To exist is to believe. I can have everything. Now I'm dancing for my life. Half an hour later, Erin Cara arrived at the recording studio, grabbed the phone, and dialed Pittsburgh. Ronald, I've written new lyrics. Listen to them, what do you think? Erin Cara revised the lyrics on the way, then sang a demo a cappella in the studio. Don Simpson and Adrian Lane heard Erin's performance over the phone. Don Simpson closed his eyes and drew circles in the air with his fingers, as if conducting the orchestra to play the theme song. What a feeling. After listening to the demo, he opened his eyes. Great. Use your friend's version. I think this song has the potential to be a huge hit. When Alex goes to the ballet school audition, why not use this music? Don Simpson's last words were addressed to the director. It's fantastic. It perfectly captures the emotions of a girl pursuing dance in a steel industrial city. How did you find the lyricist and singer? Ronald paused for a moment. He just thought the singer in his dream had a black voice, and he happened to know Erin Cara. But he had to come up with an excuse to show he had artistic taste. Erin Cara is a Latina black woman, and the path is more difficult for someone with that background in the industry. So she empathized, right? On her way to the recording studio, she revised those lyrics from a female perspective in less than half an hour. Don Simpson and Adrian Lane both nodded in agreement. The American music scene has always been one where native black people provide the talent, and white people handle the commercialization. Erin Cara, who is neither side, would indeed have a similar mindset to the protagonist, Alex. Alex, a welder working in a factory, with his unorthodox dance background, wanted to get into a ballet school, and he also had to deal with the doubts of others and his own conscience. Erin Cara's demo was produced quickly, and the crew soon received the theme song. What a wonderful feeling. The crew applied to the Pittsburgh city government for a morning shoot, preparing to film Alex cycling to work, weaving through the streets and alleys of Pittsburgh and past the iconic Three Sisters bridges. These are 3 steel bridges in downtown Pittsburgh, built during the American construction boom of the 1920s. The Three Sisters bridges tightly connect the city center, which is divided by 3 rivers, and also have bike lanes for pedestrians. The Pittsburgh Police Department sent some officers to help the crew manage traffic. The sound team played the recording of What a Wonderful Feeling on set, helping lead actress Jennifer Beals get into character. Beep beep, A policeman assigned to direct traffic also heard the music and began imitating various musical instruments, making many dance moves to direct traffic. Ronald found it very amusing and quickly turned director Adrian Lane's shoulder. "Adrian, look at that person, what's that?" Lane also found it interesting. "Why don't we put a policeman who directs traffic with dance in a movie? I bet he's famous in Pittsburgh," Ronald said. "Hello, sir, may I bother you for a moment?" Ronald went over and greeted the officer. "Hello, I'm Vic Sianka, badge number XXXXX. The dancer directing traffic," saluted Ronald and introduced himself. "Is this how you usually direct traffic?" "Yes, traffic control is very boring, and Pittsburgh drivers aren't very patient. I use some dance moves to keep everyone calm and orderly. What do you think about appearing in our movie, playing yourself?" "Oh, is that all right? I need to tell my wife this good news." "Thank you, sir." After communicating with officials sent by the Pittsburgh government, it became clear that this policeman who directs traffic with dance is quite famous locally. He has directed traffic for over 20 years and has even been featured in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette called him the Baryshnikov of the Crossroads, and everyone in Pittsburgh knows him. "Great, this kind of plot arrangement will increase the local audience's approval." Don Simpson had also heard the news and agreed to add a shot. "You know what? I think Alex should use some non-traditional ballet movements." Ronald explained his ideas to Don and Adrian, along with some scenes from the dream. "Alex is a welder, and her dance skills are learned from ballet dancers on TV, so there's bound to be a lot of informality and irregularity involved. It's almost impossible for someone like that to get into the Pittsburgh Ballet School. We need to make the audience feel that this plot has some plausibility, so we have to add some street dance elements to her, like imitating the policeman's moves, to make the admissions committee find it fresh. That would make her admission more convincing." Ronald found it increasingly reasonable. Although Alex's interview opportunity was secured for her by her boyfriend, Nick, the steel mill owner, her admission absolutely cannot be through back channels. It should be related to Alex's own hard work. That makes sense. "We can have Beers learn a few moves from this dancing policeman, but that's not enough. What kind of dance should we add for her?" Don Simpson felt that this improvised plot connected well with the original script, so he prepared to have the choreographer start working overtime. "What do you think of this kind of dance?" Ronald simply took off his coat and started dancing the kind of breakdancing he'd seen in his dreams. "What the hell is this dance?" Don Simpson's eyes popped out of their sockets. "This is called the moonwalk, the lunar walk, this is called the noodle dance, and this." Ronald found a terrazzo floor under the porch of a nearby building, lay down, and started spinning. "This is called a helicopter dance. I'm not very good at it." Ronald stopped and explained to the director and producer. "This is a dance popular among black people on the East and West Coasts. You can go to Los Angeles and hire some real dancers to try it out. It's mostly danced by Latinos and blacks. There's a TV show that frequently broadcasts this dance, something like Soul Train. I wish all my readers a happy new year, and may the year of the tiger bring you great fortune and all your wishes come true." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.